There you go, you got it.
Right, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm noticing some things I need to fix on the, I need to fix it on the overlay chat here at some point, but that's a problem for later. Right now, it's time for a bit of Sonic Superstars, because, yeah, as you've already mentioned, an early day indeed today here on the replay, because... well, 3 Sonic games to get through. Originally, this was going to be the last day of the Sonic part of the block, but thanks to a recording now scheduled for tomorrow, it means I found something else to play tomorrow instead of... well, I won't have enough time for Kirby, so I've got another Sonic Origins stream coming up. So we're not quite at the end yet, but this is certainly the last big push. None of these games would fit a day on their own, and in fact, even 2 of them was a bit short of a day, I felt, so... we're doing all 3 with a nice and early stream here, so I'm not going to waste too much time today. We are going to get straight into it, because it's 3 o'clock, which isn't too bad, but all of these are going to be like 3 hours roughly each, so we're in for a stream about as long as yesterday, but at least we got to... I crashed and he beat it, sums it up really. Everyone crashed, don't worry about it at all, but I did finish Frontiers. My theory was correct. Once I got to Chaos Island, that was basically the back third of the game. By far the longest was Ares, actually, which was where most people tuned out for the night. By the time I got to Chaos, that took about an hour, 20 minutes or so for the 4th one, and Uranus took about 30, 20 of which was fishing. I basically went straight to the fishing point and bought all the memory tokens I needed and all the keys I needed, which was... I needed like 300 fishing tokens, which gave me 900-ish points, and that let me buy everything I needed to finish the game, so... now, is there anything at all for 100%? Yeah, you get a crown. Where's my crown, where's my bling, etc. You get that as a costume, which you can carry into New Game Plus and things, which actually is pretty cool. I do like that. But, yeah, anyway, we got to the end. in relatively quick time, thanks to just fishing for everything. I then blitzed around the island for 10 minutes, did the hard final boss in one go, in one try. Insane. I still can't believe I did that. I'd recommend checking out the VOD if you want to, because at least checking out like the final island, because it's just so fun either way. The game wants me to interact with it one way, and I just went, nah, I'm good. I still had loads of fishing coins left over, by the way, even after cheesing the entire island. So it was a fun one. I'm glad we got it done. We finished at about like 3 a.m.-ish, roughly, half 2, I think. So yeah, a lot happened, but we're way earlier today, so more people should have a better chance of catching the stream and all that. Yeah, you can do that, King. I was playing on easy the entire time, and as long as you reload the game once the final Get the Chaos Emerald thing appears after the final hacking mission, you can... I think you only have to change the save... Oh, sorry, I think you only have to change the difficulty. I don't think you have to reload, but I did that anyway. So I then just changed back onto hard mode and got the ending. So I was going to play on easy the whole time except for that. I did want to replay that boss again. And yeah, did it pretty quick. Anyway, over to this layout we come. I'm here on the Xbox, as you can see, because I don't own Superstars on PS5. And the PC version, for some reason, should be really low requirements, but it lags a lot on a bunch of systems, you know. Not going to blame Denuvo, but I kind of am. I think that's the reason for it. So I have it here on Xbox because of the Amy IHOP code thing. It was either this or PS5 at the time on Amazon, so I picked this because it made it a bit easier to redeem the code and things like that. Finding these games day one at my job was always a pain. Yeah, I can get that. Clearly Sega didn't care. See, my local Asda's really good at getting them in. How was my pinball skills? They're okay. I struggled with it way more than I did when I played it the other day. And yeah, I did get Ultrafix sorted for tomorrow indeed, and that seems to all be running fine, so I'll just have to do a test tomorrow afternoon, but we should be good for Ultrafix for mission mode tomorrow. Anyway, here's Superstars. Like I said, I only got it on Xbox, and I only got it on an Xbox disc at that. Because of that, means I got the comic book skins, which I don't have on PC. Thank you, Sega, for making that impossible to get. And I've got access to a couple other little extra bits as well. If the game isn't another COD or another big hit, they get around three copies hidden in the area in the back day one. I have to go to the general manager to look. See, ours is pretty good. That's really weird to me. I will watch the opening cutscene though, because it is gorgeous. Let me know how game audio bounces as normal. That actually seems quite loud. Oh. Okay, that's why. I set it back to where it was previously, and for some reason it jumped way up. So I'm going to put it around there. I hope that's okay. Yeah, I actually set this before the stream when my PC was turned on, and for some reason it redefaulted back to the old settings. For some reason, with my Xbox on this capture card, some bits look a bit, like, washed out. I can't really fix that, but when you get into the game, it's fine, so I do apologise if things look a little weird. It also might just be the screen on my laptop. You might not even notice, but it definitely looks a bit more vibrant on my TV than it does on the capture card. And I messed with a bunch of settings, but couldn't quite get that working. I think it's just how Xbox's video output works, so I shouldn't bring attention to it, because now you might see it and you wouldn't have seen it otherwise, but yeah, is what it is. Anyways, we had a bid war going, if you recall, to pick which one of these four lovely guys here you wanted me to play as, and, oh, unless I have any last objections, I'm gonna, let me double check something real quick. Has auto low latency mode turned itself on? Because this suddenly feels a little laggier than it did, but I don't even know how I would turn that off, potentially. Here we go. Color space might be what fixes this. Let's see. Let's see real quick if this fixes what I was complaining about with the colors. No, it doesn't do anything. Right, we'll change that back. Yeah, Superstars was £50 versus Mania's 50, and that was kind of a bit oof. Anyway, I think I might be making it up, so we're just going to go along with it and pretend there's no input lag. I don't think there is, but I thought I felt some for a second. It might just be the main menu being a bit crap. Okay, so we have this save file here. I'm not going to be playing on a complete save, as much as that would actually speed up the game. I will instead be starting from a brand new file. And yeah, as you see, I have no access to Trip's story, and in fact I won't have access to Trip as a character as far as I know, full stop. But, unless you have any final last minute objections, the character we're going to play as is Tails, courtesy of Larry's last minute donation last night. of £36, as you can see at the top there right now. Means I'll be going with the blue boy, the yellow boy himself. The fluffy boy was what I meant to say, and then I looked at Sonic and it all went out my head. So we're going to give it like 30 more seconds. So let me see. So we'll wait till 11:30 on my stream timer here, just in case anyone wants to hit me with that last minute one. And then what we're going to do is, well, I've got Eggman here. We're going to keep him as normal Eggman, but I've got a couple skin options. Admittedly, way less than Amy here. Amy's got loads. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have her modern skin on Xbox for some reason. I guess I just never picked that up. But what I do, however, have is a bunch of skins of Sonic, which, once again, can't use because we're not picking Sonic. Look at how many there are for him, for goodness sake. But, with that in mind, Tails is now locked in. So, chat, do you want normal, Lego, or comic book? I'm personally with comic book. I really like the way comic book Tails looks here, and I want an excuse to actually use this DLC since I can't on PC, so... comic, so that's 2 for comic. This can still be overwritten if Jamie and King want to give an answer. I'm guessing, based on the quickness of that King's voted comic. So if so, that is 3-1. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Comic book Tails. Sonic Superstars, here we go. Now we'll just watch this little opening cutscene here. I'm not going to watch every little cutscene or whatever in this game, but these animated ones are super charming. Yeah, classic Tails is a vibe. I love him. I still need to get those classic figures they did recently. The big box ones with the interchangeable parts. The modern versions of those are really good, and then I never went back and picked up the classic versions. Anyway, they fly onto Bridge Island, they gotta stop Eggman, you can guess what happens from that point. I just love those little animated cutscenes there. Anyways, were these by the same people as Origins? I think so, so not the same team who did them in Mania and the other games. How much is the IDW fan comic these days? I think they just put it into a trade back, so I'd probably recommend the trade back over anything else. This isn't going to be an Emeralds run, but I will just go and get this first Emerald here, just for the sake of it, because it is right there. Yeah, definitely not getting all Emeralds or anything like that. I don't even have them on my main file, which is... Well, the only other file I have, as you saw, is file 1, and that was the one I did on Raising Rings, so... I've not messed with this game too much on Xbox at all. Whereas I pretty much 100%ed it on PC, so I didn't really have much of an incentive to go back, minus that one playthrough. But yeah, going from £3 a comic to a £15 volume is off, though. See, I'd kind of agree, but you're definitely paying an upcharge here in the UK. In America, I'd get being a bit annoyed over it, but you're paying like £5 a comic anyway, so you are technically kind of getting a discount, just because they don't officially sell them here. There we go. Yeah, so what I could have done if I really wanted to save time is I could have made this New Game Plus, got all the emeralds, and massively sped up this game, and well, in turn probably made the final boss way easier, but like I said, I didn't feel like that was right for Mania, so I kind of didn't feel like that was right here either, so instead I went ahead and made a new file here, as you can see. So we're not going to have any cool battle bot to play or to fight against in the Cyberstation fight, but maybe we'll get some parts along the way. Let's have a bunch of hardbacks that collection. Yeah, but aren't the hardbacks super expensive? Like, aren't they? See, I wanted to say one of them was like £100, but I'm pretty sure I'm making that up. But certainly one of the big ones is quite a pretty penny. The digital version of those ones, though, is actually how I read the very beginnings of the comic. Yeah, I don't know, I'm digital only. Exactly, you definitely get a hefty discount on digital as well, unless you're really that attached to the physical comics, which I like having them on a shelf and I like reading them, but in actual practicality, if I want to sit through a bunch of issues, I'd rather just have them digital instead of sifting through a stack of them personally, but that's just kind of me. I know I'm definitely weird. I don't have the space for lots of media. I'm running out of space for lots of media. I'm not the one who buys the Sonic comics physical though, so that's not my problem. And we've already been superstars. Easily £40 each. Yeah, can you actually look it up? Someone who can get onto Amazon UK real quick. I'd actually be a little interested to see how much. And yeah, space is definitely an issue with those huge ones more than it is the little single individual issues. Unfortunately, this boss fight just has a habit of janking you sometimes. It's like the automated sequence we had in Frontiers on Chaos Island the other day. It took me like 5 or 6 tries, because doing it with the full upgrades just made it so easy to run into things and lose my boost and get hit by insta-kills and stuff like that. It was not pleasant. That was actually the biggest hang-up of the playthrough. Oh. I'm so used to Sonic 4 being press Y to continue the act that I forgot that's not how this game works. Alright, I'm gonna have to remember that as time goes on. I got a bunch of IBDW Sonic thanks to Humble. Oh, I forgot to do that. I was actually going to do that. Just because that way it would give me nice CBZs of all of the comics. I think they were DRM free as well, which is always lovely, being able to just plonk it into any old comic reader as opposed to having to use the IDW app or whatever you have to for the digital versions. Because I know you can get them on Amazon and stuff as well, so that makes it a bit easier, but I think they're like the only 2 ways is heavily DRM versions, so it's just nice to be able to take it on any platform you want. I was expecting to hear the 1-up noise there, forgetting that this game's whole shtick is no 1-ups. Which is cool. I think it's a good idea. Yeah, I think they were DRM free. Don't mention IDW, lol, Ian, Flimby, Quake. Oh, don't mention IDW fans. Yeah, I mean that's a whole different ballpark, but don't worry, I wasn't. Is that the animal from Surf's Up? What, the big penguin? It does kind of look like him, doesn't it? Humble with a lot of ebooks linked to Kobo. Yeah, I got a Kobo, which I've not really used all that much. I really meant to bring it with me for some late night reading when I'm trying to wind down from these sessions, but I forgot. And I forgot to bring any tablets, so I don't have anything of the sort here right now. I kind of wish I did, but that's my issue. I made my bed, I've got to lie in it. And I did lie in it, and immediately fell asleep in it. So I got the AOT manga back in the day digital. Yeah, Humble Bundle have some really good e-reader stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really read a lot of books, so I never look at their bundles and go, oh, gotta get a piece of that or whatever. But I do know people, well, mainly Aluri and Jamie talk about it a lot. So I could use the app on my phone. That's not the same, and you know, I've never outran the camera that much in this game. I did not know you could even do that. I'm looking forward to playing as Tails. I'm not really using all his features too much right now. Admittedly, Knuckles would have been a bit more of a, what's the word, like, different playthrough, I guess. Because, like I mentioned, I think he has his own unique intro. Amy might as well, but I definitely know Knuckles does. I don't think he gets any unique level design, though, because, you know, this game was crunch time the game. I should go back for that, because if I do these, I might get my knights. Let's see. Let's lock in here. Wait, is this the one No, it's the falling ones I want for knights, isn't it? Or maybe it's this one. I can't remember. Also, this game does have some good music in places. Not one of them, but it happens. This is... I don't even know what this is. Like, I can't even give this an accurate description or compare it to anything. It's just shit. Level design has to accommodate all 4 movesets at once. Exactly. Match 3 It is match 3 mobile games. Stage design, Sonic 1 difficulty. See, I think the stage design... We're going to get into this a lot with Superstars here. The Superstars definitely has its problems. I don't think it's a full-out failure like Sega called it, but its problems compared to stuff like Sonic 4 and even like 3D stuff like Frontiers feel so simple to fix in comparison. So it's so wasteful to just throw it all away, if you will, to to talk about a game we're playing later today. But like literally all you have to do, make less game, just make less bosses, make less long bosses. It was fine. I don't really have an issue with any of the level design. Some of it's not great, but the majority of it's like perfectly serviceable. Like Bridge Island here has like the perfect amount of speed and stuff for a first level. I actually think it's one of the better. I think it's one of the better first levels in classic Sonic, honestly. Yeah, that too, Alari. Yeah, honestly, like, this game's problems compared to so many Sonic games feel so simple. It builds on a really solid base. It's just some of the stuff it adds it was not really like wanted or anything like that, but just take it out the equation again. That's all it takes to fix this. I think that's all the rings. Hopefully I get my Knight's costume if that was the case. Yes, I got my perfect bonus, so I'm gonna guess that was I'm gonna guess that was what I wanted, or at least I got all the rings. We'll find out once we get into the back into the menu. New Super Mario Bros. Wii problems. See, most of those games aren't built very well around co-op at all, but this is just like the worst offender. Like, New Super Mario Bros. Wii is competent. I hope so, Jamie. That's what I say. If they've branded this a failure, that kind of feels to me like, okay, we're not going to do another one of these with Oshima, which just not, like, it's so close. But you know, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I don't like playing those games co-op really at all. Super Mario Bros. Wonder I even found a little annoying co-op, honestly, to the point where I did just dip down to a single-player playthrough when I played it, because, well, this game doesn't have collision, does it? That's my biggest thing with New Super Mario Bros. That really makes that game difficult to play. For me, I really struggle with, like, constantly bonking off other players, being thrown about, stuff like that. Just spending so much time trying to, like, keep in your own space and keep to yourself that it doesn't actually feel very cooperative as a result at times. Obviously, I mean, because of the throwing and all the stuff like that, but you just also just play in your own little bubble if you're not trying to be annoying. So you either have the two options of being incredibly invasive, throwing everyone off the stage and stuff like that, or just, like, sticking into this tiny square because you don't dare want to bump into anyone, you know? Like, there's kind of just no in-between with New Super Mario Bros. Whereas this game's just way too frantic on its own to begin with. It just doesn't work with the level of speed. Two-player, like those games, seems fine. There we go, we got our Metal Knights. Two-player like those games seems fine in this one from what I've gathered, but... Anyway, will Yuji Naka come back? I think I doubt that, Jamie. I think I doubt that a little bit. I can't afford any of this right now because parts in this game are so expensive. Like, seriously, just look at these. I might be able to afford some soon. You have to buy the colour for each part, by the way, so I'm going to have to buy like 5 purples for my knights. I don't even have... Do I not even have the... Oh, seriously? Oh, downloadable content. Is he in here? Yeah, so I can at least do this. This is better than nothing. For right now. I don't know if I'll be able to afford anything else cool, but we'll stick Mecha Sonic in. How'd you get coins again? You just saw how I got the coins with those bonus stages, and sometimes you get variants of the special stages, where instead of collecting emeralds, you collect tokens, and you find them around the levels, but collection of them is honestly very slow in comparison to how long it takes to buy even like one full set of robot parts, let alone all of them. I don't know if anyone's ever even bothered doing that, because it's so grindy, it's not very well weighted in that sense. My hope is that Sega see the failure of this as a reason to bring Evening Star back and not abandon Classic Sonic altogether. See, as I say, they don't even need to bring Evening Star back to salvage it. The team who did it can salvage it with basic bits of feedback they got. Like, give them the chance to do so. Don't, you know, Evening Star back on a Sonic game would be great, but that's not a needed solution like a lot of people would tell you it is. It'd be a lovely, you know, a lovely thing to do. Maybe get an Arzest and Evening Star collaboration. Like, that would be incredible, but... Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, we really want sprite art back again, but I think this is a really pretty game. Like, I don't have any issues with that side. Oh yeah, that is the most likely thing Sega will do, for sure. You know, like, it's just such a shame. Like, that's really all that comes to mind with Superstars now, because back when I was playing this even 6 months ago, we were still getting DLC and updates or whatever, so I was like, oh, you know, this game's got some problems, but... In the 6 months since we've last streamed this game has gone from, it's got some problems, at least they're going to fix it in a sequel, to, this is the biggest failure ever, why did we ever make this? Like, come on, guys. Have a bit more faith in your own products than that. I can still go out and buy it for 30 quid, why would I bother? I still stand by my Game of the Year. This was probably, honestly, my least favourite Sonic Game of the Year, but that's saying a lot, because I really enjoyed this on launch. It was only the last playthrough I did that eroded my opinion of it a little bit. Before then, it was honestly above Mania for me, and now having replayed Mania, I think I'm, yeah, probably of the opinion that it goes 3 and K, Mania, then this, in terms of my hierarchy, but I'd definitely play this again over... Oh, CDs in there somewhere, but you know what I mean, they're like the 3 that everyone always compares. Opinions on Chaos Powers? Not an awful idea. The issue of it is you only get them for getting the Chaos Emeralds. Now, who are the people who go for the Chaos Emeralds? That's right, the people who've already mastered the game. Who needs the Chaos Powers the least? That's right, those people. If you unlock them in a different way that wasn't the Chaos Emeralds, I think they're a really good idea. I think the way you get these beginner-friendly powers is really moronic, because why would you sit through 7 special stages to get some of these? Like, the first couple, like, yeah, of course, you're going to just run into a special stage and practically be given them. The final couple just don't make any sense being hidden there. I think there should have been a better unlock method for them, but as a concept, I don't mind them. Just why fall into that camp? I've mastered classic Sonic games to an extent, so I don't need like extra platforms and like double jumps and whatever else that they give you. But every time I've messed with them, I've enjoyed them. But for me personally, as someone who's played a lot of it, I just rather play it as a traditional classic Sonic game. But I think they're a great inclusion. I think they should be there. Just, yeah, locking it to the people who don't need them is just such an odd one to me. I don't know how else you would do it. Maybe those bonus stages, which otherwise don't have any consequence. Like, you just get the Chaos Emeralds anyway, and your reward is getting Supersonic, same as normal, but you can go out your way to do bonus stages and get the Chaos Powers instead, or whatever they'd be called, because they obviously wouldn't be called Chaos Powers, but I'll read all that in a second. Sorry, I'm concentrating on the game a tiny bit here, clearly, on these very difficult bosses. I wouldn't count this game as a failure. The game has its issues, and for me, a lot of issues, but I still like it for what it is. A sequel would really improve on things if they were willing to take the gamble. Either make them separated from emeralds like Viper said, or make them build on top of the core moveset for more advanced players. Yeah, like, as I say, once again, a really simple issue to fix. Like, okay, well, I'm sure playtesters even would have brought that feedback up before it came out, so once again, you can kind of just deal with it. Like, other games when I've been a bit by the way, you have to play these acts, unsurprisingly, as their original characters. Only Trip in Trip's story gets to play them as anyone other than their intended characters, so you will enjoy Sonic here, even though you paid for Tails, and that will go for the Knuckles and Amy stage as well. The Tails I can play as Tails still, so the Tails stage is the last one anyway, so we'll get all the other character stuff out the way. I'm not backing all the way out, so I can play as, like, am I backing all the way out so I can play as comic book Sonic or Shadow Sonic? Or I think I kind of am, actually. It's just add a tiny bit of spice to this playthrough. Let's do that real quick. How do I think you can change characters without leaving the game. Yes. Yeah, let's play as Shadow Sonic here to tease some Shadow Generations. Oh yeah, the Fantasy Zone section will be great. I'm thinking like the CD Sonic mod for SRB2, where the emeralds give you access to extra moves like spawning a spring under Sonic Smash style. See, even then, I think that's still, like I say, that kind of almost, unless you've just described it in a way that I'm not understanding and I'm misinterpreting it, it still feels like it's locking it to players who already know what they're doing. But at the same time, that does also feel like a move that players could get a lot of advantage out of as a, you know, as like an advanced skill. But I do also feel like that's a skill that, you know, would be a helpful item for beginner players, so I guess it kind of falls into both categories at that point. So I guess that, now that I'm thinking that through, yeah, that kind of does work. It falls into both categories as something that's helpful, but also something that's an advanced mechanic as well, if you want to make good use of it. Oh, I'll take a second emerald, okay. So unfortunately, how this game handles the emeralds is how a lot of people feel classic Sonic should have handled emeralds, which I completely disagree with. It's what I'd refer to as the Sonic 3D Blast DX version of things. It's not quite one emerald per zone, but it does lock you to getting them in certain zones. So I think Bridge Islands counts for 2, and then after that it's pretty much 1 per zone. So you can't just go and get them anytime you see a special ring, because other special rings will then just turn into... Other special rings basically then just turn into bonus stages, I believe. There we go, press X, same with all of them. Yeah, wait for a sale on PC, definitely, Jamie. This game goes way cheaper on PC than it does on console. I got this game for... Well, actually, Jamie, if you want it on PC, go on Amazon real quick. Where I got my copy from was 60 quid on Steam! What? On Amazon, they actually do physical boxed copies of the game that come with a Steam code. I got one of those just before Christmas, and I believe, I checked the other day because I was looking to get it on PS5 and didn't in the end. I believe they still sell them for £7. That might be worth a look. Oh, we were so close. Ban Evasion again from the same person, really. Someone might get to this before me. Maybe? No, I might have got that first. Yeah, Jamie, double check that on Amazon if you can, because I think that's permanently staying at 7 and you get a boxed copy. Which, as I know you said about the space and stuff, but yeah, no worries. I'm sure people were about to get to it. I just had my finger over the trigger. Yeah, like as I said, it's not too much of a problem. It's just if I'm really locked into a game, it's nice to have a couple people around. I was on Amazon. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, because I got this game for about 15. That's why I actually have it on Xbox, because like with all Sonic games, I got it on PC, but still wanted a physical copy. Also, hey K-Dog, hope you're having a good one. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I wanted a physical copy on console, and I went with Xbox just because it made getting all the DLC a bit oh, that's a shame. I technically have a spare code, because it was given away on Winterfest, and the recipient never redeemed it, but I'm not that cheeky. But I don't think they were that interested in the code as much as they were playing the game. Yeah, welcome K-Dog, hope you're good. Oh, let's see. Yeah, that's unfortunate that's sold out, because that was in stock for months. Like, I got it when it was first a deal, but it was still there about 2 weeks ago when I was looking at acquiring, like, Shadow Gems and stuff like that for this marathon. Which I ended up going with eBay for. Unfortunately, the eBay price of this went back up to, like, 30, so I ended up paying about 25 for Shadow Gems, but did not buy this again. The store page is in German. The box will probably be in German then, which the logo will still be in English if you care that much. Yeah, I nearly bought a Spanish copy for that reason, but eventually the English copy also went down, which is the one I have back at home. I think if you go on my Blue Sky or something like that, if you want to see a picture of it, I did post it if you go to my media section. It's a really weird little release. It's in a little cardboard slipcase with no disc, just a Steam key printed on the back, basically. It's fun that stuff like that still exists. Even though I had it on Steam, I was like, well, I can't turn down £7 for this, and let's be honest, it makes a Winterfest prize. That was also one of the reasons that we justified it. And yeah, so far it looks like the person hasn't redeemed said Winterfest prize, but I got Metal Sonic. Go on, sit still. There we go. Need to concentrate more on Blue Sky, but I sadly still drift to Twitter. I logged into Twitter today to see if a tweet was real, and that was the first time in about 4 months, and I didn't enjoy the experience. I signed back out again within about 5 minutes. Is that why I was gifted the? I think that was something different. Was that no? That was Rexy's Steam voucher, because the gag is I never used to win them, so I always enter for Rexy's Steam vouchers at Winterfest. But the last couple of years I've actually won them, and I kind of get the please don't redeem this kind of message, so I normally send them to someone else. Well, I normally send them to the person on the other side of the room, but now that they're staff as well, that's kind of cheeky, so you got it, King, congrats. See, sometimes I do enjoy a good staff wins, but the Steam voucher, I think I took 2023, I actually did redeem it because I still intend to do a show on Air Twister, so I used it to buy Air Twister. Was the tweet the one? That one I didn't want to be real. If you're referring to something Sonic related, which I think you might be, I've still not seen that. No, it was something completely different. It was about Fortnite. I was like, ain't no way. It was more funny. Oh, went on Napoleon Total War. Hope you enjoyed it anyway. Yeah, I've kept my nose out of whatever's been happening recently. But I've heard enough to know that something's going on, so thank God I'm in a situation I can just remove myself from that. I'm pretty lucky in that regard. Isn't this the track that Shoji did? Of all people. When you heard hints of something happening, don't want to get dragged into any mess. Are we by any chance talking about a certain villain in the Sonic franchise? Is that the page we're on here? Ironically, last time I streamed this, we had to have a rule not talking about that, so I'm hoping we don't get to that point again. Right, we're back to Tails now. Now we've done Act Sonic. Defeating the French as many English people's dream. Ah. Living out a long-lost fantasy of the colony or something like that. Oh look, Sonic 4 gimmicks, we're back. I just found I was gonna say tweet about Sonic Superstars. Ah, interesting. I was gonna say elaborate, but I have no idea what it's gonna be. Am I gonna be in for a nasty surprise? Yeah, if you hop on my Blue Sky, you can see a picture of this box in action. It's if any of you have ever seen the recent Football Manager physicals, it's one of those. They also did one for Persona 5 Royal that about my PC copy. Fair enough. I never, yeah, as I said, I never tweeted it or anything. So, oh, I forgot about Tails flight cancel. Beautiful. I can just hold down and he'll fly back to the ground. Mania desperately needed that. I'm so glad they added that here. I get the feeling this might be an instant death. No. Is that infinitely scrolling or something? Is that why the background bugged out like that? Sure. I was going to use the term... Oh, that's what you meant. Sorry, I wasn't following for a second. Yeah, it's... See, I nearly said last night when I posted, once we got into Chaos Island, I was like, I'm about to send out a tweet, and I was like, oh yeah, that old habit to die hard. Ooh, one sec, gotta move my leg already. Ugh. Already giving myself dead legs. You know, as I was saying, they also did one last year, I believe, Persona 5 Royal, which I actually don't have on Steam yet, so at some point I will grab that, because that seems to come with all the DLC and stuff in the box as well, and I think it's just barely less than getting a key or whatever, or getting it off the summer sales or any other sales, so at some point I might get that just for the collection. I did a while back. I'm really bad at doing these, you know, these Blue Sky / Twitter trends like VGM Saturday or VGM Wednesday and post-a-game Saturday and stuff like that, which I keep meaning to do because, especially post-a-game Saturday, one of my favourite things is just buying weird games. I love a good weird release, you know, a weird physical that shouldn't exist or something like that, and I've been collecting all of those. So anyway, the reason this comes up is because a couple months ago now, I managed to get a copy of Persona 5 on PS3, which is just such a baffling release to me that even exists. Like, I get it, in 2016 in Japan it made sense, but like, why did they still release it in the West in 2017? Because of it, it's stupidly expensive for the most part, except on CEX, where they randomly forgot to update its price. 99% of the copies at CEX are American copies, which upon going to... We went all the way to a CEX that was like 2 hours away. Not just for this, but it was one of the reasons we went to Peterborough for like this and to get a Dreamcast, basically. Upon finding the copy of the game, which I'd been eyeballing for months, it was only one of like 3 stores that had it. They informed me they couldn't sell me it because it was an American copy of the game, which feels really silly to me. Because PS3 is region free, but no, legally cannot sell it to me. Even though it doesn't have, I've seen plenty of CEX stores just like stick a sticker on or something like that. Nope, can't legally do it. So that was kind of annoying. But anyway, I did manage to eventually get it off the CEX website before they noticed and put the price up, because it was like 20 there and 50 plus for a PAL copy on the eBays and stuff. Yeah, that's it, Jamie. Like, I've definitely done that before. So, that's just really strange to me. There we go. That's how you meant to do this. How much was it? As I say, I think it's like 20 or something. I can't remember the exact specifics. It's exclusively like a for the collection thing. I have no intention of playing it on PS3, unsurprisingly, anytime soon. Ah, that didn't count. Bruh. No Way Incredibles reference? Yeah, that was definitely on purpose, sure. Unless you mean the game, in which case it was on purpose, I imagine. Oh, first time I bought a US copy of a game without realizing at first was Devil May Cry HD Collection 360. Did we even get a physical of that? Or was it only America and Japan that got that? Another really fun one I'd like to get for the collection one day, but is ludicrously expensive because it's one of 5 exclusives there, is Japan got Devil May Cry 4 HD on physical on Xbox One. And that's just a really neat little release to me. I actually did see it in the game store recently for like 100, but if I ever saw it for a good price, I'd definitely pounce. Same with, that's definitely another one that would go on to post a random video game on Saturday, is Pure Tetris on Xbox One is one of the other 5 Japanese exclusives, the first one. And yeah, Lewis posting his Mist collection is also a highlight of Saturdays for me, for sure, as well. I'm not enjoying this too much, honestly. Both the boss fight and having no rings, because this boss, as you can clearly see, is very long. Come on. Oh, you barely missed the missile. Yeah, Xbox 360 is weird like that. It's not region-free, but the games can set if they're region-free or not. So, for example, when the store shut down, I bought the Donpachi Resurrection, which is Cave's final game, and it only had releases on arcade and then 360. Of course, the second the 360 store closed, they rectified that with a Switch release, but that's not my problem. But anyway, I bought that, and even digitally, that's region-free. I tried to buy Memoricon the same day. That is not region-free. It's on a game-by-game basis. Still hoping for a straightforward 360 soft lock. I mean, it's obviously not a soft mod, but the RGH3 that came out like 2 or 3 years ago is genuinely like a 3-wire soft mod now. It used to be really complicated, and it still kind of is. You still need to know soldering. I am aware that's the barrier of entry for loads of people, but compared to what it was, it's like PS1 levels of trivial to do compared to what it used to be. So that's like a really good progression. Obviously not perfect, not anything like that. But yeah, that is like a huge step up from where we were like 10 years ago. Or even, you know, a couple years back. I wanted a PS3, but my brother wanted Forza. Or in this one instance, you know, you're not going to agree with me, but your brother did choose right there. However, the PS3, in my opinion, as a console nowadays, the PS3 holds up a bit better, but definitely at the time, 360 was king. Same with all full-on modding with modern systems, chipping them. I mean, PS5 at least has a soft mod. You just have... Same with the PS4, you just have to be on a low enough version. I'm tempted to buy the Devil May Cry trilogy on Switch from Japan, all physical I think, same with Okami and Onimusha. I definitely know Okami is. We didn't get... That doesn't mean anything to you at all. We didn't get Okami physical on Switch, I don't think, but we definitely got it on Xbox, and I can't remember if PS4 or not. At least native PS3 emulation is more mature. Yeah... For the most part, it's like very game-by-game dependent, but depending on what you want to play, some stuff's really solid now. Like, the only example of stuff I've actually like spent more than 5 minutes on an emulator for is the Project Diva games, and they all run better than console nowadays. But I've also tried stuff like Sonic Unleashed for obvious reasons, and I still think that has a long way to go, no matter how many tweaks people apply to it or whatever. It's supposedly the 360 version is starting to get to the point where people are saying it's better than the series, but I'm yet to see it. You have to apply so many patches, and the full game isn't fully playable, and all this sort of stuff. PS3 Daytona on the Steam Deck slaps. Oh, I can imagine. It's like all of my own Tony games, including Ghost Tricks, are a mixture of Japan and US releases. Capcom didn't want to release in Europe, in physical Europe, it seems. The worst for that are Namco. Namco are really picky about physical releases. America didn't get Klonoa, but the trade-off was they were gonna be the only place to get Pac-Man World. Eventually they caved, and we got Pac-Man World as well, but they never got Klonoa. So as a result, everyone just imported European copies of the Klonoa collection. So. Nice one, Bamco. They just do that every now and then. They're like, well, this won't sell, so we're not going to put it on disc. And then it does sell really well, and they're like, crap, we missed out on a market. That's a shame. And that definitely was the case with Klonoa for them. But they saw the error of their ways in time for the European release of Pac-Man, at least. So that is pretty readily available, from what I know now. Considering it wasn't, to my knowledge, meant to exist. Oh, I want that. I want my Metal Knights, and you can't stop me. So, I had a 2-hour estimate locked in for this game, by the way. I did look back at my last playthrough, and apparently it was about 3.5 hours, so... I can't remember if it was 2 hours or 2.5 I had written down, but definitely might be in this for the long haul, but, you know, strap in. Superstars is a pretty fun game. Definitely makes for a good stream game as well. I'm so glad I went back to the beginning there. Don't need to get Pac-Man World. I don't know how much it dips down to on PC, because I just bit the bullet and bought it day one, even if it was like 30 quid, but it's a decent remake. I know people have their problems with it. compared to the original, but it's a pretty serviceable way to play the game, all things considered. I didn't think I was going to have the distance for that, but it worked out nicely. Oop. And oop again, because for some reason it ate my jump on that platform there. See, this is a Sonic 4 song through and through, definitely, but goes to show how good Jun's melodies are, because I still think this is a really solid song, in spite of its instrumentation, and there are a couple tracks like that which, you know, didn't get rearranged by other composers at the nth hour, but still sound really good even despite that. But this is one of them. The instrumentation's not perfect here, but it does what it needs to do to get the melody and all the like pitch changes and stuff across, so I'd say in that sense it's a pretty good song. My problem is that even though I'm trying to view my games as a library and not a backlog, I'm still reluctant to buy games when I have so many unplayed. Yeah, you have to be committed to knowing you want to play something, because otherwise you do just fall into the trap of just continuously adding to a backlog, even if that's not what you're seeing it as. As you say, if you view it as a library, then at least you get the benefit of going, yeah, but the library has hundreds of books, doesn't mean every patron of the library has to read all of them all in, you know, a short space of time or whatever. I can jump into what I want to whenever I feel like. That's why I've acquired this library. Well, that is true. At the same time, yeah, there is also merit in viewing it as a backlog, because if you do so, well, as you stated, you're not just buying stuff for the sake of it, and you are possibly saving a little bit of money in the process as well. If you're going, well, I gotta play this before I can play this, and then I'm not good at this, by the way. This is purely do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, I guess I can see the benefit of thinking both ways in that regard. But definitely, you know, go with the one that makes you feel the most comfortable and all that. But you know, one's not explicitly good and explicitly bad. I definitely still think of my stuff as a backlog, because it doesn't work all the time, but it sometimes keeps me grounded. Sometimes I buy things and go, I'm going to immediately play this, like Live a Live, and then don't find the time for it because you're too busy with other games, and then feel bad. I will get back to it though, I swear. Unfortunately, I think not any time before Pirate Yakuza, but I'd like to before I get into any other like big story-based role-playing RPG, etc. kind of thing at least. It's like I took a gamble initially for the 3DS, asked for it for Christmas solely for Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. It didn't look like they were coming until Nintendo Europe said they were publishing it. Yep, Capcom 4, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, Nintendo will go... Sometimes the console publisher will go, why are you skipping out on this? We'll bail you out on this one. That does happen every now and then with releases over here. Nintendo way more than others, but Sega used to do it quite a bit back when they were still a first-party system developer as well. It'd be like, why are you not releasing this game here? We'll bail it out. Sometimes even third parties would do that. Like, there's quite a lot of times, like Daytona USA 2001. Considering it's a US franchise, I don't know why they got Activision to publish it, but I'm assuming there was some sort of reason Sega didn't want to do it. And then people complained it got a British dub. I mean, Phoenix Wright, no, but isn't Ace... Oh, sorry, doesn't Professor Layton... Does Professor Layton have an American dub that's separate? I can't remember. Did I see the Fate of Fury leak was actually real? What about in regards to the Art of Fighting stuff or something else? I didn't quite see the details, but I did see some DLC was revealed alongside, I'm guessing, Evo stuff, right? The British roll, they eat sausage rolls instead of burgers. Why are you complaining? They're right. Ken and Shana's DLC. Makes sense. There's no way Capcom would do that without you know. Sorry, there's no way SNK would be in Street Fighter without some sort of back scratch the other way around, IMO, so I got it. This was the one I got earlier while I was just messing about, and it didn't take... it took me way longer than that, so I'm glad I got that pretty quickly. I don't know why I'm still going for these, but they're on the path, so I just get curious. Professor Layton has 2 English dubs, but the crossover is dubbed in the UK. It does still use the American voice actors. A lot of hoo-ha over nothing. If you care that much, mod your 3DS. Okay. Cool. I mean, I think a lot of people are hoping it'll be a Capcom vs SNK 3, especially given, I don't know if you saw King, but the Street Fighter update that they did for Mai contained a load of music from Capcom vs SNK. including, you know, the GOAT. The GOAT itself, True Love Making, got a new remix. So yeah, I saw it had it in the files. Yeah, exactly. So if we're going out of the way to make an entirely new soundtrack for Capcom vs SNK 2, then like, surely they're thinking about the future of that a little bit. Restores and improves all the functionality. I mean, hey, we're talking about big story-based games. Puyo Chronicle. Very cheap game to get from Japan, and then you can play it with the English dub. Not dub, sorry, the English subs, and actually enjoy it. Supposedly a pretty solid RPG that I will maybe one day stream. I'm just not the greatest at Puyo, and I don't know how good at Puyo you have to be, because, you know, it's an RPG, so I'm going to presume there's grinding, so I don't have to be good at Puyo to get, like, the maximum levels or whatever. I don't quite know the full details of that just yet, anyway. Oh, Tails Flight, my beloved. Or just kill me. Okay. Or just do whatever that was. Oh. One sec, Jamie. I'll read that when we're at the end of this. Oh, this is this one of the one-act zones? There's a couple of those throughout the game. I think this might be one of them. That's why we got this huge Eggman boss here, rather than just a random mini-boss. I'm guessing, anyway. Right. Oh, you're kidding. There goes my rings for juggling too, I say. I got one, as long as I can keep it. Okay. Whoa. Okay, we're good. And we're back down here, doing whatever it is this is. Oh, holy. Ooh, I thought I was going to fall on the gap there. Okay. You got him, I think. Doesn't he have a phase where he goes to the right here or something? Or am I thinking of another boss fight? I thought that was this zone, but I'm guessing not. I thought there was one where, yeah, his tank moved to the right, and I swore it was the temple. Well, Professor Layton, to my knowledge, Luke Triton, Layton's assistant, has one voice for the US release and another for the voice in the UK. The crossover was the first time the UK voice was heard in the US. Interesting. Glad Capcom are releasing their old stuff anyway. Yeah. Everyone has been begging for it. Admittedly, probably Fightcade is still the better way to play a lot of this, but I'm glad they're listening, at least giving people a way to buy these. Welcome, Jason Blue. Hope you're having a good one. Thanks for dropping by. Happy Sunday. Let's try that again. Well, Fightcade is probably the better way to play it with less lag. The official release makes it more accessible. Exactly. That's the key. It's like Origins. The best release doesn't have to be the best. You know, the official release doesn't have to be the best way to play it, but it just has to be an accessible way for newcomers or old fans to play the games, etc. Like, it's never going to match what the community does in its spare time with thousands of hours of effort from dedicated fans, you know. A commercial release that, well, in these cases, encapsulates a load of games, not just one game. Didn't even know that Fightcade exists until when I finally started playing Neo Turf Masters. You can do a bunch of stuff on Fightcade. Well, as you've seen, Neo Turf Masters is one of them, but like, not just the SNK and the fighting game stuff. There's a lot of like puzzle games on there and stuff as well, which I keep meaning to also play on top of finally getting around to Marvel vs. Capcom 2 at some point with King. I've been threatening to play that before Capcom Fighting Collection even happened. Happy Sunday. It rained a lot here, and since it's a country full of humidity, it's like being an endless spa in summer. Oh my goodness, I can imagine. Still, summer's nearly over, right? So hopefully at least a little bit of respite to come for you soon. Fingers crossed on that one anyway. What am I doing? I'm just going in circles. Sometimes the level design in this game can be a bit like that. Yeah, rain can be good, especially if you've not had it for a while, but also, yeah, as you say, the humidity is the real killer. Especially to me more than the heat here, at least. I find humidity way worse, but I'm also privileged to not have to deal with, like, you know, 50 degrees Celsius weather, etc. So, I'll take what I'm given, definitely. Oop. Let me up. I've got a pinball again. I'm platinumizing the Mega Drive Flintstones for the meantime. Very nice. I'd rather live somewhere hot than rain all the time. You get used to it. See, I'm in the complete opposite. I'm on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, King. But each to our own, I suppose. How am I doing today? I'm pretty good. Yesterday, I think you were here for Team Sonic Racing. Afterwards, I did a full long play of Sonic Frontiers, which took a very long time, but was a lot of fun. But because of that, I went to sleep, pretty much woke up, and had like 2 hours to get ready for today. So I've definitely had like a long couple of days, but it's been a lot of fun doing all this, raising the money and playing all these games, etc. Because some of them I've played pretty recently, some of them I've not played in a couple months, some of them I've not played in a long time. So some of them I've not played since launch as well, in the case of like TSR and Mania Plus, so it's definitely been good to get back to those. I had good memory of Superstars. All I had them until the trip campaign started. See, for me, and I think Jamie will agree with me here, even before the trip campaign, the final boss has just eroded all goodwill I had. No, not all goodwill, but I certainly found it kind of took away a little bit from the experience for me. Why do I keep forgetting I am Tails? I don't have to deal with this. And yeah, it just gets worse from that point onwards once you get to Trip's. Actually, Trip's actual story, everyone complained about, but I actually didn't find it too bad. The story itself. Now, there was a couple other issues when you got to the end of it, and I'm looking at you, Fang, but for the most part, the actual story was pretty fine. I remember spending 3 hours trying to beat the boss for Super Sonic with disgusting RNG, and the rings arrived super late. Yeah, even with Super Sonic, it's a pig. I think I used the Infinite Super Sonic cheat back when that still existed. I believe the Santa Sonic skin added a patch with it that got rid of that, but I did that also to get the 100%, and I don't even care. It's alright, it's a classic Sonic boss. We can ring juggle. Oh, really? Could have probably hit that if I was a bit quicker about it. Oh well. I can't remember how you were actually meant to hit this normally, to be completely honest with you. Oh, I meant to get all these guys right, I remember now. Ooh. That's... okay, that's fine. That's how you meant to do it, there you go. But the sound hurt, or the sound section has some of the worst fight music. Yeah, that's the music's... generally, the way I've worded it is the melodies are really good. Sonoi's always really good at his melodies, but the instrumentation here just doesn't quite fit. Unlike, say like Sonic 4, there are a lot of good melodies, but even some tracks manage to shine through with the instrumentation as well. So, was it not Golden Capital? The not the Lagoon Stage. The one we were just in, basically, is a really good song, even in spite of its instrumentation. Comic Book Skin stand out back from the background. They're really nice. I don't get why they were exclusive. And Sonic 4 is indeed 15 this year. Oh boy. Sky Temple, yeah, thank you, Alora. Yeah, Sky Temple is a really good song, considering. It's not just, oh, this would be good with, this would be better, well, this would be a good song with better instruments. Like, no, it's just a good song, as is. One sec, I missed some things as well. Jamie said, I've not remembered the soundtrack until this playthrough, and even though it's Lopes, it sounds like it's trying too hard to be Studiopolis. Well, it is Sonoi for the most part. Clearly what happened was, I'm guessing, the music was left till the nth hour, because previews we have from like 2 or 3 months from the game's launch don't even have a soundtrack, they just use Sonic 4 tracks. So we're guessing, I don't quite know the situation. Maybe at some point they went, oh, these tracks are really bad. Which we do know happened in a couple of cases, like the bridge, whatever it's called, Bridge Island Zone in the final game is composed by Jun Sonoi still, but T. Lopes is the arranger, whereas there's a version that's done by Jun Sonoi in the files. So clearly that was the case with some of these things, where they went, oh, this isn't good, we'll go back and rearrange this. But because of that, it's all Sonoi compositions for the most part, with very few exceptions, mainly the battle mode and stuff. Otherwise... oh, can I get that? Ah, oh, close. There we go. Yeah, basically all Sonoi compositions, minus like menu tracks and battle mode and stuff, but lots of other people came in at the last minute and arranged them, so T. Lopes is perhaps the most prolific one, but there's all sorts in there. There's like Takanobu Mitsuyoshi, Hideaki Kobayashi, who's the PSO2 guy basically nowadays, and a bunch of 06 stuff as well. you have, well, one of the tracks is Hidenori Shoji, who does Yakuza and Monkey Ball, among other things. So it's a real mishmash. You got, I thought I turned that off. Okay. Oh well. What was I gonna say? Yeah, you got a couple others who I can't think of. Toriana as well, the Undertale remixer, who did some stuff for... There's a load of stuff that isn't just known for that, but that's where the name comes from, where the start was gotten from. You know, it does a bunch of stuff like Musica and a couple of other rhythm games, and now as well, and did some TSR also in there. There's like so many artists who are clearly brought in, like, oh, you can't finish 20 tracks? Okay, we'll bring someone else in, etc. I don't know what version of Superstars you're playing, but on PC, even if you're running it from Steam, it links to Epic anyway. Yeah, as Alori said, that's only... It's not very forward about that, but it is... It uses Epic for crossplay, so that's why you have to have an Epic account. You can ignore it and play the game, but it doesn't tell you that that's a thing, so a lot of people obviously got very angry about that, but... yeah, it isn't a requirement. It is just a Epic... It is Epic because that's who handles the crossplay stuff. I can't remember if it was a requirement or not on launch day. I want to say it was, but I know it definitely isn't now. I looked at my message to you about the game, and I think it's for Pick and Mix, and found my part about the music. Regarding the game, it was really a mixed bag, but the soundtrack was still really good. Oh, like, the absolute highlight for me comes way later in the game. Once we get to Blue Lagoon, I mean, that's one of the few tracks that wasn't composed by Sonoi. That's one of the ones that T-Lopes himself actually composed, and it is incredible. It makes me wish we got a whole soundtrack like that. They did change it so it only pops up when you play battle mode. Oh, okay, so it doesn't bug you about it when you first launch the game anymore. That's good. I'm not going to make that mistake. I'm going to go and get that. It was never a requirement. You could close the pop-up, but it would open every time. Right, yes, that is correct. I remember. Cool. This level I recall being a bit of a pig. There are definitely worse levels than this, but I remember falling into the pits a couple of times on these roller coaster sections for sure. If I can fly with tails here, I might be able to go over one of them. I can't remember how this works. So what am I doing all this for exactly? Ah, to open this, and that's just a shortcut, I'm guessing. If they do another classic Sonic game, I don't know if there's a story involved. See, the tracks that other people do, like this one and others, are great. Just tell him, hey, can you make the melodies and we'll do the rest. He has to know at this point that no one likes them. Like, people have been so oblivious, or not oblivious, they've been so obvious about it to his face, which they kind of skirted around with Sonic 4, because he's a good composer, but Sonic fans were really vicious about this and the Origin stuff, to the point where, well, as I say, I wonder if that's why we have tracks like Bridge Island, which, go on TCRF for this page, you can hear the original version of Bridge Island, which sounds exactly like, you know, the menu theme and stuff like that. It uses all the same instruments, it's clearly arranged by him, etc. You can hear that, like, clear and free on those sites, and a lot of other tracks like that, which then ended up being redone by, like, T-Lopes and stuff like that. You have to assume, if there's a finished, or at least nearly finished version of the track, and they completely redo it, that someone involved knew, oh, this is bad. I could have made that back on. Oh well. I made that. It's nice to stick with Model from now on. I know his first Sonic game was 3, but he's more suited for the Montel. Once again, I don't even think that's the case. It's just his choice of this weird sound font. I don't even think most of this wouldn't fit with guitars, or he could just bring someone else on from the sound team to play live instruments for it, or whatever. And yeah, Nakamura coming back would be great, but I somewhat doubt they'd do that. I don't... Well, he didn't make the music on the original Mega Drive as much as he composed it. Someone else came through and, like, made all the instruments and stuff like that, but if you've heard his demo versions, it's basically like 1 or 2 instruments from a synthesizer, so I don't know how much on his own, but if you got him back to write the music and someone like Sonoi maybe to arrange it, then... Not Sonoi, sorry, T-Lopes to arrange it, that'd be a great dream team. Let Hataya loose again. Hataya's stuff in Forces was fine. Maybe just give him a different sound font, but its stuff in Forces is, like, really sound, I'd say. So, yeah, nothing wrong with letting Hataya back either. I think he does do some stuff on this soundtrack, doesn't he? Am I wrong on that one? Also, yeah, I don't have to interact with this, I just realised. Can I just hit him out of this? No, I don't. I'll try. Oh, I can. Okay. It's starting to get a little dark. I don't want to have to get up and close the curtains just yet, but I will have to at some point. Maybe it is real FM. Because I know a lot of people complained that it just sounded fake. But I think that's because they hear FM and expect Mega Drive, which I don't think it was ever intending to be Mega Drive sound, most of his stuff there. But I, once again, could be wrong on that. Maybe it is, and I just got it wrong. But at the very least, it's not using like the same style as Sonic 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, there you go. Sound program done by Hiroshi Kubota. You know, took those bleeps and bloops and put proper drums to them on the Mega Drive, etc. like that. So Nakamura never really did anything like that previously. So I don't know his role in Dreams Come True. Like, does he just make the backings, or like does he do it all himself, or does he pass it off to someone else? I don't quite know. Summer Force's music does use an FM synthesizer. It's just whether it's a real FM synthesizer or it's a fake one. Like, did he plug it into a... You know, I'm not quite making much sense. Other people like Ilari know a little bit more about the subject than me, I think. I just don't remember it being Mega Drive specifically. They expect the Sonic, not the Hybrid Front. I mean, we talk about Hybrid Front all the time, mainly because of Ilari, but if you've not ever heard Hybrid Front soundtrack, if you're not familiar with Hataya, the guy mainly behind Sonic CD, Night City Dreams, etc., if you want to hear him doing good Mega Drive sound that he could do in a classic Sonic game, then go and listen to that soundtrack. It's a thing of beauty. Oop. So yeah, this act's good, but wait till we get to the next one. He's the bassist, so yeah, he doesn't do the full track. You know what I mean by that, like the full. He's done the odd vocals, yeah, but he doesn't do all the mix or whatever. Is kind of what I'm saying. So would he have the skill set needed to do that? Prefer that type of FM music beyond the retro reference to using Sonic Force Piano synthesizer. Oh, I mean, yeah, who doesn't? Let's be fair. Regardless of how you feel about Sonic 4's classic music, it is 100% a step up. Sonic fans are just so burnt by Sonic 4's soundtrack that they go, "Oh, it sounds like Sonic 4." No, it doesn't. Yeah, it sounds like FM synthesizer. That doesn't automatically equal it sounds like this one game that uses a completely different sound engine or whatever, you know. Like, people are just so scarred that A equals B to them. Still not sure how I feel about this boss fight. Also, hello, wisp noises. I think I spammed this for the enemies achievement that you get on Xbox and the like. Xbox, Steam, PlayStation, etc. Obviously it doesn't apply to the Switch version, but I haven't bought the Switch version of a Sonic game for ages, and I heard this one should have been fine, but I actually had some big problems for some reason. Ooh. Like the pinball level we just got out of was apparently really bad on Switch, but then some people also say it was completely fine, so I don't know. The thing is, they were aiming for Mega Drive style FM. I believe there's software out there to do it accurately. Oh, 100%. I know in 2018, for example, Korg Gadget, you probably know Korg synthesizers, but they make versions, obviously digitally, for like PC and stuff. They make them for consoles all the time as well. Like there was a Korg synthesizer for DS, and there was one for Switch. I know the Korg Switch actually got a Mega Drive sound pack that does produce like an SMPS accurate Mega Drive sound. So there's that. Like, that is an option. Oh, my forced play is Amy in Lagoon City. I forgot about that. Let's real quick go back to the world map then, and I will go ahead and play as a different skin of Amy. You already know what time it is. I gotta use it. I gotta make my money's worth, even if it's a free skin now, because I paid for I paid someone in America to get me an IHOP code, so that's right, it's Amy time. Do you know the JX channel? Yes, JX is incredible. He's a Korean who makes music with real hardware. He himself's made the entire Superstar soundtrack in real Mega Drive style, even using patches from some levels of the trilogy. JX does incredible stuff. If you've never heard of JX, check him out on YouTube. Yeah, definitely one of the GOATs, for sure. Alright, so this is, well, the second of 4 of these character exclusive stages we're going to have to do. Like I mentioned, luckily Tails is the final one, so once I've done Knuckles' soon, that'll be it. But thought I'd go with IHOP Amy here, or rather Retro Diner Amy, originally an exclusive to America for some reason. Like I mentioned at the top, this is actually why I own the game on Xbox, because when this came out, there was no PC Steam version of the skin, so I couldn't just pay someone to get me an IHOP code and use it on the Steam version I already had. So I was like, oh, check and see how much it was, and at the time Amazon was getting rid of it for somewhere between £10 to £15. It was like, oh, I'd have to redeem it on I'd have to make an American PlayStation account, because I don't remember my password for it. I'd have to make one of those, redeem the game, make sure it's set as my primary PS5, and play it that way. Or I could just get it on Xbox, where you don't even have to have a VPN, you just go to the American website, hit redeem, and it adds to your UK account or whatever region you are. Xbox is really good for stuff like that. You don't have to do any region changes, any console region change, anything like that. You can sometimes you can just go straight on the redeem site for America and it'll work. Other times, you just hit a VPN and it will take you to the American version of the site and that will let you redeem it. I've done that with so many games and codes and stuff that are region exclusive, and it just adds to your normal account just fine, and you can see it without changing console language or whatever. Good stuff. So that's why I have this on Xbox, basically. It just made the whole process easier, and I wasn't going to get it on Switch. I don't even think the sale applied to Switch, because Switch tax, of course, so Xbox became the next best option for this. And I got the comic codes at the same time, which I missed out on PC. Which you can restore with mods, but it's just not the same. Did it used to have the IHOP branding? No, but how it worked was you couldn't just go in the store and buy it. You had to get it with rewards points, and from what I remember, it was pretty expensive on rewards points. Now, of course, in the UK, don't have any IHOP. I'm assuming other international viewers are in the same place. I don't think it's a solely American thing, but I think it's in very few places, so as a result, promotion was exclusive. It took them months to just release it as a generic thing, but even when it was in IHOP, the DLC itself had no reference to them. It was just something you could go and get there while you bought your Sonic pancakes. And yeah, JX's remake of Shadow Gens in Sonic Advance 3, I listened to like a few tracks here and there. It's been pretty good. If it was okay the UK, I would have had the points. Yeah, exactly. Like, if they'd done it somewhere here. What Retro Diners we got? Wimpy. the Wimpy collab. That would have been great. There you go. I should be able to make that, I say, as it clearly runs away from me. I hope, anyway. Go on, Chaos Emerald, be kind. Let's head this direction and hope it works at some point. I'm mashing A here, just in case. Oh, I'm way too low. Let's see if I can get a bit higher. I'm going to just head purely left and pray. 3, 2, 1. Very close, though. Yeah, great couple of recommendations there. Check out John Joy Tay, Mega Baz, Hooded Edge, Soup OOT, RR Thiel, Savage Regime, and LOL? I never actually know how you say it. Savage Regime in particular. If I had to recommend any of those, Savage Regime would be right up there. I think, hasn't Savage Regime done a bunch of work for games using the exact YM2612 emulation and stuff like that? So I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of like indie games and stuff out there now with perfect Mega Drive sound when Sonic Superstars can't apparently achieve it. Yeah, some folks doing some seriously great stuff. We've come a long way from Sonic Adventure Ice Cap Genesis style remix on YouTube, you know. We got some actually seriously things that push the hardware more than these original tracks did. It's incredible. People doing the Lord's work out there with the Mega Drive sound chips. I think a lot of them use Furnace Tracker. Okay. Still seems to produce a good sound. Unless you mean the Genesis remixes I'm talking about. Nicely. One thing I am enjoying is having the double jump for like one level. I know it's going away because I'm going back to Tails. I could have had this had I not complained, but no, Tails has been a blast to play through so far. He's definitely helped me with some areas here and there. Poor Trip. this point onwards, she will never work for the baddies again. That's why you have to play this level. You don't get the choice like you do with Sonic, whether you want to play this now or later. You have to play this with Trip right now because it's relevant to the story going from Act 2 forward. Once we're done with that, we're free to use Tails for a while longer again. One remix I can't get out of my head is Atomic Destroy Act 2 from DV2 from Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit. That was so good. I mean, a lot of that soundtrack's really good, but that's one of the ones that sticks out. Hybrid Front gets name dropped in the Forces OST notes. I have the English Forces OST, not on hand, but I've never actually read through the liner notes for that. I really should, because that was a Sega Shop UK exclusive, I believe, of all things. Ugh. Thanks, Dimps. Oh, Death Prison's my favourite classic track in that game. So, so good. Yeah, no, I don't know why. It was a Japanese-only release for a couple years. Then they decided, along with Skies of Arcadia, let's just randomly put this on the Sega Shop. Can we not do this? Okay, that's better. Yeah, they randomly decided to drop that on there with like English packaging and everything, which was really odd. But I scooped it up. Unfortunately, didn't get Skies of Arcadia at the time, but I did. For some reason, that soundtrack remained on there for a few years, and they actually did a vinyl of Forces, so I do have Forces on vinyl as well because of that, so I did take advantage of that offer, considering it was only like 15 for the full soundtrack on CD and about 30 for the vinyl, so I was like, well, why not both? Bye, Trip. We love Trip in this house. One thing I love is that, well, we're going into Dream Team a bit later on. I love that, oh, here we go. Slow jams, by the way. One thing I love about Dream Team is, well, this game, of course, it's his name's gone from my head. So Naruto Oshima's development team. So because of that, he not composed. Well, technically, he composed a new character. Yes, he put all the pieces together, etc. He did do that. He made a new character for this. That's Trip, obviously. The counterpoint for that with Dream Team was they got Yukawa, the modern Sonic artist from the Adventure Days, etc., to make a character as well. So these coming out right next to each other was like perfect in that sense. It was like, well, especially now combined with Shadow Gens last year, it's like they just suddenly remembered bits of their legacy that weren't the bits that they'd been spending the last 10 years banging on about. It's like, oh yeah, this guy really was what made classic Sonic pop, you know, and all his designs. He made this world come to life. Let's let him do some new stuff. And same with getting Yukawa back for a new modern game as well. Like, really cool little fan service they didn't have to do. They could have just got anyone in from the team who normally does great work designing characters, don't get me wrong, but they specifically went out of their way to get these names back associated with the franchise again. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say she's tricked like Knuckles is, but she's definitely not like fully informed on what it is she's doing. I just realised I'm playing as Amy. No one else flagged me up on that. You all can't say a word either, so. I was like, oh, I'm enjoying having this double. Wait. Alright, I'm gonna take a sip of my drink if I gotta start this again and enjoy the jams. You sly bastard, Jamie. I love that they're showing the Dark Ages some love. I just hope we don't get too bogged down by showing Dark Ages love just being calling back to them, because you know for a fact the same people who cried over Green Hill coming back over and over again aren't going to say anything on Radical Highways here for like the next 5 games or whatever, you know. They'll stay pretty quiet because that's their nostalgia, so they're happy to see it again. Green Hill wasn't their nostalgia, so they complain every time it's there. Like, I hope both remains true. Like, we don't get too reliant on either concept, you know. We can continue to love SA1 and 2, etc., as long as we take those characters' concepts, or the people who made them what they were, and do new things with that, while still harkening back to them. Like, you know, basically what I'm saying is, don't just remake Radical Highway. Find the people who made Radical Highway great, find what parts of Radical Highway were so great, and work it into new levels, work it into a new style of game, figure out what made SA2's gameplay tick, and do it again. That's what I want to see out of this, which they never really did too well with classic Sonic, you know, with all this Green Hill love, etc. Like, Mania was the best at it in taking these old stages and giving them new leases of life. That still wasn't enough to satisfy a lot of people. They would have rather that have been a new stage. That's what this game does, and I really like that, and I hope once again, we've branded this game a failure. I hope they actually took the time to learn that lesson, that people were really appreciative that we got these new zones to love for years to come, because Bridge Island's a great zone, like I mentioned. Might be one of my favourite, if not my favourite opening stages in any classic game. So, you know, I hope we get chances to have that brought back as like a classic representation in crossover games, like if there's a classic representation in Crossworlds, for example. Maybe we go, well, we just released Superstars, so there's still some brand recognition for the levels. As much as we could stick Green Hill in, why don't we stick Bridge Island Zone in? Like, it doesn't have the staying power of a Green Hill, but they at least give it a chance to shine in that sense, you know? You know, I enjoy getting into the nitty-gritty of the conversations like this and stuff. That's what we get to do on these long streams that we wouldn't normally do if I'm just, you know, doing like 2 or 3 hours or something. Don't get me wrong, imagine a Cyberstation track. Cyberstation's appearance in, what's it called? I can't think of his name. Also, hi Trip. The appearance in Sonic Speed Simulator is not all that fleshed out, but it proves it can work as a 3D concept and be not only visually appealing, but also, you know, have some fun like racing elements to it and things as well. So I could definitely see. To be honest, I think Cyberstation will probably be their pick going forward for if they're going to bring anything back from this game, because, yeah, the song's a bit short. I love the song, but it is definitely way too short of a loop. But aside from that, like, really solid, memorable zone, I'd say. Cyberstation should have some good flight sections. That too, actually. Yeah, it is one of the, along with Speed Jungle, it is one of the Superstar zones that appears in Sonic Speed Simulator, the Roblox game, and that's a really nice representation of it there, I feel, even though it's just made to be like a tiny little MMO map that you run around the same couple of sections over and over again. I feel like it shows there's at least enough potential for that to work as a 3D concept. And yeah, Race of Ages as well. See, this sounds pretty Mega Drive-y in comparison to some of Jun's other tracks. Like, I don't know, I think it's just the drums. The drum samples here just kind of sell the effect to me a bit more than some of the other ones. Thank you, Tails Flight yet again. It is just the drums, yeah. Thank you, Roland Drum Samples, doing some heavy lifting. By the way, speaking of heavy lifting, can we give a shout out for that bit there, right there? That air pocket that's pushing me up. Oh, it ran out, but I was enjoying it while it lasted at least. By the way, I'm going to apologise for the noise. I'm not only using a normal Xbox controller, which was a source of a lot of loud noises during the All Stars Racing DS playthrough. Managed to get my hands on an Elite controller again. So, now the D-pad and everything else is even louder, so my apologies. If you hear a lot of like click-clacking in the background, at least the triggers are quieter when I'm playing Dream Team and other things. I have to come at that from above, really. Let's quickly get a bubble. The Act Tales of... Yeah, I noticed, that's not one of Mitsuyoshi's tracks, is it? But I noticed his sound way more Mega Drive accurate than Sonoi's do. So maybe they had different suites for composing stuff, and therefore some of them, well, they presumably had free reign to make their tracks whichever way they liked, so maybe it was Mitsuyoshi's decision to actually pull out the Mega Drive equipment for that one. I don't know, but some of them, yeah, do sound way more like it than others. Oh, I didn't mean to fly there. Chloe, I'm going to have issues making that jump. I'm going to fall straight to the ground. Right. So what, am I expected to spin dash jump here? Is that what the play is? I think so. I think Act Tales was the border break composer. Oh, I can't think of his name. Enya's going to kill us. But I roughly know the one you mean. I mean, I have access to the soundtrack. Actually, no, I don't. Did they have print Superstars physical? I know they only brought it out digital last June, like 6 months after the game came out, because they had nothing else planned for Sonic's birthday, but I don't remember if they eventually did a physical copy. Oh, another one that's completely T-Lopes here as well, and it shows. Not as good as Blue Lagoon Act 2, but this one is a bop. Yeah, I think I mentioned it during Mania, but for those of you who don't know, that Blue Lagoon track was actually intended for Hidden Palettes in Sonic Mania. Every year the developers come back and do a, hey, here's some new development info kind of thing, and that was it. When Superstars came out, he revealed that and showed off the original demo version. I think you can definitely find it on his Twitter, but as Twitter's Twitter, I think people have re-uploaded it to YouTube if you want to check it out, but it's not even that far off of what appears in Superstars here, so I'm glad people... They were so hands-off with some of the tracks, they were clearly that unfinished. They were like, yeah, just reuse old work, etc. Yasuyuki Nagata, yes, there you go. I knew the second you showed me the name I'd recognise it. There's no way I could have placed the name, but yes, that is the Border Break guy, or someone who's very prolific in Border Break at least. So what have we got left after this? I'm trying to think of zones. This is what, like zone 6 or 7? I think it's either 9 or 11 zones total. I can't remember. I want to say it's 11. And I'm trying to think if Golden Capital is a one-act zone. I know Cyberspace definitely is. Just trying to roughly gauge where we are in the game. Because as I said, it was a 3.5 hour playthrough when I did this for Raising Rings. 18 people see, that's too many cooks. That proves that something was going a little wrong there. Yeah, I was going to go back for that ring, but I should really stop it now, because not only are they getting difficult, I'm just not going to get all of them in time. Not that it matters, you have to beat Trip's story to get the Supersonic final boss anyway, and honestly it's very underwhelming compared to Mania's rendition of it. Don't really even get that much of a difference in ending. Huge spoilers for Superstars, I guess. A random dimensional being shows up, you get Monster of the Week in Classic Sonic for some reason, and you stop them, and that's literally all that happens. I don't know where they come. I don't remember why they come in, and what's the justification for. Presumably there's like this whole, you know, like how Sonic Heroes does it and stuff, like, oh, they were actually meddling the whole game, or whatever, to justify their existence, but I could not tell you what it is. That's how memorable it was to me. It was another one of those bosses that didn't take anywhere near as long as Eggman or Fang, but it certainly took me like an hour, I think. This game's full of bosses like that. Where am I actually going? The problem with Superstars sometimes. I'm not convinced I'm going the right way at all. I think I had a soft lock issue once in this game, otherwise I was generally pretty lucky. You want me to go this way, so it was the way I came from. I just don't quite understand what I'm doing. Yeah, this act gets a little confusing at times. Yeah, this one's definitely a one-parter as well, so not got long to go here. So what, you want me to jump back up here? No? Yeah, it was... So I just fell onto the bottom path, and I actually wanted to go up here or something? Is that what's going on? Because otherwise I don't know. Glad we still get good old Orbinaut. Oh yeah, all the classic guys are back here, and I love that for them. Yeah, I was just meant to know to go up there. But I thought it was hold right to win, not mash the A button to win. What is this? This isn't my classic Sonic I know and love. I was meant to build speed there and it didn't quite work. Whoop. I thought I was going to get a... Bless you. Thought I was going to get a good bounce off that. Not quite. Oh, here we go. Here's the snack. Speaking of years of. Was that Advance 2? Hold right to win? No, Advance 2 has more left. Like, a lot of routes where you have to go left. See, Sonic 4 does the same thing. Everyone complained Sonic 4 was too hold right to win. Oh, sorry, that Sonic was too hold right to win. So there's a load of levels where you spend most of the time going left, and then everyone complained, where's the hold right to win? Didn't you just say... Hang on, pause a minute. We tried to rectify this issue. Okay, yeah, now those guys, they can go in the ditch. Give me some pavement. Phew. Whoa. Just went head first into that. This boss is just way too long. Like, some of them are just bad ideas. This one isn't a bad idea, it's just too long. This one's a perfectly fine boss fight. Like, it's nothing that wasn't, you know, this is effectively just Mirage Saloon, but with a bit more interactivity, honestly, so I don't think it's awful, it's just one of the longer ones. I can't remember if you can get 2 hits in at once on some of these phases. I'm going to guess you can, but it's not meant to be very easy. I'm going to grind Pokemon, put my open SP is on my desk and I'm comfy. One of the worst grinds. You're over there, but I'm over here, so I'm simply not going to go and get that. Yeah, I gotta move a couple meters to do this thing. I don't think we'll be doing that. Are we done yet? Yes, thank goodness. Ooh, completely overshot. Do do diddle 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 diddle. I need to press the A button. Although, actually, I think I'm going to go back to the map before I get too far into the game. And I'll go and... I'm not actually going down there, Tails. I hate to break it to you. Yeah, before I get too far, I'm going to go all the way to the... Oh, I don't actually have to go all the way to the left. I get this little pop-up here. That's nice. To go and see how I'm looking for coins and stuff. Not good. The situation's a bit dire. Oh my goodness, I like just the state of this. Alright, well, guess what? Mecha Sonic, just as well I bought this downloadable content, because you're clearly going to be... You're going to be our character of choice in Cyber Station, then. Yeah. This is where the game drags for me. These next 2 zones are just a little extra. This just feels like only slightly less dickish Metropolis. And the next one after this is... Golden Capital itself is fine. It's unsurprisingly the boss fight. Golden Capital itself is not too bad, but... It's knowing that Golden Capital's boss fight is coming the entire way through the stage that just makes it a bit annoying. But we'll make it through. Oops. Wow, that's 1 towards my hundreds of needed coins there. Oh yeah, I never sent out any posts about the stream today. I should probably do that if I... Either when I come back from come back and start Dream Team, or I'm gonna... I don't know, or I'll do it if I need to take a break at any other time, or take the opportunity to do that. So, yeah. Yeah, this is definitely the low point of Superstars. Once you get out of here and get into Cyber Station, you get back on track again until the final boss, effectively, but... I don't know. Mania definitely has the problem to me on replays as well, that I feel there's just too many zones, and these are the 2 which, if you're trimming fat, these are the 2 fats that can be cut, basically, you know? The 2 big joints on the piece of bacon or whatever. On the cut of meat. This is the bits you can get rid of. I know they're fully developed or whatever, but someone had to come in and tell them for the pacing's sake this would improve it. Don't get me wrong, Mania's still a great game, but I do feel maybe it could do with 1 or 2 less zones, but they're kind of competing with the whole... Well, Sonic 3 and Knuckles has this many zones, so we've got to at least match that, if not beat it, which I understood was a bit of an issue going into Mania, so I don't blame them for doing it like this, but this game suffers from the exact same syndrome, and it could really benefit from, you know, someone coming along and sticking some bits on the literal cutting room floor in this case. I thought that background was really blurry on the Switch. It is blurry here, but I'm guessing combined with the low resolution makes it stand out a bit more on Switch, Jamie. Because, yeah, backgrounds would be the easiest thing to cut without most players noticing. That should have... If that was Mania, or just this game most days, that would have been a crush death, so I'm very... I didn't have a crush death in Mania, did I? I just thought about that. Someone might be able to remember better than me, but I'm pretty sure I never had a stupid moment where I got crushed between two things, did I? Which is that game's bread and butter. Now, Origins is on the same engine. That's still to come. Oh, Switch removes the background filters. Oh, that's even worse. So yeah, it looks blurry, but only because the background assets are so low quality at that point, not because of any blurring filter. Oh. Do I want... Can I go... Can I even go up here? No. Oh, the whole point is I want to avoid coming up here in the first place. Okay. I want to avoid the timer. Okay. Yeah, the Switch version definitely has its problems, I can't lie. It shouldn't, because... Well, the assumption that comes with classic Sonic game is pixel art, so therefore you shouldn't have to make any compromises, but even then, the assumption is, well, surely this is less graphically complex. Which it isn't. It's an unfair assumption to make, but this is the exact sort of game that would work perfectly, considering it is meant to, in any other circumstance, it would be a smaller budget release, so it would almost make sense to, like, optimize it most for Switch, and it does hit 60 quite a lot, so they clearly did put quite a bit more effort into it than they do with other Sonic games, but this doesn't quite hit the landing in sections like these. Like, just remove some detail from the background if you gotta, like, remove certain parts of the parallaxing or whatever you gotta do to get it to look just that little bit less crunchy, I guess. You know, I'm sure people wouldn't complain about missing background details if it bumps the FPS up that bit more. And that's been the case with me and other people for a lot of these Switch games. Also, I expected I'd be able to get the hits, that's why I ran head first into him there. Oh, don't take your hands off the controller, really bad timing. Oh, I had an opportunity there. I'm guessing that's where he becomes tangible enough to hit. Yes. Yes, it is. Once again, I'll take my ring juggling. This is a classic game. I'll do all the ring juggling I can, damn it. So that act's okay. The gimmick in there's a little intrusive, but whatever. It's this act I remember just being like... First time I played it, I was like, it's interesting, but the more you play this one on repeat, it's just needlessly, like, aggressive with it. So like that one, you got a bit of a global timer running, but the global timer's just, like, taken to the next level in terms of what it does on reaching the countdown end. Yeah, I've got to go out my way to hit switches. It almost becomes a pseudo-stealth game, because if that timer reaches the top there, it's not just I get shoved to the ceiling or whatever, it's an insta-kill. So, it feels very Mad Gear Zone, this one, which is weird considering no one from Dimps was involved in it, but very much there's a gimmick like this in one of the Mad Gear stages in Sonic 4. I know definitely the one that's in Episode Metal, which is its own stage, but the Episode Metal stage has this gimmick in it as well, from what I recall, right? Also, side note, I really hate how these control. I don't remember if they've been in too many other Sonic games, but certainly any other platform where I've had with something like that has controlled very differently to how I expect that to control. Also, I'm gonna die. I don't know where the next switch is. I have no idea, so that's gonna be an L from me. No, yeah, can't do anything. Even if you're on the Switch, if it gets to 0, tough luck. Yeah, the orbs don't control properly at all. I may end up doing I Don't Want to Play With You Anymore to the SP soon. Even if the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 is for Pro hardware and not 5 mini, I will still probably try and get one. I understood, like, all of those, but putting them together... I'm kidding. The SP's great. I love my SP, like... It's not a perfect system by all accounts, but for just about what I want it for, it does the job. There are definitely more powerful systems that can do more features or whatever, but I'm not really in the market for them. I'm in the market for pick up and play, because I don't think I've ever finished a game on one of those handhelds, honestly, but if I started them and then moved the save to a like emulator on my PC or something like that, definitely. I've done that a load of times actually. And similar things like that, or I just want to pick it up while I'm on a train or whatever. Like that's what they're perfect for, like a quick game of Tetris or starting a playthrough, even if not seeing it through. So yeah, I'm perfectly content with my purchase. I loved the Mario Mini Plus that I had. I only upgraded the SP because the slight power bump for 2D PS1 stuff. Like, I'm sure the 3D stuff doesn't run excellent. I've not really messed with it, but stuff like Puzzle Bubbles and 2D Fighters and 2D sprite-based games run great, and that's the little bit of bump I wanted, rather than like full 3D stuff on the go or whatever. So to me, it's perfect, basically. I really like the form factor and buttons on the Mario Mini arguably a bit more, but I also love the clamshell for the portability and ease of taking it around, so I handed off my Mario Mini Plus every now and then. I'm sure it'll be easy enough to steal back if I miss my beloved that much, but otherwise I'm, yeah, really happy with my purchase, so nothing too much to complain about. The only thing I can complain about is about 2 months after I bought it, they made a transparent green one, which looks really cool. Shantae Advance to play later this year, true. I mean, we don't have a release date for GBA, but we have a release window for the Switch version, right? So presumably, those of us who wanted to just be able to buy a ROM file of it will be in luck. Like, I wish, because, for example, if you know Wave Game Studios, the Dreamcast indie publisher, they flat out let you buy ROM files of their games, because they know that loads of people have got a GDMU nowadays, so therefore won't be able to play the physical disc you just bought from them. They let you either buy the physical copy on its own and add an add-on of the file, or you can just buy the file on its own, which is awesome. Of course, they're never going to do that, because A, Nintendo would lose their shit, but also B, limited run games, they want you to buy the cartridge. But I'd love the ability to do that, because the GBA version is going to take like another 6 months from whenever Switch is done, or I can't remember if it's coming to any other consoles other than Switch right now. But people will just crack that day one, and well, I'll buy it on Switch, and then, you know, to support the devs, I'll buy it digital, and then I'll put it on my GBA or whatever, because I'd rather play it on GBA, but personally I'm not... I'd love a physical cart somewhere down the line, but right now I'm not personally in the market for one. But I know not everyone will be the same. Like, I'd take the cart on its own. I almost don't want the hassle of dealing with GBA cardboard boxes at this point. Personally, but I would like one down the line if they ever start reselling them again, because I didn't have the money at the time, and I wasn't too interested in pre-ordering it as much as I would have been just getting it outright at the time. Please, can I find... At least this is unlimited lives. That is the one thing I can say in favour of this. Yep, missed it. Second time that's happened now. 3DS XL clamshell capable of PS2, GC, and Wii is almost my endgame. Just missing the second screen, but that needs software work to be really good. Yeah, even just having the hardware for a second screen, as proven by some of those two-screen Switch things and Steam Deck things coming out, just having the screens isn't enough. You need good software to control the screens and back that hardware up effectively, you know. So even if we started seeing dual screen handhelds, I'd give it till custom firmware and, you know, a year or so has passed to the point where I feel like we start seeing good uses of that sort of thing personally, but I'm aware other people will feel differently and just want to invest, you know, be an early adopter and all that, but personally not for me. Shantae shipping May 1st to the 31st, but that still could be a placeholder. God damn it. Yeah, I think we were given a rough release schedule for the Switch version, which, as I said, from what I remember, it's coming out digital on Switch first, then they're starting limited run stuff. Might be worth a Google if anyone's got access, but that's roughly what I remember. Oh, for goodness sake, like, I only just spawned into the level. I don't care that I'm taking a hit here, it's basically my only option. I'm dead anyway, what does it matter? Level sucks. You can do the Microsoft Surface Duo solution as treating the two screens as one in Android, but it can be inelegant when it comes to positioning screens. I know you can do that on like ultra wides as well. You can effectively have a second screen in software and stuff like that, to where I'm sure like maybe we'll start seeing phone screens in these things with software separating them or what have you. Maybe that'll be the solution some of these companies take to doing this sort of thing. And come on, we're right next to one this time. I don't know why there's not one of those way closer on the main path, and I have to go out my way for it like that, but that's how they want to do it. So that's so needlessly strict. Possibly if Drastic for Android does support... Oh, it does! I didn't know Android really natively had support for that kind of thing. I always would have assumed it was like, you know, either tweaks... I nearly said Cydia tweaks, so that's iOS. Through, like, routing functionality, or maybe nowadays, like, apps in the App Store could do it for you. I didn't realise that was fully built in, but Android powers a lot of things, way more than you think, to where I guess it kind of needs that. Yeah, looking like Digital Shantae will be first. Yeah, so the ROM file for that will be out in like a day, so I'll get it on Switch and then immediately put it on my flash card and play it on my GBA setup, because it's where I'd rather play it, but right now, as I said, I'm just not looking to own the GBA version. Down the line, maybe, if they make enough of them and I can get it second hand, or they start reprinting them again, but not a huge LRG fan, so also not in a massive rush to buy it and wait a year for it from paying for it personally. Or, you know, that's what it would have been nowadays. I hate the stage. Dinner Scenes might pop out at short notice. That's no worries, Aluri. I'm going to go for dinner, so for like a 30-45 minute break once we finish the game here, so I'll be in the same position, same as the other day. We'll have RS on, we'll have requests. Bet you wish you could pop out of the state, I wish. But, where is it? Just an easy to act. Oh, it's the same section we were in earlier. I don't care, just kill me. I'm not going to make it in time, we all know that. We're not going to play the charades of, am I going to make it? Am I not? No. I know I'm not making it, so I'll just wait and do it again. So fall onto the bottom path, because God forbid we have a switch on the top path, I guess. Right, bottom path. There it is, up there. Like, you could just make this tiny bit less strict, and this section would have become so much, you know, still intense, but so much nicer in the... I flew over it, didn't I? Yeah, there it is. Please! Oh, fuck's sake. Freedom Planet 2 is getting shipped between August 1st and the 31st. Nice. Has there been is there any sort of retail release we know coming? Because I swear Limited Ron weren't the only people doing stuff for Freedom Planet, but I could be wrong. God, Freedom Planet's been out forever now. It's, what, 2022? And they've only just got to a physical for that? Like, that really shocks me. And even then, a physical that's coming out in August of 2025. Now, inching along. For some reason, these stay up forever and barely go down. I don't know why. You probably could clip that out of context, but please don't. Okay. But now the problem is finding another one, because that was the problem we had in this last section, was the climb is so long, and yet there's no place to do that. Okay, so there was one at the bottom, so if I get stuck here again for ages, go to the bottom. Took them a while to do a physical for the first game also. That was at least a retail release, wasn't it? And plus it wasn't on console for ages anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong, Wii U was the first console release of Freedom Planet, right? And even that was like a year or two after the game came out. I hate this section. Why does this control so badly? I'm actually very surprised they made that. Yes, it was initially digital on Wii U, because I know a lot of people played it for the first time because it was on a Wii U Humble Bundle at some point, I believe. I believe we have it on Wii U for that exact reason, but I already had it digital on PC by that point anyway. I got it relatively close to when it first came out, because I was pretty active with like hacks and fan games at that point on Sonic Retro and SSRG. I feel like I'm forgetting a letter from Sonic Stuff Research Group. No, it is SSRG. Wasn't the Life of Freedom Planet on console because of Flash? Was it? I don't remember that, but you might be right. I'm guessing it uses Flash for its cutscenes since it's Sonic Worlds. Yeah, no, that's actually probably good reasoning. But yeah, it did eventually get PS4, and I know it definitely got a Switch release. It got another one somewhere along the line as well, I can't think of. Guess what, after all that, we still got to deal with a boss fight. And a mediocre one at that. Does Superstars have anything other than mediocre fights? I feel like I shouldn't ask that question, because I'll only get disappointed at the answer, but... I think that was a big part of the switch to Unity. Did they actually... What, is that... Do you mean in this instance for the second game, or do you mean they switched the first game to Unity? Come on, jump. Okay, well, that didn't kill me. Okay. Welcome, Silent Chaos. Hope you're having a good one. I fucking hate this game. Why is it like this? Why can that kill me? That's meant to help me jump onto him. Why can that kill me? I take it back. I don't hate this game. I hate this stage. And Golden Capital. This is just a particular low light. Stage 3 really feels like it wants to be the launch-based Stardust Speedway moment. But there's so many more stages. Like, launch base is only where it is because of the Sonic 3 split. Otherwise, that's the only reason it's in the middle of the game. This doesn't have the same reason. So why is it just like 2/3 of the way through the game trying to be like a big Eggman base or whatever? Because then we just go to like a random place filled with gold. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for joining us. Indeed, we're getting in on the Game Blast action a little bit early. Radio Sega's got a bunch of stuff going on as of Friday, but I'm getting in as of last Friday, because... Well, this Friday just gone, because I'm a glutton for punishment and all that. Yeah, !donate. That's where you can head if you want to find out various things you can do. Unfortunately, the Superstars Bid War is now closed, as you can see. We're playing as Tails. But there are plenty of other incentives still open. Like, hey, if you want to see me play Sonic Frontiers The Final Horizon, then you have until the end of the marathon. Also a load of Kirby stuff if you enjoy your Kirby games. You can make me play a bunch of the side modes in those as well. Otherwise, you can just donate, because Special Effects are a great cause. I'm sure many of you all know that by now. If you'd like to find out more about them, though, !Special Effect is where you can go for that one. Anyway, as I said, the stage itself is fine. Also, another case of Jun Sonoi's cat meowing instruments where this actually sounds pretty good even with them. One of the few songs that I feel like fits into that category. I really like this one. Especially that little bit there. That's so Sylvania Castle. I like Sylvania Castle, so I'm perfectly here for it. But, yeah. As I said, I kind of like Golden Capital enough as a stage. It's just you're playing it knowing what's coming the entire time. Jamie, they must have. I'm convinced someone did that at some point. Okay. Interesting first time chat. Fair enough. I'm sure that someone's told him, right? Yeah, just... Okay. I can't get up here. I prefer to get up here, game. Oh, right. You're meant to only mash one button here, but if you mash all your spin dash buttons, you can just go super fast. They need to lie to Jun for the next Classic game and telling he's making music for a modern Sonic game instead. Well, why is Classic Sonic here? Oh, you know, well, we're experimenting with something new, putting him in a 3D game for the first time. It's going to be like Adventure. Can you make music like that? And, let epic prank begins. All I think of at those points is drill! Especially Colors DS drill. It reminds me a lot of even the color scheme for like Planet Wisp on the DS this level, like all the blues and the You got the drill work in the ground as well. That's what it always reminds me of personally. So yeah, we're all on the same page there, Jamie, for sure. Can I spin dash? For some reason it keeps letting go of down. Like that. Stop it. There we go. That's what I've been trying to do this whole time. So I'm pretty sure Knuckles' act is in this zone, but I also remember it only being a 1-act... No, it is 2 act. It is actually a 3-act zone, isn't it? I think, now that I'm thinking through it a little bit more. So, we're in this. We're doing this, but I think after this we are into whatever its name is, Cyber Station, so we'll be home free. Somewhat. Oh. I also found it weird that Knuckles had all the emeralds and yet you had the incentive to do the... Oh, I thought you meant I had an incentive to do a special stage. Right. Yeah, hang on a minute. Why has Knuckles been holding on to them and not telling us? Make sure Jun is busy sometime when making the next classic game. Hey, we want to put out a same album. Don't pay attention to what Tiny and Lips doing in the other room. Hey man, we need a guitar, but like it's just for nothing important, you know. They can't even keep him busy by sending him on the Symphony World tour, because supposedly he's barred from that. He's not barred from that, he just wasn't at the London one, because he went out drinking in London. A little fun behind the scenes for you there. Okay, what else we got? Is this it? Please let this be it. Because finds the missing emeralds at the end of his act. He does, doesn't he? I always forget about that. Why does he have them? Why does he not have them, or finds them, rather? Weird. Odd plot at times. I mean, it's a classic Sonic game. It doesn't really need to have one, but it still tries every now and then. Oh. I thought this was the end of the stage, not quite. Jim, we're making a super secret new IP and we need you to do your thing on the guitar a couple years later. Here's this work in the new Sonic game. God damn it. Bamboozled again. Oh, so Fan can steal them and tease Super Trick. Right, yes, that is the reason they do that. Even still, I'm still not convinced that's a good enough reason. Alright, over we go. Little jump. I say, as I fail to make said jump. There we go. Well, once you get rings, this boss becomes a little bit easier. It's just the act of initially getting the rings without getting hit by some of this stuff. There we go. Bet you wish you had Amy now. Not really. Tails can do a lot of the stuff Amy can in these bosses. But yeah, I assume you mean because I can double jump straight over him, but kind of do that with Tails. Oh boy. Just to start the rebellion of the piggy banks. They've had enough. Who can blame them? Oh, sugar lumps. Right. Second time with more passion. Not my sweet passion though, no, because I requested to not play as Amy. I thought you could at least run into him with Tails. Can you really not? No, you can. It was just being picky. Oh boy, was it being picky. You got me getting some of those rings as well. Yeah, so it's just hyper-specific about where you hit him with Tails. Like, you can do it, just seemingly only at certain points in the phase. Oh wait, no, we still got at least Frozen Base to come, right? Because we've still got Knuckles section and Frozen Base at some point, haven't we? Or is it Cyber... No, it's Cyber Station before Frozen Base, isn't it? I think. Oh yeah, Jamie, get started on that Pokemon, by the way. There we go. See, that wasn't too bad, eventually. So what do? Do I Do I Sonic 2 it and go down this hole? Silent Chaos donated £10 to Special Effect. Thank you ever so much. Really appreciate that. Let's double check what that says right about now. Hopefully my Tiltify's not signed me out, because sometimes it does that, and I have to send myself an email to actually get back into it. It's signed me out, isn't it? No, it hasn't. Oh, lovely stuff. Thank you very much. Silent Chaos left a £10 donation and donated for Kirby Star Allies, the guest star ? Allies Go, meaning that we are now going to be doing that. Did you answer the question, Silent Chaos? I'm double checking and I can't see an answer. Wait, what? Why have you put yes boss to the bot? As something auto-flagged? I'm really lost. Oh, sorry, you went yes boss to me. Right, I got it. Yeah, did you put any answer to the question? Because you can choose what character you want. I can't see if you've done that or not, unfortunately. Let me see if I can find that in incentives. I can turn both of those off now, I've just realised as well. Sorry, just checking for this. I'm aware I have no background noise. I put Rick, Kyan, and Ku if it doesn't show. Are they all one character? I can't remember how that works, honestly. If they are, then I'll play as them. If it's 3, I think they count as one character slot, don't they? Right, Act Knuckles next, so let's go back to the world map. Oh, they put them as one in the mode. Cool. I'll make a note of that somewhere at some point then, and we'll do that. Thank you very much. Kirby Dream Land 2 flashback. No, there's... For as much as I'm not a fan of Star Allies, Star Allies is a much better game than Dreamland 2. Right, change character. Let's go a bit of Knuckles, and why not? We're not really going to get another opportunity. Let's show off his Lego skin. Before we do that, I will get into the act, but I am going to take literally like 30 seconds because it's dark. It's pitch black in here now, so I'm going to go and close my curtains and stuff. So I'm not even going to put on RS or anything like that. That's how quick I intend on being. I'll just fade the music up and go and do that, and then I'll be right back. So, right, don't go anywhere. I literally will only be 30 seconds to a minute, so see you in a sec. Whoops, I didn't mean for the audio to jump down as suddenly as that. Thanks, Windows. Anyway, we are back. Just stood up and stretched my legs and stuff while I was at it as well. Got my curtains closed, lights are all on. I think we should all be good to go again, so I'm going to hit restart. I might have set the volume a bit too low, actually. I think I had it about there for the Xbox. So hopefully that's a bit better. Alright, let's go. Finding my copy of Omega Ruby, I also found Lego City Undercover and Mario Sonic 2012. Are they both 3DS versions as well, I'm guessing, then, Jamie? Both very good 3DS games. I've never actually played as Lego Knuckles. Some of the other Lego characters are definitely very goofy, but Lego Knuckles might be taking the cake for me. Look at his glide animation. It's so janky. I love it. What am I doing here, exactly? I thought I was meant to stand on the Switch. Is there something else to this? Oh, right, okay. Makes sense. It doesn't have any noises to kind of indicate that's what it wants me to do, but sure thing. Also, another slapper, as has been pointed out in the chat. Another one of the cases where the meow instruments actually sound pretty good. Yeah, I've never played Lego City Undercover on 3DS, but I've heard it's a pretty decent version. Serves as a prequel as well, effectively, doesn't it? And Mario Sonic 2012, I intended to stream this past Olympics, but never got to it, so maybe I'll do that one day. Who needs noises when you can guess? True. Classic Sonic's never had any trial and error, famously, so who am I to complain? Yeah, unsurprisingly that's trapped on 3DS because they never ported it to home consoles when they ported the Wii U version to other things, so the only way still to experience that. Keep meaning to pick up a copy because I see it all the time in CX for like £1.50 or whatever, and I'm like, oh, it's worth that price of entry, surely, for a physical, so we'll get to that at some point. I also believe it's one of the few non-Nintendo developed 3DS... what am I trying to say? One of the few games that Nintendo didn't develop that became a Nintendo Select, from what I know, on 3DS. I think there were a few more of them, like indie games on Wii U got Nintendo Selects, if they were digital only quite often. But in terms of 3DS stuff, I don't think it's a very big list, so it's a pretty interesting one. Published by Nintendo, that would be why. What am I even doing? What is the game trying to get me to do here? I'm not quite sure. I hold down glide, and that's the only time it's actually done something. Lego Knuckles gliding is so jank, I love every bit of it. Yeah, that would make sense as to why it's in Nintendo Selects then, but still technically true in that it's not Nintendo developed and one of a few. Howdy Viper, been a hot minute, hope you're doing well lately. Paulie, welcome, been a little bit, I was going to say long time, but I don't think it was too long back now, was it? But thank you so much regardless. How have you been? Hope you've been good. This is One Man Replay. We are getting started a little bit early, but this is meant to be part of Game Blast, so we're raising a bit of money here for SpecialEffect. And yeah, currently playing Sonic Superstars on the third day of the marathon here. Afterwards got a bit of Sonic Dream Team, and then Sonic Cross Shadow Generations to come, so got a lot of cool Sonic games on the go. Then once we've done that, getting into a bit of a Kirby marathon. That's what I'll be doing during the actual Game Blast weekend itself, so yeah, been having a good one. As I say, hope you've been good. Even though WB Games has the license and it was developed by the studio, Nintendo published the Lego City games initially. Oh yeah, they did publish it on Wii U as well, didn't they? Because I saw it actually today on my Facebook feed. There was, of course, there's like plenty of weird Switch console bundles and stuff like that, but there was one of the cool things they always did with Wii U was, if it was an official Nintendo bundle, they gave it its own unique box design. So the Wii U logo was actually replaced by Lego bricks on the back of it. If anyone's in the Discord, which by the way, !Discord, if you're not there, feel free, like someone like Jamie, if you could look up a picture of this, the Lego City Undercover, the Wii U box set, look that up, because it's a really cool little design they put on it, because normally they did it for like Splatoon and Smash, and yeah, they're really nice, but you expect it, but I was just kind of surprised they did it for Lego. True, time flies, it's so much it's hard to tell. Very cool, you're taking part in Game Blast. SpecialEffect is amazing, hearing about it dropped my jaw. Indeed, been getting involved in Game Blast for the last few years now, because SpecialEffect are just so great at what they do, and they're such a great cause, and so needed, in terms of, well, like, that's definitely a conversation for another day, but companies can always do more as, like, you know, developers and publishers and things to add accessibility features, not only to make SpecialEffects life easier, but you know, help in making people able to play these games a bit easier as well. Like, we were talking about Pac-Man World earlier. Pac-Man World's one of the few PC games that lets you use your keyboard and mouse and controller at the same time, all as input methods. So I can jump with my mouse, but move with my joystick. And I saw someone on the reviews page for that actually praise that for that exact reason, because they needed it as an accessibility feature, and it's one of the few games that included it. There's like very basic things like that publishers can do but don't do that would really not only help SpecialEffect but help people as well. And SpecialEffect do such a good job, you know, want to make their lives as easy as possible for them, as someone who wants to fundraise for them, but also, you know, everyone else should do their bit as well and make games more accessible for everyone. We're getting there, but it's definitely taken it many, many years more than it should to like get some of these basic features into games and things like that, like even things like colorblind modes and stuff that feels in the grand scheme relatively simple. So SpecialEffect doing these like huge grand contraptions to get people with physical disabilities back into games is just so important to me if I feel that strongly about, you know, other smaller things like that as well. So really important cause in my opinion, very much worth donating to. You know, we all need technology and games in our lives. You can't cope in today's world, definitely without technology, but certainly can't cope with the hardships the world brings your way if you don't have a distraction like games as well. So no matter what form entertainment takes for you, you've got to be able to access it in this world. And one thing I really love is the eye sensor controls. That's crazy. Yeah, eye sensor controls, I've never actually got to try one myself, but I know of all things, not of all things, because Sumo Digital, the developers of the first 3 Sonic Racing games, we now know they're not working on Cross-Worlds, but they're very active with SpecialEffect and always were in terms of adding like these features to their games and stuff. So actually on PC, Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed sadly didn't come back for Transformed. Oh, sorry, what's it called? Didn't come back for Team Sonic Racing, but Transformed on PC actually does have built-in support for eye sensors. If you go and look in the game's launcher, there is an option for it. That's not like an unofficial mod that someone else has made or whatever, that is an official feature in the game, which is really nice. Can I repeat what I was saying about Lego City? Yeah, look up a picture of the Wii U box, Jamie, as in the console bundle. They made the Lego out of... They made the logo out of Lego. It's very interesting. Wii U box variants in general are really cool, but that's like one of the best ones for that reason. But no, yeah, that's really nice that they included that, and that was 10 years back, and companies still aren't including that. Hell, Sumo themselves didn't even include it in Team Sonic Racing, so... I don't even know where I'm going anymore. Yeah, no, it goes to show how these companies can not only benefit SpecialEffect, but add all these features in at the same time as well, so I only hope we begin to continue to see more stuff like that in games as the years go on. As I said, the phrase is a long time overdue, and it definitely is. Can I do this and then glide? Nope. The game is just not giving any hints here, is it? I'm guessing that one ring... Yep. The one ring was the hint. Surprise. It was actually 3. It's 2025. It's time 100%. That still doesn't mean just because it's time people should be doing these things that we shouldn't be supporting the companies who are making it work manually anyway as well. So continue to do the great work. Not going to make the same mistake this time. I'm going to switch back to Tails as the people donated with their money to see Tails. Well, one person. One person donated. Thank you, Ilari. And last time I completely forgot to switch back after the character exclusive level, so I'm going to do that now. Back to Comic Book Tales. And on to Act 2. Now this stage, this one sucks. That Knuckles one wasn't amazing. Oh yeah, Super Trip, by the way. It's a shame we have to skip it because we're not on a time crunch, but certainly got 2 more games after this to get through today, and it's already 5 o'clock, so I think I did put 2 hours on the Superstar estimate. That was foolish of me. Oh well. As long as the other 2 stay roughly around estimate, it's not a late night for me tonight anyway, so I just didn't think even 2 of them on their own is only like a 4-hour day, you know, even Superstar, sorry, you know, if you do Superstars and Dream Team or Dream Team and Shadow on the same day, it still doesn't even feel like a full day to me, so I just was like, well, I'm just going to try and cram them all into one, which, you know, might be a little bit of a mistake, but I want it to feel like a marathon. I don't want it to feel like me just playing it. Oh, I'll do 2 hours of a game tonight and that's about it, which ironically is what tomorrow is anyway. I'm going to have to look for this, Jamie. If I find this, maybe at some point I'll post it in the Discord, as I say. I saw it on Facebook this morning, which is what reminded me. It's really cool. There's a bunch of others, like Splatoon has a, you know, or The Ink, and Smash Bros has one, and Mario Kart has one that probably looks like Mario Kart Stadium or something. Like, the Wii U had really cool boxes. The Switch, of course, cut that, because why do that when you could just have full-scale game art instead of have a custom version of the Switch logo with, like, the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe rainbow effect, you know? I got a whole Genesis throwback planned. If we reach our goal on day 1, it'll be 24-hour stream. Very nice. I am still live on the Saturday, although not for very long actually, so I'll see, I'll at the very least see if I can tune in for some of your Game Blast streams, because it's been a long time since I caught one of your streams as well, so definitely want to make sure I can. Might be a little difficult given I'm still doing my own stuff, but where I can I'll pop my head in and say hi and all that, because yeah, it's been a long time since I've caught your streams. You've definitely caught a few of mine recently and I'm really appreciative of that. Normally that's just a little time zone thing, but hey, that might actually work in my favour, because I've been staying up late recently the last couple of days to do these streams, so might be able to catch it. Fingers crossed anyway, but yeah, best of luck with all that. Hope it goes well. Are you just doing these, is it like the Sonic Genesis games, or you got some other ones in there as well? Anything in particular worth looking out for? Bean. A little taste of what's to come. Once again, just like Frontiers, that will be on the homework in the case of the boss fight, so make sure we get used to controlling that thing. Everyone's got their own thing going on. I've actually been considering streaming today. I've got to go finish work on music. I've fallen behind. How's that all going recently? You've been happy with your music and all that? I keep meaning, you sent me the links to the stuff on RS and I've just never got to it. I'm really sorry about that. I will do that. Maybe if I remember it. It's going to be like 6+ hours, I might forget again, but if I remember at some point I will get that all uploaded for the remix rotation. It's been a it's been a minute, I just completely forgot, my apologies. Can I go up here? Yes I can. Boy, is this actually it? Or is this still one last tease before the real thing? I think there's still one little bit to go. I should pull back. No, fine. 1 gold coin. Maybe I can buy a third of that knight's costume now. Ooh. 1 sec. When I'm out of the danger zone here, I'll give that a read. Yo, this boss is an auto-scroller, so for all I know, I might have a load of time, Jamie. I wanted to keep my ring. Bit of pain. What game is this? Is this New Super Mario Bros? This game, yeah. Yeah, didn't you know? This is Bowser's Fortress right here. Legit switched the character and it looks like, I know. That's the worrying thing. It doesn't feel like a Sonic boss fight in the slightest. New Super Mario Bros. Sonic Edition. Yeah, this boss is so long, and I'm pretty sure one of the things that made the last time's playthrough take 3.5 hours is I failed this once or twice. Which, yeah, it will do that. It would make it take quite a while if that happens. Oh well, don't care, got a free hit. L plus ratio, unfortunately. Oh, where do my rings go? Yeah, this is bad. Oh no, it's fine. Let's read these real quick, since I missed a couple things. The Genesis run will be part Sonic, Origins and Classic Collection, but then I do have a list of other Genesis games that I grew up with that I'll list in the next message. Arrow the Acrobat, Radical Rex, Boogerman, Earthworm Jim, the Disney games, some art games, Battletoads, Tiny Toons, Animaniacs, Taz, the list goes on. That's a pretty solid list of the non-Sonic stuff. It's a pretty good Genesis list, at least, of the stuff I'd associate like more with the American side of things. That's a pretty good list, so all sounds good. How much time will I have during this auto-scroll? This bit's a bit more perilous, but I could look up the Lego thing during the next section. You have to look, as they say outside on Facebook, so if push comes to shove, I'll just find the Facebook page again, maybe during the downtime, if I remember. There's one bit here, this bit, where the game directs you right into one of these lava pits. It's really annoying. What were they thinking with this boss? I wish I knew. We've suffered enough during this development. Now they shall suffer with us too. I don't think I can hit him yet. I'm not going to risk it, honestly, though. I think Dorkly does skip when Mario and Sonic switch lives. It doesn't go well. Oh, I can imagine. For as much as we could switch the character here, switching in Mario, I mean, he'd die instantly, wouldn't he? He's not equipped for this, poor bloke. Let's see. Oh, I actually made that. Okay. Experimentation, people claim. Auto-scrollers are done. We've done auto-scrollers in Sonic. Mania Plus established that the auto-scroller stage in Mania didn't work. Why did we need this? Auto-scrollers have had their day. Especially ones that take 5 minutes for no good reason. Experiment with making a better game. Unfortunately, Sega clearly is not going to let them experiment with that king, otherwise I'd also be on board with that. Oh, I got hit by it that time. I did so well last time to avoid it. I got cocky. Yet again, the hubris coming back to bite me. I know Sonic's about speed, so let's make the player spend about 10 minutes fighting a boss. Yeah, if you dare have the audacity here to not do this in one hit, then goodbye spare time, I guess. Oh, sorry, do this in one run, rather. I'm gonna wait for these guys. I don't trust them. Whoa! Same with the fire here. I'm gonna wait and cycle for that as well, for that exact reason. I'm just gonna go for it. I don't want to wait for that. If you think this is long for a boss, play any Yakuza underleveled. Yeah, but I'm just simply not gonna do that, you see. Whereas this is required. That's a challenge run. At least they got rid of the time limits, I think. Yeah, I think in this game, from memory, how it works is the timer still flashes when you hit 9 minutes, but it doesn't actually matter. I think you can hit him here. I think that's what killed me in my... Really? I think that's what killed me in my run that I did last time. Oh, fuck. That's an issue. There's just no way to know where they're gonna go. I got lucky, though. Please, rings, rings, rings. No, why would they want rings? What a stupid idea. Oh, I normally play it off as a funny, but that one really hurt. Look at how long we're going back. That's 4 minutes. What the fuck was wrong with them? This takes longer than the stage it's attached to. I don't care, just kill me. I need more rings than this. This is purgatory. This is the entire reason this game ranks as low for people as it does. And I'm with them. I think I did this fight first try, the first like 1 or 2 times I did this game, so I was like never in the same boat as people. I was like, I don't get it, I don't get the issue. It takes longer than the whole of Forces. This is half of Forces. Don't worry, his final fight didn't exactly get them back on board either, did it? Oh, it's just so easy to get hit as well. I don't care because I got my ring back. Once we're out of here, we only have one bad boss fight like this. What a thing to have to tell yourself. Don't worry, there's only one boss fight that goes on as long as this one. Great. this boss will keep the kids entertained. Oh, I'm throwing the game cart out on my Switch if I'm a kid. I've got the Subway Surfers TikToks on about 20 minutes ago if I'm playing this game as a kid personally. I don't really know if there's anything you can do about this phase, or if you just have to go to the edge and hope he doesn't hit you because they become more sparse at the edge. Like, I really don't quite understand, but then again, I don't understand much of their design philosophy, and I missed a hit. So that's another 30 seconds for daring to do that. See, it's just easier to stick to the middle, because then you can get the ring bounce. How's my day? It was fine. Yeah, because at least you have the prospect of getting the ring bounce if you mess it up. So, can I just spin dash here or something dumb? Yep, okay. So I can lodge myself in that phase like that and make it go a bit quicker. That's really dumb and risky, but at this point I'm already a broken man. A man with nothing to lose is is the scariest type of guy, you know? Whoa! German Minecraft kid, what a time. See, you say German Minecraft kid, isn't that just the same video that we've been watching for like 20 years? Isn't it the kid smashing his keyboard and it's like 4x3? If so, that's pretty old. Unless there's a new one that's dropped since I've stopped paying attention. I mean, there's probably like a psychological argument to make for it or whatever, but I'm not a doctor, so I'm not making an informed decision on that, but I'm sure there's maybe that is the case and there's reasons for it and whatever. Yeah, that's like 20 years old. Like, that's not a good indication of kids nowadays. It's a great video though. Like, it goes under like a million names. Like, it's just angry German kid, you know, most of the time. Jamie, it's a YouTube classic. Oh, thank God. 7 minutes 50, a 4-minute boss fight in a 4-minute level. What on? And that's me skipping the phases, by the way. That's worth saying. Cyber station. Well, I don't get why you can skip some of these between cutscenes and not others. It's like really odd the way it determines that, it feels. Oh, here we go. Like I say, I know it's a short music loop, but god damn it, is it a good one. The instrumentation and everything carries this so much though. Especially when I hear this 30-second loop for hours and end in Roblox, I'm like, oh yeah, this is going. I'm made of stronger stuff than you guys, clearly, if I can withstand this. I do wish, if you beat the game, this was a selectable skin though. I would really like to be able to play as this outside the stage. They showed it off so much in the trailers that it's really sad that this is the only place you get it, and even then only in select parts of the stage. Hey, you know, Sonic Team, if you want a good classic Sonic level that isn't Green Hill that people will like in their crossover games, Cyber Station right here, perfect pick. Same as Studiopolis, but I think they already kind of got the memo on Studiopolis. Oh yeah, there's 120% a mod for this on PC, Jamie. I've not seen it, but I'm with you, it will exist. Also, very fun gimmick. This game is full of, like, gimmicks that don't land, like that we've had in, especially, whatever the mechanical stage is. So, it's nice to have one that's actually just a lot of fun and pretty stress-free comparatively as well. That should have killed me, but it's fine. These things do insta-crush, by the way, as long as they're against the walls. Because, classic Sonic. This is the biggest travesty that this is one act, but I guess the logic is that at least it doesn't overstay its welcome, but this should have got 2 acts. Like, Golden Capital Act 1's great. Act 2 and everything else doesn't need to exist, but this needed 2 acts. Like, come on, this got so many cool gimmicks packed in such a short bit of space. Like, look! Cheese to meet you and all that. Oh. Welcome back, Larry, by the way. I hope you had a good dinner, I'm guessing. The longer auto-scroller boss fights like that drag on, the longer it is until ours. So, you know, Sonic Superstars, you got some serious work to do. Forget how you do this section. Well, I know how roughly you do it, but you know what I mean, without falling off here. And yeah, Studiopolis is a great one. That's definitely a fan favourite. So hey, stick that in Crossroads while you're at it. Surely it's nothing as lame as just picking the left option. Yep, I knew it. When I came back and see I beat the boss. Barely. It's a spam up until the very last second if I can. This one. There we go. See, it's a fun gimmick. It does kill the pace a tiny bit, but still take it over most of them. Isn't this a Shadow 5 stage? I've never thought about that. This literally is just Digital Circuit, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Huh, that never came to my mind. Admittedly, it's a way better stage than the Digital Circuit, but yeah, it really is just Digital Circuit, huh? I've never thought about that. Okay. Sure. That should not have, in any situation was that a functional thing, but the game gave it to me. Come on, I'm right there. You know you want to. The crap stage? What, the special stage? Yeah, this one's bad. Give it! Gib! Really? I feel like in most special stages that would have been close enough to trigger the pull, but that's 2 times now where I've been relatively close to it and it just doesn't activate, which, once again, not really going for the emeralds, but if they're there, I'll get them. Also, you are meant to use the emerald power to get in there, but the game cheesed me in there, even though I didn't realise that was what I was going for. I thought it was just the normal path. It decided, you know what, you've had enough trials and tribulations today, just do it. Just get in there, have some fun. We've given our toughest battles to one of our least strong soldiers, so you can have this one. Alright, this is one of those sections where you can do it on D-pad, it's just way, way better to do this on joystick. So, I have just remembered to switch over right about now. Yep. Okay. Oh, no, it's fine. It doesn't always quite control like you feel like it would. Like, you can go backwards on a dime, basically. And things like that. As you can see, I move backwards without turning around. Like, I kind of expect tank controls and don't get them. I couldn't really turn around properly there. Tails turning into a jellyfish is something you'd see in the movies. What, you mean the Sonic movies? Or just, like, you'd see in the cinemas? Like, Tails becomes a kraken all of a sudden. Like, love the stage, but hate the boss. I don't think the boss is that bad. I really just think you had a bum experience with it. I think the boss is fine, honestly, personally. I think there's much, much worse, even in earlier zones in the game than this. It is a bit of a pig, but it's fine after a while. Oh! Which bit this, or boss this was, I guess I'll remember in a short bit. Even with Heroes Janky's controls, it's not as horrendous as Superstars SS. Do you mean Supersonic in particular? Sorry, I don't quite know what SS is in this instance. Oh, special stages, sorry. Right. Too many SS acronyms in Sonic. Yeah. I just suddenly realised I remembered what we was talking about. Yeah, no, those special stages are fine mostly, with the exception of, like, that one, that's what, 4? 4 and 6? They're the troublesome ones for me, personally. Oh. Nearly. Hold. Be right back, no worries, Jamie. Yeah, Supersonic's great in this game, especially when, before they patched out the infinite Supersonic glitch, that was great. Hey, we did. Oh, wait, no. Wrong fake out. So, yes, the parts are really expensive, unfortunately, so I opted to just use Mechasonic, who's a DLC character. You get him with the, what do you call it, the digital deluxe version, although you can upgrade to it if you've got the physical like myself. Because everyone else costs so much money that I didn't want to play this with the generic robot boss, so there you go. Oh, I can't actually do that, but it works for avoiding the lasers, I guess. Yeah, I personally didn't have too much of an issue with this. Ooh, I say, beginning to possibly have an issue with it. Much better than the metal boss from Mania. Even better than the second version of that metal boss. This is a pretty good fight, all things considered. It has some jank, but I'll take this boss's jank over the Mania boss's jank, personally. There we go. Thanks for the donation link, by the way, King. Remember, this is one-man replay, raising money for SpecialEffect. You probably already know what SpecialEffect do by now, but on the off chance you'd like to find out, ! SpecialEffect as well. And you can donate some money to various donation incentives, such as making me play Sonic Frontiers, the Final Horizon, for £30. That's cumulative, by the way. That's not all in one go, so you can start the donations towards that if you'd like. There's also a bunch of Kirby-related incentives as well, such as DDD Tour, Magalore Epilogue, and others. So if you're a fan of the Kirby series, plenty of things you can do. Most of those are only £10 to £20, so if you've got that sitting around and you're a fan of the Kirby series, or you want to see me play Final Horizon, then there are your options as well. I've got to stop screwing this up. Yeah, plenty of stuff to sink your teeth into on donation incentives if that's stuff you want to see. So get your donations in, and remember, all of it's benefiting the great SpecialEffect. Right, so go underneath him. I've tried to go over him like before all these times, so underneath. Okay, there we go. He's dead, thankfully, at long last. And we are done with Cyberstation. Yeah, Larry beat Jamie by £1. Originally wanted Amy Rose, but I requested we play someone other than Amy because I did a charity stream of Superstars 6 months ago where I played as Amy. Oh, he's alive? Now this boss fight. Oh, it's a banger. So am I meant to hit these back? I never quite figured that out, or if you just wait for him. Oh, you do hit them back. I actually thought you had to wait for him to come over to you to be able to hit him, first of all. Oh, so good, this song. Okay, yeah, I can understand why this is a little bit difficult. Definitely. When he gets rid of the floor, that is. But luckily, we've at least got Tails to maybe salvage if I get janked by it. Yeah, okay, so I can just go and hit him straight away as opposed to having to wait for these robots. Magic Cooper moment, indeed. Oh. I think that's it. Like I said, that I'm not quite following Jamie's trail of thought as to finding that a really hard boss. Like, fair enough, everyone has their own interpretation of difficulty, but I really don't think it's as bad as others. £121 and the RS Donation Fund 2 going strong for a few days. Yeah, it's seriously impressive. Thank you to everyone who's donated, shared the word, kept me company and all that. We're already doing great. I'm very happy with how it's been going, so thank you so much. Alright, we're going to start with Act 1 here. Then Act Tails. We don't actually have to switch this time. And once we're at Frozen Base, then it's going to be time for... the final zone of the game. Thankfully. I'm about ready for this one to be over personally, and really looking forward to the 2 games to come. I've had my I was enjoying it to begin with. I've had my fill of Superstars now though, which is most people's experience with trying to play Superstars again. Like, yeah, I've had my 2 hours of fun. Unfortunately, the last half of the last third of the game. Oh, I do have to go back to the map. Thank you, Alari. Do I have to play Actails? I think I do, don't I? Not that I'm against it as such, but yeah. Just so that I know. I'll still play it anyway, even if I don't at this point, because I've done the other guys', so I owe you that much at least. Especially considering we paid to play as Tails to begin with. Ooh. Plus the track slaps, that too. That certainly helps. Frozen Base isn't too bad of a one. It feels way more like a mid-game level than some of the levels in the mid-game, so I'm really curious as to why it ended up right at the end of the game. I'm guessing because it's... well, it is part Eggman based, but honestly it just feels more like an Eggman facility rather than an Eggman base, if that makes sense. What on earth? Why is the music so sped up? Like, I know it's meant to be sped up, but what happened? It's going ballistic. Did I get 2 power-ups or something? Is that what's going on? Okay. Going strong. Is this the boss fight already, or is this just a warm-up to the boss fight? Reminds me of Sonic Advance Speed. She's been, like, even stronger than them. Whoa. Gotta keep flying. Thanks, Trip. Oh god, this boss, right? I remember now. This one sucks, but to be fair, it should suck less with Tails, because half of it is it jumping you straight into a bottomless pit, so I should be able to avoid Mecha Ridley here indeed. A bit easier, hopefully. Yeah, this already feels like this would be way better. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. Don't fall there. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, Tails is definitely MVP here, clearly. Come on, hit him, please. Oh, we're so close as well. I get the feeling he's going to go into his other phase. Yep. Oh! What happened there? Is that someone else, or was there a bomb? Oh! 1 sec, Paulie, I'll read that in a mo. Sorry, just suddenly concentrating on this boss for a moment. It's proving to be difficult. Okay, here we go. Once more with feeling, fellas. Yeah, that was never going to work. Gonna lurk for a bit. It's time for me to get started. I think you'll like this track. I have a bit... Ooh! I have a very special guest singer, Johnny Gioeli, so I have a lot of editing work ahead. You're going places. Get you. Well done. Really looking forward to hearing that. Best of luck to you. And welcome back, Jamie, by the way. I actually thought they were chatting earlier, so it confused me on the context. Yeah, I still don't get it. I still don't get that, Yes, Larry, that was the reference. I still don't get that first time chat from them, but you know what, man? I'm not gonna disrespect that one, King. That's probably the right move. I was like, do I, don't I? And I was like, oh, I'll leave it, because someone else is cool, but no, you're probably in the right on that one. He loves it, and I hope everyone else does too. That's awesome to hear. So, best of luck with it all. Enjoy the lurk and all that, and yeah, enjoy your track as well. Okay, let's one hit down. I was going to say I don't remember the second act boss. I do remember the second act boss. I was thinking for a second, why don't I remember it as much as this one? This entire boss fight's why. 2. Is it only 3 hits or is there more? I always forget. See, I don't know, Alari. I know it's a bit of a meme in like Twitch communities to make your first time chats as weird as possible, because the streamer will actually notice you that way, but like there's 4 viewers, I'll talk to you anyway about calling me a potato or whatever. Whatever the message was. Really? I want an instant replay on that. I feel like the tip of the explosion effect there was what touched me, not even the thing itself. I don't even think the explosion did touch me, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't even finish the sentence. Someone shot him and he peeled over onto the enter key of his keyboard. That's why the message got sent in the state. Gen 3 was Trico, Mudkip, and Torchic. Yup. See, the third hit's just so difficult to get to this side of the screen on, which is what I need to be on to actually get the hit. Even then. I guess they're thinking it might have been... I guess their brain might have been replaced. Nothing there, just maybe a boiled potato, yeah. At least Sonic Advance 2 had rings in its auto-scroll. Yeah, God, why would you want something like rings? I know. Crazy, right? You know, ignore the fact it had an insta-death thing. This has, like, plenty of them, but... let's not give Advance 2 too much for a free pass here. Let's not be giving it too much credit now. Really? That's dickish, and you know it. Yeah, I just don't really understand what the game's idea of me being able to build up speed is here. If you need enough to be on the right side of the screen to hit it, I'm presuming. Just staying out of the way, as I always do. Oh, my TV is about to turn off. Let's hope it doesn't do it anytime soon. Come on, really? Definitely mashed. Being in a dimps, I wonder what happened to the Rush mod for this. Oh, Beats was working on it, wasn't he? I wonder if he just moved on to a different project for a different Sonic game or something, but that was looking really interesting. It was looking mighty juicy for a while. Hey, come on. I think you run along the bottom, then you may have more speed. Maybe. Goodbye, I'm good. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I assumed it was the slow panels, but like it wasn't even giving me any... Like, I think a lot of it's also like getting slope jumps and stuff as well, and it wasn't giving me that. Right, go back to the menu here. Can I skip this? Nope. Act Tails. Luckily, no switching needed. I don't remember too much about Act Tails. Yeah, this sounds really Mega Drive, for sure. Oop. Let me climb, since after all that is what this is all about. Can't remember how this goes with trip, but I feel like it is going to be a bit of a trip based on the fact you're going to have to like run against the walls and stuff to do this. I thought that was going to be a pit, so I'm somewhat relieved. Yeah, this really could have been done with SMPS for sure. This is so much more convincing in that regard. There's a very real possibility it was, for all we know. Oh, take notes, Jun. Mm-hmm. Oh. So far, not too shabby. I remember there being a lot of crush deaths and stuff in the stage, as you saw from the geometry up there, or that we just passed, basically. So I get the feeling we might still be in for more of it, but I'm hoping the stage doesn't, you know, take us too much longer, because definitely Act 2 doesn't, and then we're home free to the final zone. Getting really, really hungry here, so this game better not give up a fight, please. I read that as Simps. I knew what Jamie was trying to say, but I still did too at first. I was like, has he misspelled it as Simps? Okay. Whoa. Shouldn't kill me if I stand here instead. Cool. Jens has Sims, or in ways, mainly Tommy Tallarico, but yeah. I say that, he didn't compose half his music, I'm going to presume, so I'm guessing even he's not going to go to bats for it. But yeah, Gems is fine once you get someone who's used to it, same with any sound driver ever, I guess. Just, unfortunately, was never particularly in the right hands of most people. Or with most people, rather. I hit so many random little objects. I hate that you can't go through the underside of these platforms, and like barely any others, just these platforms mostly. Like, what is the reasoning for that? Okay. Looking good. Is this the end of the stage? I want to say it is, but I think there's some, like, yeah, there we go. There's the... I think sometimes that automation can just kill you, which is awesome. Love a bit of superstars every now and then. Okay. That wasn't too bad at all. It was actually pretty fun. We go. Spoiler alert. It's the best part of the game. Exclusively because we get Fantasy Zone music. It's not as good as the Fantasy Zone track in the Pinball Island Mystery, but I really like this one regardless, and I definitely appreciate the actual Fantasy Zone gameplay here. Everyone gets the Eggmobile from their debut game. Yeah, it's such a nice touch. This level is so well done, especially given the fact that, you know, this isn't something presumably the engine is immediately equipped for if you're developing a game like this, and yet it's still a pretty solid, even if it is really small, it's still a very solid version of Fantasy Zone nonetheless. And like, it's got all the enemies, it's got all the hallmarks for the most part, it's great. I really like this section. This was, I was going to say it's a nice little surprise, but I saw about this about a week before the game came out, but it still made me excited to play it nonetheless. Get Yada Yo blasting? Well, you can when we got RS on during the break. If you want to get Yada Yo going, then get it going. And hey, it's not one-hit deaths, unlike real Fantasy Zones, so that's good. I think there is an achievement for doing this, is it hitless or deathless for this boss? Oh, yeah, she doesn't get the Eggmobile, does she? Also, yeah, even the boss is a callback. Sonic fans when they're shmup in my video game, ooh, versus Sonic fans when there's a shmup in my video game, hell yeah! When it's Ikaruga, cringe. When it's Fantasy Zone, oh, now we're talking. I'm not getting many hits in here. Oh, okay, so she does get something at least. Okay, there we go, and then we got another throwback boss as well. Yeah, that pinball in front of Scream Fantasy Zone, especially with those whistle sounds, great to hear her doing something like that again. As far as I know, the reason for that is that Oh, you actually shoot way faster for holding the button. Whoops. The reason for that, as far as I know, is at some point he did release a Fantasy Zone sound pack for like some sort of synthesizer. I don't know if it was Korg or if it was another one, but I think that's why we've been hearing so much of it recently, is for that exact reason. Presumably less so, at least in the case of Superstars, Frontiers, less so as a throwback and more because he already had access to the sound pretty easily. Someone might want to look that up, but I'm pretty sure that happened like a year or two before Frontiers. And that might be why the instrumentation choice was there rather than any specific callback. The best part of Superstars, and it's a callback to another game, you know it. But hey, you had Mean Bean in Mania, so they did something equally cool here. In fact, I'd argue more cool than Mean Bean, personally. Okay, final zone of the game, and I don't actually think, aside from the boss fight, it's too long, so we're really just going to have to play it by ear on the boss fight and hope I don't fall through the goddamn floor again. I still can't believe that happened. New Fantasy Zone with co-op, here's hoping. Oh, by the way, Banger City, in case it wasn't obvious. Both of these tracks are great. Yeah, exactly. All the jammer emotes get your better TV and Frank Bay Z installed because we got some cat jams. In fact, you know what? I'll give the people what they want. I'll get some cat jams in here. Where is it? Oh, do I not have better TTV enabled for some reason? Oh, that sucks. Anyone who's got it, put some cat jams in. Surprised no one has done a Flintstones rip of this. It would be so easy, wouldn't it? Surely one of the smaller channels has thought of it. You got a load of them like that, like Timmy Turner's Granddad, and like a load of odd names like that to go with Silver Gunner. Like, I'm surprised none of them have got to it because some of them pump out like hundreds of tracks that no one even notices. Like, occasionally the Gadget Room theme from Club Penguin of all things comes up on Viper's VGM. That channel, and Timmy Turner's Granddad in particular, has a playlist of like 500 Silver Gunner style rips of that song. Like, they're pumping things out. Also, speaking of bandnicks we love to see back, that guy. Love that guy. He's a bit annoying to deal with, but I love him. One of my favourites. I really hope we get a Jax figure of those guys at some point. Post something in Discord, but is this what you're referring to with the Fantasy Zone sound font? I'll have to check in a little bit, Jamie, but more than likely. I hate how slow you go here unless you bounce off the walls, so speaking of which, let's bounce off the walls. See, look at how much speedier that is once you do that. Ooh. Yeah, and I have to post that Lego thing as well if I remember while we're in our break. See, today I plan on skipping credits for the most part, except for Shadow when we end, but as I'm going to be taking like a 30-45 minute break anyway, I'm probably just going to leave my Superstars credits to run. So they're already 15 minutes as it is. They're really long and boring, to be completely honest with you, so I'll probably just let them play, and then we'll come back and I'll immediately put the 24/7 on once they finished. But I'm going to use the time to eat dinner, most importantly, because I've not eaten very heavily, so getting very hungry. So I've got to get it cooked and prepared. Well, probably during the second act at some point. At least, like, get things preheating and stuff, so you know, just so people know where I go, basically. It'll be a bit of a longer break compared to the usual between game downtime, so I'll have RS on, as I say, once the credits are finished rolling, so there'll be some interactive stuff to do, so I'll stick some of my favourites in, hopefully at least, and I strongly recommend you do too. What, do I have to go down left here? I do. Okay. I wasn't expecting that, but I was expecting to not expect something. Yeah, Act 1's very cool, and I'm surprised a Sonic game has never done Act 2's gimmick, honestly. Like, I'm so surprised nothing of that's happened. Yeah, it does also sound like Sky High. That's the other one that it always reminds me of. Right. Mini-boss time, I'm gonna guess. Or have I still got a little bit more to go? Okay, I do still have a bit more to go. Does this stage even... like, if it has a mini-boss, I don't remember it. I'm guessing it must do, because everything has to have a mini-boss. Goodness knows that's the case for the rest of the game, except for the character-exclusive levels. Is this for, like, a ring or something? Is that why that happened? No? Normally if there's sections like that move really quick, it's because there's some sort of giant ring somewhere. I did just see it, by the way. I'm not oblivious to that. I just didn't comment on it very fast. Yeah, see? Look at how much faster you go for spamming against the wall here. Okay. Just as long as I get the ring, it doesn't hugely matter. Okay. Got out of there. Cool. These guys are a royal pain. But as I got Tails Flight, it's actually not as bad. Tries with the other characters, on the other hand. Wow. That one's on me. That one is also on me. Right, well, that time at least I'm prepared for that. I do think these platforms start fading out if you let them stay too long. Enjoying that pit, are we? Oh, you know it. Oh, oopsies. As I say, I really don't remember if there's a mini-boss here. I certainly have no memory of it. It was that memorable if there was one. So yeah, 2.5 hours seems like it's going to be about the runtime of Superstars again. Also, 3.5 hours. I really should have listened past me, but I was like, nah, we won't fall to the same pitfalls as last time, forgetting the pitfalls mostly weren't my fault in the last playthrough. It's this game being this game. Oh no, you are actually just allowed to finish the stage. Okay. Alright, can I skip this cutscene? Nope. Okay, can I sit here without consequence? Because... is it taking a long time to load, by the way? Yeah, because I don't want to leave on silence. I am just going to quickly go and turn the oven on, however. So once again, give me like 1 to 2 minutes while I do that. So, one moment, I'll fade the music up and hopefully not make a pig's ear of it this time. And we'll be back in a second with Act 2. Okay, we are back. I realised I did that before I faded the music down, and I'm not going to do it wrong this time. There we go, that's better. Great. So, Act 2 and the final boss to go. So I'm now going to hit restart, and hopefully it doesn't send me back to the beginning of Act 1. Okay, Act 2, good. So, the whole gimmick of this, as you saw from the cutscene, we get to play it in reverse. Really cool. Why is any other Sonic's game not done this? I love this. Now, unfortunately, if only my love of this act extended to its boss fight, but in this world, we take what we can. This is one of those instances where I can't complain. I can complain, will complain, but I've just got to grit my teeth and get on with it in the case of that boss, so we'll do what we can. Hopefully I remember enough about it to where we don't take too many tries to do it, because as we've been alluding to, it's a long, long time if you got to reset. It's a lot to get through if you got to reset, that is, sorry. Oh. Okay, if I made that, that would have been so jammy. Cool, I need rings, so that's good. In reverse, damn, SD got a serious Saiyan out, I know. He was ahead of the curve on that one, wasn't he? Yeah, this act, surprisingly, I know you're not going to believe it, I'm not throwing it in there. Surprisingly, if you can believe it, is only as long as its Act 1 counterpart, so because of that, that was a pretty short final level for Sonic standards, and indeed Act 2 is also pretty short by extension, so yeah, shouldn't have too long of a runtime for the act itself. It's just everything that comes after that that I am crying about a little bit. Whoa! Thank you, Tails. Yet again, the Tails donation coming in clutch. What? I've got to go right in this level? I thought this level was hold left to win. What is this? So yeah, this still works the same. You just have to wait for them to respawn instead of watch their death animations. As I say, it's just a really cool little gimmick. It impresses me that it's taken them like nearly 35 years of Sonic, what was this, 33rd anniversary or something? It took them that long to think of a concept as cool as this. Well, not as cool as this, but they've done cooler, but you know what I mean. It feels like such a basic thing for Eggman to build a machine like this, but I really respect him for doing it. Massive props. It's a really good final stage, all things considered, so. The first time I saw this was by far even more surprising than the Fantasy Zone thing. This was such a little delight. See, this game's full of pockets of moments like this. It's just, unfortunately, you have to look a little, you know, in between to be able to see them. You look between the bad to look for the pockets of good and all that. Welcome back, Jamie. Probably just about in time. We're about 4 minutes into the stage, so getting there, getting to the getting to the bit we're all not waiting for. We out of there. Just getting food out the oven. I've just turned mine on, so we both had the same idea at the same time. Yeah, I thought it'd probably be sensible to at least getting What is the point in pulling a straight face? There's no camera. You can't see me pulling. Of all the dumb things that have happened in this playthrough, that might top it. One sec. Iceland stuffed crust meat feast. Oh my god, that sounds incredible. I got chicken burgers tonight because I got some. Oh goodness, we're going to start the national debate, aren't we? What would you call them where you are? I mean, not just Jamie, this goes for everyone. What do you call them? King's going to have the weirdest answer because every town in the north has a different name for this. Roll, baps, buns, etc. What are we calling them? I've got those, the things you put on the outside of the burger. I've got to use some of those by the end of the day, so... Well, not by the end of the day, but we've had them since, like, Tuesday, so they really need using. So, we got some of those that need using, therefore. Rolls, yeah. Again? Bread cakes or bread rolls, see? Yeah, rolls is just pretty... Rolls and buns is the only two you really have down south, but it seems like every town up north has a completely different one. There's like a whole diagram for this if you're not familiar. Any of the American viewers listening in going, what on earth are you talking about? It's a big national debate here. I've clearly started it with the right people, so I'm glad I made that decision. Yeah. Me and Ilari both Southerners at heart, so immediately go with the rolls. See, bread cakes though. I cannot believe this. Okay. That same stupid death 3 times. I know at a certain point it's on me, but still, like, come on now. That one was on me. Southerners at heart, just a shame you're on the wrong side. Skill issue on your behalf. Right, we're out of here. Right, take it really slow on this upcoming section is what I've learned now. Knowing how quickly it's coming up, etc. Just don't rush into it, or just go under it, apparently. Is this under it? I think it's under it. I think I dodged it, maybe. No, it's this bit. There you go. That's a really silly thing to have. On the chips, I have American chip spice, not American as it's made in Hull. It's seasoning that tastes paprika. I haven't really had much chip spice. I have had like a paprika one once or twice, not on chips, but used as seasoning alongside something else. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't on chicken or something. I'm not that uncultured. Can't remember what it was. It was like added to it as part of it. I think we're pretty much there. I believe this is the very first section of the stage, so should be good to get into the hell. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Attempt number 1. Yeah, chicken burgers, chips, and I might get some beans in the microwave once I'm done. Help out a little bit. Right, let's see if I remember how this works, roughly. So I want to run over here. I want to run behind him, because if you only hit him from behind, don't clip that. Keep running, ignore anything like that, because it cannot hit him. Yeah. At least with Tails, the one of the sections that's a bit tricky I might have better luck with, but I'm kind of remembering the phase, honestly. I'm just misremembering how this goes, to be completely honest with you. Screw you, Eggman, we're all thinking it, but he's the only one bold enough to say it. The the longest I spent on a boss. I spent longer on Fang than this one, but this one I was okay with the first time. It was actually on a repeat playthrough for some... I think it was like the achievements or something, and I spent like an hour or two here, even though I'd already finished it once. Okay. Please be somewhere in the middle. Okay, good. Okay, he's gonna do his chop attack, I'm guessing. Ah, he's doing this variant of the attack. Okay, that's fine. Whoa. Cool. I knew what I was in for, so it was fine. Hopefully it's in the middle again. It is not. That's an issue. Skill issue, rather. Whoa, okay. So hopefully if I keep running, I'll identify where it should be. Right? No. We're good. Does anyone get unused CD final boss from this mech design? I actually don't think I've seen whatever it is you're referring to, Larry, honestly. Yeah, feel free to chuck that in the Discord, so I don't quite know what you mean. I don't know where this missile is. I feel like in the grand scheme of this boss is an alright problem to have, but... There we go. Whoops. Ah, that's very dumb of me. Okay, I got one ring back. I kind of want more than that to juggle though, so... Gonna be having some issues going forward, I guess. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, that's bad. It's fine, we got it. Alright, so run to the left. Got him. Okay. Just gotta deal with the second phase now, which admittedly is awful. It's not much better, but... okay. Once again, Tails might be my MVP here. Honestly, not having many rings is an issue, given the skydiving section thing that we're about to have. Because really what you want to do is get to the left side of him as soon as possible, and no rings makes that very difficult. Okay. Fine. I can't really run full power because I don't know what's coming. Not good, not good, not good. Cool. Stand over here. Get in my hit. Don't get too greedy, because that's the killer here. Okay. He's presumably do his laser thing again. No, this is the... Yeah, it's that! It's that! Knew that was gonna happen. Oh. That's really gut-wrenching. The thing is, I just about could have recovered it. I don't even think clipping through the floor was the issue there. I think I could have made it had I known I could have spammed fly and made it back. It's honestly really hard to find the resilience in me to keep going on with that, because that was so close. And there's still so much more to go before I can get back there and redo that. Good. Not good. Fine. Cool. Yeah, it should have. Quite frankly, it should also just have less hits per phase. 2 hits on that last phase would honestly be fine. There's no reason it needs more than that. So I think there's another middle one. Yeah, and then it's towards the left. If you have infinite lives, all replaying phase 1 does is add tedium, 100%. Okay, that's a good spread of rings. If I lose them, I have to go and get some more. Right, so here I want to roughly head left after the bullet fire, and then still miss it anyway. Great. Imagine if that was the rush ring loss system. It'd be nicer, I can give you that. Or do you mean is what I can't remember, is rush worse? I'm trying to think actually now that I think about it. That's too far over. Okay, that barely counts. That doesn't count? Where did that go? That flew off into outer space. Oh, okay. In that case, never mind. I couldn't remember, it's been a while. It's been like a year or 2 since I last did anything rare. Oh, that's too far over again. In that case, I'm very glad it doesn't. He's just gonna dodge that again, yeah. Anyway, BRB, no worries, Larry. Probably a good time to take a pause. Can't blame you. Have I still got another one? Seriously? Still reference the first phase. Gotta get ready for work tomorrow. Yeah. Tough times. Alright, so move over to the left, or to the right here, so then I get a bit of run up to actually go to the left to find this, and then still miss it anyway, and then I feel crap about it. I'm still going to miss that. Great. Great. Whatever. But at this point... Oh, really? That's the thing I hate. Stopping with the skid is just... is what you need to actually hit the missile a lot of the time, but like... Oh my goodness, by the way. You need to stop with the skid, but the skid's just not accurate enough to really make it, like, most of the time. Give it a rest. Be right back myself. Once again, no worries, Jamie. As I said, if you're going to take a break, this is probably a pretty good time, all things considered. I can't blame anyone for using this time right here. Especially, you know, if you want to listen to your RS requests and all that, then taking the break now versus later is probably the best play. Stand close so I can get in this phase a bit easier. Ooh, some of those were a bit sketch, but don't care, I made it. Tails, so you get a bit of a advantage here. Okay, another little one of these sections. Can I go straight? Oh, I can. That changes things a little bit. Okay. Right, now the one to be worried about, but I can fly, so use flight to my advantage is what I'm gonna guess. Okay. Case in point. I'm gonna get tired sometime soon, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Oh my god. What does he do when this happens? I actually don't know. This has never happened. Okay. He goes for another hit. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Ugh, that was so sketchy. That's not it yet. Don't back down yet. I don't know what he does here now, though. Okay. We know how to deal with this. Just don't do too much flight too early. Oh, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. That's really bad. had that. That was the last hit. I only missed it because of a really stupid reason, and I've got to do 10 minutes of this boss fight again. It's alright, we come back stronger. In the middle. Okay, is it middle or is it left already? I think it's middle. It is middle. Alright, so two of right, 2 of middle, 2 of left, so as long as I kind of roughly remember the golden rule. Should be okay. Yeah, plenty of room. Spread myself over to the right here, so I got plenty of room to run to the left once the missiles start firing. Wasn't enough room, noted. Also, I can start running as soon as the fire happens, I think. I haven't got to wait, because I do notice that I keep waiting a lot. The second they're fired, they're not changing positions. So, again... That's not gonna work. Yep, he just bounced it straight back off. Let it be over, please. Oh, Dragman, I see. I'm just, yeah, it's really pissing me off. I'm trying to keep calm, because I'm not in an angry mood or anything. I'm just in a, I've had it twice and been janked out of it, and it's wasted 20 plus minutes that I could be eating dinner, so, yes, this fight sucks. It's well known it sucks. It continues to suck, basically. There's nothing more I've particularly had to say this entire time. And there's certainly nothing else I can add. So much so that I realise I've not even been barely speaking for like the last 5 minutes. I apologise about that. I'm locking in and it's not working because I'm still missing all these hits, clearly. White! This boss fight is so shit. Why did they make it like this? Because I missed that again. Clearly someone who's going through a divorce, I think, personally. It reeks of punishing the player for no good reason. And spoiler alert, as I keep saying, there's a worse version of this boss fight. This is the better one. It's like pixels off sometimes of actually hitting him. It's really aggravating. See? Like, that's so close. That's not gonna work. At least it doesn't have a boss timer. No, but I've already been in it for 10 minutes, so it's better than a kick in the teeth, but it's still a kick in the stomach instead. You know? Like, yeah, at least they did the bare minimum. Like, good for them, I guess. Speaking of which, the game threw me a bone there for some reason. That's still only one of the 2 hits I need to get. Oh, goodness sake, just... It never ends! Have a break. If my food was ready, I would, but it's still got time to go, I believe. I'll just try and keep quiet. Keep relatively cool, but I think we all know. I try my best. As I say, it's not like I want to scream and shout move, but it is just like being pushed to my limit. Like, there's no amount of learning you can do that helps. Like, I know every phase that's coming up because I've done this boss that many times over like the last year or so thanks to this game. It just... No amount of learning helps. There's just so many elements of it that are just blind reaction to something you can't control. Which is like never a particularly good recipe for like an entertaining or fair boss fight. And that's the issue with it. Like, for as annoying as the other bosses are, they follow the conventions of Sonic and general boss fights. This just doesn't do it. Every single thing it should do, it just ignores like every bit of game design advice that everyone gives for this sort of stuff. Way too long, no checkpoints, no meaningful changes between phases, we're just doing the same thing. Very easy to mess up said phases and have to be forced to repeat them. Like, it's just all the cardinal sins back to back to back. And like I mentioned, I'm struggling with this. Imagine how much worse I fared with Fang. That's not making it. Like, both of the last deaths have been on the first area. Like, we're not even making it to the second phase, which is what was... You know, I'm not even making it to the things that I feel like I was struggling with the most to begin with. It feels like we've regressed in terms of progress. Which is just an awful feeling, especially when you're streaming. You're just making zero progress towards a goal, especially when people are waiting on you to do something else. And it's holding up something, you know, in my actual life as well. It's just like the perfect storm of just... I'm not even going to question that. The game threw me a bone there. But the only bone it's thrown me for the last 3 hours, but it did take pity on me. I could have also made that, but I didn't know that I was going to be anywhere near that close, because I normally am not. That's not going to work. Yep. I definitely didn't, personally. Maybe it worked differently for you, because as I mentioned, I definitely still have no issues with the cyber station boss, and you do, and that's... People have different opinions on difficulty, but my personal opinion and what I saw a lot was people found that version way worse. But as I say, that is subjective, so, you know, you are entitled to have had problems with it or whatever. Like, I can't stop you having had an issue with it. Oh, I hate that! Nope, not gonna work. Nah, that's it. I'm good. I know this is a marathon. You know how to beat this boss. And I know when to throw in the towel. So... look it up on YouTube. Honestly, I know for the sake of the stream when it's time to give up. I'm not as stubborn as I used to be. I'm not beating something just for the sake of beating it. There's better games to play. Better things to do. You know what the ending of Superstars looks like. It doesn't feel complete. It doesn't feel right to do that, but I'm past the point of caring, honestly. I know that sounds bad, but... I'm not going to do it to myself, personally. As I said, I'm fine. I know I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to leave it. Sorry about that, everyone, but hopefully that's for the best anyway. Fingers crossed. I've beaten it on stream before. Go back and watch the Raising Rings run if you want to see me finish that, but I'm officially calling in, quote, the Halo roll. Going on too long. I need to eat dinner. We need to play other games. There's no equally hard bullshit moments like that in Shadow and Dream Team, so I'm going to leave it alone to do just that. But now we're going to put on some RS. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the credits. I'm just going to go straight to RS, because apparently I can't do that independently of beating the boss fight. God forbid, right? I know you can use the Emerald powers to make it easier as well, but I just don't care. Yeah, Mania's normal final boss definitely is a bit of a stumper, like the first couple times you do it, but after you, believe it or not, once you do it more, you learn what's going to happen. You know the exact issues you can run into. No amount of learning prepares you for that boss fight. I'm not throwing myself at a wall for an hour and staying up till like 5 AM playing Shadow Generations, all for the sake of a shit boss fight that I've played before. And I know I don't enjoy, like, ending sucks, credits suck. This game's good. This and other things ruin it. And that's how I feel about it. So yeah, sorry about that. I know it's a bit of a bum note, everyone, but you saw 99% of the game. So I truly don't believe you miss out on that much. Welcome, Jason. Sorry you picked a bad time. We're just about to go on a break, and I've just rage quit a boss fight. But thank you for joining us regardless. We'll be back with Sonic Dream Team after the break. I'm going to take about 45 minutes roughly to get eaten dinner and... most importantly, you know, cool off and everything like that, get things prepared. But thank you for being here regardless. Head on over to radiosega.net and you can request some songs to play during the break. I'm definitely going to do that. Going to play some good parts of the Sonic Superstars OST for you shortly. You get in your requests as well. For now, though, we're going to head on over there. We're going to fade down the Sonic Superstars music. And we're going to fade up the Radio Sega. See you all soon.
Radio Sega, playing the best Sega music 24/7.
This is the continuing saga of courage, honor, and worms. Many generations have passed since we were last witness to such a raging war, long forgotten by creatures who dwell on the world's surface. The ongoing struggle of the worms had caused much bloodshed, as cults and clans battled on for dominance of the world. Over the years, Boggy B had seen many a bloody battle, yet still he fights on. For glory, for honor, and for his fallen friends, he must settle the score, so that future generations may live without fear of airstrikes and grenades, or face the hardship every day that the war has brought upon his world. If anything, life as a worm had become even more dangerous. Experiments had brought new and more powerful weapons to the battle. Stories of exploding bananas were used to scare the young ones from mischief. Sometimes even hardened war veterans could not hide their simmering fear. We join Clagnut, son of Spadge, as he sets out on a scouting mission behind enemy lines. The memory of his father clear in his mind, Clagnut carefully peeked over a leaf. It was then to his horror he saw his uncle Boggy B trapped in a cave, and the enemy's evil smile as he reached for the soft fruit of doom. He had trained for since he was only half an inch long. Using the rope he had packed, Clagnut lowered himself down the hill. Primed for action, silent and deadly as only the slimiest of worms can be, he crouched down and quietly squirmed up behind his foe, prepared to make it count. At such close range, a grenade or a banana would surely make things worse. So he drew his baseball bat and struck his foe across the neck with a mighty swing. The enemy flew high and into the abyss, where Boggy then rained 3 cows upon his head. And once again, the cry was heard far across the land, "We've won the war!"
Moshi?
「
your body.
doing good, and thank you if you are still tuned in indeed, where I had a bit of a long break there, but thank you for sticking with regardless, and thank you for understanding regarding Sonic Superstars. Definitely just had a little bit of grub, a bit less hangry. Good timing, I know. Okay, I can wait. It's fine. We got this beautiful BRB screen here. I can wait all I like, Larry. No, I've been here for a little bit, just taking some time. I put this on as the BRB screen. Hope you don't mind. I did mention in the chat it's the Apple TV. It has lovely, lovely screensavers. Worth the £100 just on that. Yeah. So you say that, Larry. I'm not continuing. We all know what the ending looks like. Sonic beats Eggman and something like that. There's 15-minute credits. We see the end. Honestly, I'm just not. I'm not going back to it. Like, we're so close to the end anyway. We know what happens. I'm good to keep going. I don't want to get hung up for hours on one annoying boss fight when I could be doing something I much rather enjoy, which in this case is Sonic Dream Team. So, like I said, food was ready, so I went off and did that. Took a quick breather. 15 minutes of playable credits indeed, Jamie. Yeah, while I was setting up, I was like, wow, this is really beautiful, isn't it? I should put it on the stream. And then the screen went black, because apparently it only stays active for 15 minutes before the Apple TV turns itself off. So I fixed it. So now we got this lovely BRB screen here. I should record this just as like a little loop, I'm sure. It's 100% copyrighted or whatever, but I don't care. It looks really cool. Yeah, it was really helping me like get zen while I was eating a chicken burger. See, the thing is, Laurie, I don't. But funnily enough, Jamie was desperate. Let's come away from the BRB screen. Jamie was desperate for a bit of Puyo Puyo earlier, seemingly. Well, luckily for you. Oh, I can change my my shots. There you go. Where do I go for this again? Do I double tap? There we go. Luckily for you, we can play some Puyo Puyo, but God forbid, because if you... Oh, hey Jolly Jolly. If you didn't enjoy me during my Sonic Superstars, then goodness me, this game is a bit of a stinker, but that's an opinion for another day. Actually, here's a pretty good streaming box, especially when you consider how ad-heavy the others are. It is a really good streaming box. I personally haven't had much of a use for it based on that, but I've not used my bedroom TV for years, but I do intend to hook it up to my bedroom TV at some point, because it's, in terms of, like, well, it's a very expensive box comparatively, so you'd hope so, but I way prefer it to, like, a Fire TV or something like that. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not perfect, but the feature set compared to the other competitors in the Android space, I feel, is really nice, which, God, if I'm saying that about, if I'm saying that about an Apple product, it must have really gone to my head, hasn't it? But, yeah, what was I going to say aside from that? I don't know. I much prefer the Fire TV just because I think it does. I could look, but I'm not going into the App Store. By the way, I really like how, really well they've blended in shadow into this artwork. It's seamless. You can't tell he was added in at a later date, can you? Yeah, I'm going to assume it does now, Larry. At the very least, you can sideload it. I've not double checked, Jamie. I'm going to have a quick look. One moment. I'm just going to post this as well on social media, because I forgot to do that. I don't know how sideloading really works all that much. I keep meaning to get an older Apple TV, because supposedly you can permanently sideload apps, and that way I can play Choo Choo Rocket Universe at some point. Maybe I'll have to stream that if I do get that working, and we'll just not tell Sega about it, but their loss. I would have paid for an Apple TV subscription to keep playing it, I guess, but I don't want my money. I mean, I'm paying for it right now in the case of Dream Team. I left my auto subscription on for it for months, and you can only disable it from an Apple account, an Apple device, sorry, because of course you can. So there were times when I wasn't by my Apple TV and I'd forget to cancel it, like it was on the other side of the country, or I'd have it with me and I just couldn't be bothered to plug it in. I finally got around to cancelling it this month. I thought it had already lapsed. Turns out it hadn't, so I'm not actually having to pay. I put £7 aside in another account to make sure I remembered to pay for this before the stream started. I've not got to do that, because apparently it doesn't lapse until like a week from now, so my auto renew is off, and I get effectively a free play session of Sonic Dream Team out of it, so works by me. Right, let's double check that Discord real quick. And yeah, that's true, Larry, I can cancel the direct debit, but I didn't do that. that required forward thinking that I wasn't doing. Anyway, let's see what we got in Discord. I believe that's it, Jamie. For the Fantasy Zone thing, and yes, this is the exact one actually. I paid for. I don't need to give you transparency or anything like that. I paid £90 for this exact model from. I believe it was a price mistake. Oh, here we go again. I believe it was a price mistake on. What's it called? What's the name of the cash generator? There we go. That's where I got it from. So 90 versus the £170 one you sent me. There's deals like that all the time. There's one actually in my local cash gen, which is where I got the Xbox controller I'm using right now the other day. There's one there for roughly 100. So there's options if you want to get into some of these games, basically. I mean, I'll give you a quick scroll here. But I've got quite a bit of stuff. Case in point, look, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Which just came to Switch and PC. It's been on here for a while. Same with Pocket Card Jockey. A couple of things that are doing that. Horizon Chase 2 came to Steam last year as well. So there's a lot of stuff on here that's actually very interesting. Exclusive Castlevania game. Don't worry, Larry. Ours isn't far off there. But I get some good deals there every now and then. Yeah, like quite a lot of cool stuff always gets put on here. Marble It Up. We've got that on Steam, and here it is here as well. What do I use as a controller? Using an Xbox pad. I've used a Switch Pro controller. Anything Bluetooth works. There you go. Shovel Knight game. I've got a couple SpongeBob games here. Technically a Sega game now. A bunch of stuff that's of interest. And Cut the Rope. Fuck it, Cut the Rope stream. At least I think anything Bluetooth within reason, Jamie. Welcome to Game Center. Thank you. Getting the Angry Birds one's really good as well. I've never played the Doodle Jump one. I always loved Rayman Jungle Run, so I'm sure that's a great game as well. And hey, don't have to give Ubisoft money for it, so cha-ching. I don't know what Disney made. I can't remember why I downloaded that, but there's a lot of stuff I mess about with on here every now and then. And, well, as you can see, this is the main stuff right here, the Sega Vault, if you will. That's mainly it. Right, real quick, I'm going to go back to the BRB screen. You're going to see the illusion falls apart here real quick. We are going to turn that off and that off. No. That off. There we go. I just need to quickly change the settings so that we're not watching a cutscene or stuck in some unskippable or whatever, and then suddenly all of a sudden the screen just goes to the lovely, like, blissful images of a blue sky or something. So let me just remember where that was so I can change that back. Sleep after never. Yep, always want that to remain active. And screensaver activate after. Let's put 30 minutes just in case. How does Cut the Rope work with the controller? Honestly, I've never done it. Maybe I've got a week. I can find out, I guess. I just play on 3DS. I always had it on DSi as well as the original iOS version, so I imagine it's much the same as 3DS. Anyway, I can come back over here now that I've done all that. I just didn't know if it was going to leak my Apple ID or full name or anything, which you're going to see my awful Apple Game Center thing. You can't edit there's no Game Center app on here if you look. It's not here. You have to do that on an iPhone or iPad, which I don't have. I'm not in the Apple ecosystem anymore. Friends and family have it, but I'm not borrowing their phone and putting my account on it and screwing up all their details just to change the Apple Bitmoji thing that it forced me to have. So you're just gonna have to deal with that, okay? Anyway, also do want to say, we're having a bit of an executive decision night in regards to, for example, cutting off Sonic Superstars early. While we're at it, I only added Origins as a buffer for tomorrow because it wasn't going to be there originally, but I added it as a buffer because originally Kirby was going to start on Monday, but because of that recording session, it made it difficult. Looking at the way time's going, I think I'm going to call it after Dream Team tonight, and we're going to cut out Origins. We'll probably play that at some point on the stream, just in my own time. And we're going to move Shadow Gens there tomorrow, I think. And hopefully that means I can have a bit of an earlier night, because I definitely need the time off as well. It's been a very all-guns-blazing weekend, and well, I always knew the first weekend was going to be. It definitely dies down Tuesday onwards. I get a bit of my life back, but I do need an early evening, both sleep-wise and to take an evening to relax-wise. So we'll call it a Dream Team tonight, and we'll come back after Shadow Gens tomorrow, or come back for Shadow Gens tomorrow. And at some point after this is all done, I'll come back and do the Ultra Fix version of the mission mode. Hopefully everyone's all understanding of that and everything. I've just got one more thing to do before we can start Dream Team here. So I am going to change all the title and stuff. I always forget to do this, but I did actually remember to change the image in the bottom, and that was only because I was prompted. I would have forgotten again, so close enough. Will I still be on after Rexy? There's a chance. I put 2 hours estimate. Every estimate I've done has been wrong so far, so let's assume it's wrong. I might still be here around 10 o'clock. Rexy will probably be going till like 12 o'clock, so can't guarantee that. Oh, speaking of which, while I remember, let's change over to the other 24/7 in case I need to take a break, because otherwise you'll just get blasted with Rexy, which for new listeners will be very confusing. Anyway. Dream Team time. I've not had a chance to volume balance this because I've been using it as a BRB screen, so we're going to have to figure it out as we go along, so please let me know how everything's looking and sounding as we go. See what I mean about the forced Bitmoji profile picture? There you go. Anyway, another great opening cutscene, so we're going to watch this all the way through. This game's great. I would really recommend it. That's way too loud. Okay, so this is more in line with where I had to put the PlayStation in terms of volume, I think. Yeah, this game's really good. I see for a lot of people who did actually get the chance to play this, they tended to agree at the time that this was more what they wanted than Frontiers. This was the sort of 3D open space-ish game they wanted, and I can see that. Once again, I am a bit of a fan of what they did there, but I really like this approach to boost gameplay. It's very different from what came before it and after it still, but is a bit more respectful to the generation style of things in this specific instance. It's hard to describe if you've not played it or really seen much of it as to how this plays, but it is a little bit on rails at times, but it's still... I'm going to pretend that didn't happen. Where was I? Yeah, it's still a bit on rails at times in regards to, like, much like Frontiers, you get snapped to rails when you're far away and stuff like that, but it's not automated. It is fully free controlling, which for a mobile game is incredible. Really, really big spaces. The level design, or the levels are huge in here in terms of how much room they give you to, like... You're kidding, that was way too quiet. Never mind, I take it all back. Is that any better? We'll see how it goes as we get in the game, because I bet the sound effects are going to be stupid loud. Okay, that seems fine so far. Right, so I'm going to go over here to a new save. And Adventure Time it is. Maybe I should make a show about that. So I'm going to be skipping this for the most part. It is like PowerPoint kind of things with a little bit of voice acting here and there. Long and short of it is, I believe you're stuck in the dream world. You fall asleep and you get stuck. I think Eggman's behind it or something like that. It's honestly a pretty decent set of cutscenes and story. I would recommend giving it a watch on your own time. It's a charming little thing, considering the constraints they were clearly under on mobile. I think they did a good job of it. Flashbang there, by the way. Also, there's a lot of lo-fi vibes on the soundtrack. It's great. Okay, use the camera to explore. I am. Yes, I've done that. I've still done that. I've done it. Can we do something else? Yeah, Cream is very much the center point, along with the new character, Ariam. Boo! Oh, sorry, is it? I don't quite know how you pronounce it. I'm pressing A to skip tutorials. That's what that said, right? Okay. Here we go. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. This game, as time went on, unfortunately got a little bit more buggy, I think. Especially the Shadow update for a lot of people. They say it's very buggy. which is a shame. But also, like, very good customizable controls. There's a lot of control options here. Not as many as, like, Frontiers and games like that, but there's, like, a lot of little tweaks you can do to make Sonic control the way you like him. So, yeah, really good looking. Once again, this looks stunning on a TV, so I can only imagine how good it looks on, like, a Retina iPad or whatever, you know, like you can play this on Mac as well, so, like, on a Mac Studio or whatever, with the graphics cranked to 4K, I imagine this looks really good. Homing attack can also target rails. Well, my homing attack is not on that button, so that's a bit awkward. We need this on more platforms. We really do. That's the thing with it. It's such a good game for what it is. Like, even as a console quality experience, it's a really good game. I wouldn't say it's enough to justify a £100 Apple TV on its own or whatever if you're not already in the Apple ecosystem, but if you can find like one or two other games that make it worth it, for me, it was this pretty much almost did the purchase on its own. I was really happy with this game. Not been as much of a fan of the content updates they've done since. I don't think the level design's been as clean as it is in the base game, but otherwise I think it's a great game. Welcome, Pete. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you had a nice weekend so far. Yeah, let's take those keys over and get ourselves done. Yeah, budget digital only release would be the dream for this. I'm just editing, so goes the daily upload life, I suppose, but... Oh, I don't remember this dynamic intro. That's very cool. Anyway, yeah, I assume quite a lot of people will be going now, so no worries. I hopefully will be live, you know. Come see me in music breaks or whatever, but, you know, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Trying to get enough content ahead before the new rig appears and I take a week off a month. It's a hunter. Ooh, got a new rig coming. Nice. Anything fancy? Also, Monster Hunter is going to be the time killer for a lot of people, isn't it? Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I might still be here. If not, I'll be here tomorrow at 5 PM doing Shadow Gems. So hopefully see you then, like 5 till 8ish. So a bit of a short one tomorrow, but I have to make do to work around the recording session. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully all goes well. Anyway, thanks, guys. Okay. So we got 5 worlds in total. I'll DM, if I remember, I'll DM you the specs. Awesome, thanks. Yeah, I'm always just nosy about that sort of thing. See, a lot of this stuff was added after I finished the game, so I honestly don't know how a bunch of the achievement system works, and there's like a skill system, so I'm going to be learning that as I go along too, if I even need to use it. But we got a couple acts here per zone. I say, the game won't actually let me show you, but got 5 zones in total, and we're just going to run to the end of them. I really should cover Dream Team at some point. Do you have a way of covering it, or is that currently like out of the question for you? Also, Shane Mallory and Jamie on here, because I'm sure they'd have strong opinions that I should have picked Amy there. Tough luck, I'm picking Sonic. I was fully expecting it to come out of the Apple stuff. Oh, I can record from phone. Okay, so you got access to an iPhone. It's a great game, as I've said. Like, I'm very happy to be playing it again and have an excuse to, especially as like so many people can't play it. It's nice to be able to. And show it off to those people. Not necessarily, you know, act as like a sales guru or whatever, you know, just to show the game off and prove it's a really cool game. Also, much like Frontiers, for some reason you can't boost into enemies. I don't know why. I'm not really sure why that is. Music is just great. Like, it's very quiet, somber stuff for the most, or not even somber, but just, you know, I don't want to say lo-fi, what's the word, like low energy, but, you know, in a good way, right? Like, it's intended to be that sort of thing, and it's nice. It just makes some calming background noise here on a Sunday night, at least. Yeah, I think a lot of people are banking on this coming to other things. I wouldn't necessarily bank on it as such. Apple did directly fund the development, as opposed to a lot of other Apple games where they buy the exclusivity. They outright funded the team to make this, so I don't think it's as cut and dry as other things that have come off of Apple Arcade, but I'd love to be proven wrong. And yeah, indeed, it's a mobile game, so it's got nothing outstanding, but it's a lot of stuff like I'll stick on in the background every now and then. It's that kind of music, and I really like that about it. It's not like super high energy, like get you pumping or whatever, but it's nice to have on, for sure. I'm so Frontiers brained now that I just tried to spam boost there. It never ends. I'm never free from it, even after playing like 3 hours of a 2D game. Are you playing with a Bluetooth controller or is it touch controls only? So this is on an Apple TV, so it'd be a bit awkward with touch controls. I'm guessing there is no way to do that. I don't know whether you can connect an iPhone and do something like that. I've never looked into it, but I don't have any other Apple devices. This is my only one, so I'm using an Xbox controller. From what I know, the Apple TV at least supports like PS4, PS5, Switch as well, so you've got a lot of options, and I'm sure like third-party controllers maybe, but they just don't advertise that as much. Yeah, effectively it becomes my only option, because some games, weirdly, you can use the TV remote for. Puyo Puyo lets you do that, because it's not all that complex, although I wouldn't recommend it. See what I mean about snapping to rails, by the way? This game isn't one of them, it just has way too much stuff you need to do to be playable on the remote. And yeah, there's a lot of really short levels like this, because funnily enough it is a mobile game, so unlike games like Colours, where there's a lot of 30-second levels and it feels really out of place, it actually kind of makes sense, because it's short, so you get the act split into these smaller little more side parts. That's great. Like, that's a nice way to break up content and still have a still have a nice flow. Also, hey Lime, indeed, we've just barely got started. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good one, and thank you for being here. I should throw out a quick reminder, since I've not done so since I got back from my dinner break. We are raising money for SpecialEffect. This is technically part of Game Blast, even if we're here a little bit early. If you'd like to find out more about what they do, !SpecialEffect in the chat, and !donate if you'd like to make me do any incentives. Right, so all I want to do is just do this within the time limit, so no need to dilly-dally. Yeah, unlike you, Lime, I've not played this game actively with the updates. I mean, I don't think you played the Shadow stuff still on stream from what I recall. But I've not played any of it since then, so I'm a little unfamiliar with how the game's changed since launch day, effectively. I did get all the dream orbs to do the hard mode final stage, but I've not done any of like the character ability things, so I'm a little unfamiliar. So this is going to be a bit of a new experience to me as to how the game's changed. Soft start Game Blast tomorrow, nice stuff. I'm a bit reluctant to call this part of Game Blast considering it's so much before it, but definitely we will still be going during the Game Blast weekend, that much is true. Oh yeah, I got 5 before the Shadow DLC, so can't catch up. Yeah, that really sucks, but from what I played, not missing an awful lot, to be completely honest with you. I think the general consensus people aren't really huge on the way Shadow plays. I don't think we're going to get a way to play as him, because how you unlock him... Oh yeah, the work computer enabled me to play it. Yeah. That was your way of playing it, wasn't it? In my case, what was I going to say? How the Shadow stuff works, from what I know, is you have to do a bunch of the daily stuff, so I could show a Shadow daily level, but I couldn't flat out unlock him right now as such. I'd need to have played for a few days on this fresh file on the daily challenges to be able to actually play as him. For me, I care mostly because my 100% is taken away from me. Oh god, the worst reason. I don't actually want to play it, I just want to say that I've 100%. I'm kidding. Oh, there we go. Alright, got some more stuff to go here on Act 2. You know what, let's switch it up. Let's go with Amy for a little bit. So yeah, as is customary for the one-man marathons, I will be skipping cutscenes and things like that, unfortunately. It is a fun little story for what it is as a tiny little mobile game. I'd recommend giving a look if you've never done so before. But the whole point is playing loads of games back-to-back as fast as possible, so... Fortunately, I've got to take all these little corner cuts that I can, so that's my one for this game. Sorry, story lovers. I think you'll get over it. With due course, anyway. That's good. And then we've only really got 2 over here. Like this one, this is so tranquil, it's great. This track, that is. That should be all of them. Yeah, I love the rapid fire levels like these, feeling like very time trial-y. There's a lot to love about this game. as I said at the top, mostly the base game. I wasn't as big on the additional content updates they've done since. That's kind of why I didn't actually keep up to date with most of them. But the base game itself is super polished and really console quality for what it is. So it's a big recommend from me. So we got another one of these, get through the challenge, get through the gates as quick as possible. Really wish I had access to a stomp, to be honest, but not missing it too much. It's just Frontier's brain coming back at me again. Right, let's avoid that. That would be bad news. And then one more to go. And there we are. One more act unlocked. I think we got 5 total per zone. 4, and I think 4's the boss. Let's continue evading for a little bit. We'll get more characters as we go through the worlds, but for now we got access to speed only, which is, well, there's a male and female counterpart for each character. That's why they went with the slightly out of the ordinary, I'd say, character roster, in that if you were going to pick any 6 Sonic characters, this isn't the typical set you pick, but I actually quite like it for that reason. They really thought it through in that sense, and they all fit into different archetypes of speed, flight, and power, so works out in that sense to have the 6 that they chose. And then Shadow, of course, comes along and completely ruins that because he's another speed character. So it was well thought through until they needed to appeal to the Year of Shadow, of course. But the Year of Shadow comes for us all, and it comes for me. Comes to me tomorrow now. I'm not going to be getting to Shadow Generations today in case people missed that news, but I will be getting into it tomorrow, so looking forward to running back through that, since that'll be the first time since the game dropped they'll be doing that. It came for me, it came for us all. Our wallets, our purses, just our well-being, quite frankly. Got some Discord messages I should probably check in a second. Before I go much further, I really took the fearless Year of Shadow to heart by flying. Indeed, I did something pretty fearless, I'd say. And hey, we went to IKEA together because of it, so it still makes me crow with laughter. It feels a little bit offensive that the first thing I did with the Swedish person leaving the leaving the country for the first time is take them to IKEA. I swear it was an accident. Oh, we just happened to be right by Oxford Street, so it's like, oh, there'll be some fun stuff to do at Oxford Street, and IKEA happened to have a pop-up right as you step out the station, so that was the context. It was so wrong, and yet so right. On we go. Another time trial. Well, we've not really been getting to do any of the Act 4s and 5s, so you can't really see too many of the mission types you get there as well. But yeah, there's quite a few of them that rotates between in this style. Gotta say, I was really looking forward to this game, and I'm glad it's paying off so far, because I'm already having loads of fun with it. Because we've had a lot of, well, it's either been 2D or it's been very abstract when we've done a 3D game, which is twice, one of which has been Team Sonic Racing, of course, but also Frontiers, as much as I enjoy it, is not very point A to point B, you know, time trial, test yourself, arcadey, which is the type of game I personally like playing. Whereas this is just immediately hitting the right notes for me in terms of, oh, I've been itching to play something like this. This and Shadow Gems are gonna get me back on track after the after the Superstars incident. Call it an incident. Final boss is just rubbish. That's all there is to it. I did what any sane human would do under the circumstances, okay? Yeah, you did get to translate some names, and you got to take a picture with Swedish Fish. Almost my forces explanation, a nice jump in and out, short level exposition, jump into a new locale. Yeah, in that sense, I've always been of the opinion that even if Forces isn't the greatest game, I've always enjoyed jumping into it for a playthrough, because I can do it in like an hour, and as you say, during that hour, even if nothing gets like ultra fleshed out, I do feel like I've at least seen a load of stuff, done a load of stuff, hit the right time trial parts of my brain and all that. And, like, it is a pretty fun playthrough, even if I don't think it's like an incredible game at times. I feel like I have fun with the playthrough because it doesn't overstay its welcome. Black Knight's a pretty good one for that for the most part as well. Black Knight's a really short game in the same vein as Forces, actually. You can get to the first ending in less than an hour. I think I did in like 45 minutes, and I got the true ending in maybe an hour above that. Like, it really is doable in that sense, and a quick blast in an afternoon and all that. Yeah, this game fits snugly into that category. Took way longer than an hour, really. I mean, if you don't necessarily outright know what levels to play, then it's a bit difficult. Who's my dream team? Ronaldo, Messi, oh, that's Ultimate Team.
This is the
I'm gonna play as Sonic here. Oh yeah! I was somehow allowed to play as Sonic twice there. And cleared about after 10 parts of about 15-20 minutes. Yeah, the thing with both Black Knight and Secret Rings is there's a very definitive path that you can go through quickly. If you don't know to go that way or to go quickly through it, then it can definitely take you a bit longer. Is this the Apple Arcade one? Indeed it is. Very good game so far. I'm already enjoying my time back with it again. The camera is freaking out a little bit, I will admit, but some of them edited. I really want to catch up on the Black Knight stuff. Maybe I'll find some time to do it afterwards, depending on how late this runs. As we can say, the Secret Rings multiplayer is fun enough. You just have to pick the right mode. But yeah, Secret Rings and Black Knight both definitely in the camp of follow a guide, really, really quick games. Oh, again. I could have got him there. Got him there though. Yeah, none of the bosses exactly are what I'd call challenging, but honestly, not a single complaint after the incident. Not even the incident, just that entire sequence of boss fights. Oh yeah, and the final hit's also free. There we go, already a world down. And we got some new heroes to boot as well. I'll be honest, I really want to do a boom playthrough, but A, not finding a working ROM ISO, and B, it's really reliant on the touchpad. There's definitely ways with Semu to do all of that, and you could just, I think there's a code to like fully unlock the resolution and frame rate and stuff to make it look a bit better as well. You could probably, there's somehow a way I think to set Semu's screen to the gamepad screen, and if you do that, if you use those resolution and frame rate hacks, then in theory it should look like you're using the console almost, and then you can use the touchscreen stuff through the just like a mouse, I'm guessing. That might be something worth looking into with it, maybe. It's the other thing of trying to beat an RPG boss early in the morning. Yeah, just like I say, we know how to beat it, it's fine. Not gonna worry too much about it. Sorry, just double checking a few things real quick. I've had quite a few Discord pings, so I'm just real quick gonna check some things and then we'll get going again. Okay, if I can find out to set it up, it'll definitely be on my list. I mean, you got to get the crew in, you got to get various other people in if you're going to play Sonic Boom, right? My first Persona 5 run was like that. I played the boss a few times, I couldn't beat it, just take a guide in back in the day. Guide in? Say that again. Yeah, no, I totally get it. That's just, as I say, that's like something I can't even, I'd resort to a guide, I'd resort to any sort of cheat, but I just can't do anything like that to speed the process up. And it's especially demoralizing when you've effectively got to the end. You know, I couldn't even get to the bits which I barely missed the ending on, you know, because it's just a bit difficult to do that when you can't even make it past the first phase. You just completely bottle it at the easy bits, or quote-unquote easy bits, and can't make it back to the hard bits you're struggling with. It's extremely demoralizing. So yeah, anyway. Gonna have a good run. Oh, we're gonna have a good playthrough of this game. Like we mentioned, the bosses are piss easy, so great. That's not going to be a problem. Oh no, you're good, I'm just saying. Still trying to justify it, but everyone's been very reasonable about it, so I appreciate that. Yeah, we're here to enjoy games after all. And I'm enjoying this one. This one's great. For some reason we're in the chocolate factory right now. I'm not sure what that's all about. I'm aware it's not meant to be food, but it does just remind me of treacle. Yeah, every single comment about all of them are the same, and the fact that everyone who had played it is saying, I don't even blame you in the chat, I was like, okay. That is a huge weight off, to be honest, because, yeah. Wonder where Charlie's at. His dad's probably still, Is it his dad? No, it's his granddad, isn't it? He's probably halfway dead until the ticket comes in still. Ooh. Sometimes I get a little bit thrown off when I'm trying to home and attack and it flies instead for me. I do lose out on my light speed dash. That is one of the things that you lose when you play as a flight mode character, but in turn I get flight, so... But like, not a bad trade-off in the trade deals, all things considered. Grandfather is ill till he sees the chance of the money. The original grind set. Till he sees them dollar bills. And there we go. First level, first part of the first act of the Dream Factory done. Yet more pings. I'm gonna keep checking these. I'm concerned as to why I'm getting so many. Oh, that's Pete. Fair enough. I'd take it all back. Oh wow. That's looking decent. Very, very decent. Gonna be a good Monster Hunter rig. Oh yeah. still clicking through. Oh, that's good stuff. A Stream Deck? Oh. Now the other half live. So I'm not a huge fan of Cream in this game. For some reason, her voice is really odd. Even in Generations, I think the Generations redub I'm referring to here, I think it's fine. For some reason, it's just really off in Dream Team. I think they clearly must have switched to a new actor or something. But she gets it fine again in Generations 2024, but not here. Repressed memories have gone. The ping. Where am I going? Oh, the big arrows are probably a big indicator. I think jumping from various games among the series of VAing is strange. It really is. It's just like, you know, a lot of the Kirk Thorntons of the world of things that we all got used to. It's not even a case of getting used to, like, Cream's voice. It's just different here, and then it gets corrected again. It's super off. So credits before Kids on Black Knight was such a Vietnam flashback. I've not been in those trenches for a while. It's been a while since I've seen those words. Since I've seen that number and those letters put together.
Right.
We'll do it. We'll do it for the fans. Yeah, they redid all the voice lines in Generations King because of the story rewrite. But even then, like Sonic has a bunch more lines than he originally did. But even like the characters who don't really get rewrites, they still re-recorded them anyway. I'm guessing that's probably maybe. See, the thing is, I think Sega skirt around unions. I think they're a bit cheeky, but I'd assume it's some sort of union thing, or at the very least some sort of like agreement they made that, hey, you can't just recast some of them, you got to recast everyone. I'd assume at first glance. Stuff like that happens quite a lot in games, which is why it's like, well, why didn't you re-record this line? It's very much Wolf of Wall Street pointing meme when you see the difference. It's night and day. Where am I actually going for some of these? There's one over there. Oh, it's probably just a perspective thing. It's probably in the wall here. Yep. Ooh. Well, that works. Hopefully I can make it over here without falling out. Nope. It's actually not as bad as I remember it being. It's just very jarring compared to what it was before. Right. One up here. I think most of the gens rewrote script is fine, apart from a few bits. As many people have already stated, so I shall leave it. Some of them are just really odd. Like, there was just no need for some things to change, whereas there were some things that did change in ways that I don't quite know. You know, it is what it is. Mainly, I miss Amy punching Knuckles into the wall. As most people do. Speaking of Amy, let's go again. Oh yeah, true. Angel Island-sized stomach. That too. I forgot about that. The classic Eggman commenting on his future self, crazy laughter and me. That's like the one thing they didn't re-record was the laugh itself, right? Dale's no longer claiming he's seen Green Hill before. Actually, I was going to say that makes sense. He's surely seen it. Battle? Is Battle canon? I can't remember. Oh, it must be, because it's referenced in Shadow Generations, because basically half of the journal in that game is taken from Battle. Oh. Indeed, it is a good change. Yeah. As I say, it's like a mix of good and bad. I'd say it's mostly good, though. There was something I noticed in Shadow Gens that wasn't in base. Go ahead. Yep, there you go. You've heard them say it. Yes, her name's REM. Ha 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 ha. They thought they were so clever. And was told because base gens released without certain things. See, now I'm really curious. Can I just run up there? No. Which was some post-release changes. Oh, post-release changes to Generations? I kind of forgot there were even any patches for that game. Yeah, exactly, Lime. That's about as in my face as I expect them to be about the joke, but they don't really ever bring it up. As in game dev. Yeah, like what specific... Do you have like any specific instances of it? Because I'm kind of curious as to what exactly changed. Because I don't quite remember there being any like post-patches for Generations. Ooh. Where's the other one? Oh, is it somewhere around here? Am I still going the right way? I think I might be. Maybe. Oop. Darn. Oh, at least it put me right next to it. That's nice. When you eat Classic Eggman in the Death Egg Robot in base gens, he's clouded, so you can't tell if it's Classic Eggman. In Shadow gens, he's not. Oh, okay. I guess I never really stopped to notice little details like that, because it's been so long since I've watched the cutscenes in base Generations. I watched my first run-through on the Shadow Generations version, and it's like, well, I can't see myself ever doing this again. What, the fog not showing, or there being fog to begin with? But it would make sense they'd want to mask that as like a reveal or whatever. Yeah, if that's... Yeah, with the filters and effects. It happens quite a lot. They just... Engine changes mean something breaks and no one catches it in time for release, or full stop, you know? Oh yeah, one nice thing about this game is you're not actually locked into a character. If I stand and stop here, I can switch to whoever I like. It's really nice. That was confirmed to me. That was a post-release change by one of the QA testers, but not pushed to live updates. Interesting. That's why it's there in Shadow Gens. Huh. Ah, music note. Beautiful. I know now there's like a bunch of legacy music, kind of like how the jukebox in Frontiers works. I've not messed with that too much, so I can't comment on how it works or how you activate it, but I'm guessing it's... See, because I think that's the out-of-game jukebox is what those music notes determine, so I'm quite sure how you activate, like, playing I Am Here or whatever. You know, I don't know how that works. Once again, not paid too much attention to these post-release patches. Okay. Let's play Scream again. Just beat the game and moved on. Sensible. Did all the challenges off recording because no one needs to see that. Yeah, for the most part, I mean, they're pretty similar. I feel like they change up the stuff enough. But, yeah, I can get that as well, equally. Okay, it's the only thing with the Apple TV version is I assume it's the game, but every now and then you get like a little bit of like just a lag spike and then it goes away again. I don't know if that's because there's loads of background processors on this thing, but for reference there's only 1080p. I think it ran fine mostly at 4K in my testing, so I'm going to assume it's just like, oh, something's updating in the background on the TV or whatever, on the top box or whatever, so that's why it's doing it. At least that's why I guess. So completely, you know, spitballing an idea there, but yeah, in case you notice stuff like that every now and then, but it really doesn't affect playing the game or whatever at all, so it's fine for the most part and all that. Can't really blame anything on it. That was me looking at chat instead of paying attention. At least with Gens, still kept it okay. The colours remaster was just jank. Well, I mean, Gens being in-house was probably the big help there. I think colours had to fail for Generations to be in-house, otherwise they just would have done Shadow Gens and parted off, admittedly to a different team probably. I don't know what Blind Squirrel have really done since then. I can't imagine much. I don't think their CV's really been filled out since Sonic Colors. But yeah, I think that was entirely the reasoning, which was probably good reasoning. Like I said, that had to happen. Well, most people seem to prefer Generations over Colors, so I guess of the game it had to happen to. At least it was Colors rather than Gens or whatever. Is it that bad? Yes. It's fine if you want to play Colors, but even then, if you have any access to a Wheel Dolphin, that's still better. Even though it's 30 FPS and all this, that's still the definitive way to play it. However, that is changing. Project Re-Rainbow gets more and more complete every day, and that fixes a lot of the bugs and makes it look a lot better, and even in the state it's in, I'd still say that is the definitive way to play Gens. Play Sonic Colors, sorry. And what way is it bad? Glitchy, buggy, low audio quality, lot of needless changes, bloom, soundtrack is very hit and miss. I could go on. It's really poor release. I think they did an okay job, given it probably wasn't an easy port, given a lot of the game code's probably tied to, you know, PowerPC code because it's a Wii game or whatever, but either they weren't given the support that they needed to finish it, highly likely, or they bit off more they could chew as a contractor, apparently also highly likely looking at their backdoor reviews. They just took on way too much at once without any regard for how any like technical information as to how they'd actually be doing it. That's what a lot of the people leaving the company said on sites like that. Someone who doesn't notice it, no, you will. Even for someone like that, you'll notice it. There are benefits. 60 FPS. It's on a modern console. They did add a couple of quality of life bits, but even as someone who doesn't notice that, like, gameplay is really buggy. Like, platforms that are meant to shake, like when you stand on them for too long, just shake all the time. There's grass that floats in midair and a couple of bits like that. One orb. Where am I getting one orb from? I'm guessing one of the previous zones. No, I can do this one. Going to eat anyway. May the bots stay away. Fingers crossed, King. Best of luck with eating. Hope you enjoy. And yeah, see you in a bit. Oh, that was dumb of me. Oh, not dumb of me, but silly of me. Can't go through there as much as it looks like it can. Yeah, also, a load of alternate routes that all the characters can play this stage, if you get the multiple character options, is super appreciated. That's a great idea on their part. I wish if we get, like, multiple playable character types in future Sonic games. How small the character is on screen. Yeah, I really wish there was a way to zoom the camera in a little bit. I get it's because the levels are so big that they want to place emphasis on exploration and things, but yeah, this is fine on a TV right here, but like on mobile, I couldn't imagine this is tiny. Maybe the mobile version's a bit more pushed in, but based on what you're saying, I'm guessing it's not. Maybe marginally or something like that. As I say, when you're playing on this, it's fine, but I can imagine this on a titchy mobile screen being really bad. Alright, so we're making good progress through this level so far. I hope I'm continuing to go the right way in the right fashion, but sometimes the camera doesn't always follow with me and I don't feel like manually turning it on my own, so I just hope that I hope and pray that it's roughly the way the game's expecting. This way? Okay. Well, that was all about, I guess. Although I have lost sight of the... This is for a different portal, is it not? No? That's the right portal, apparently. Okay. It just stopped showing me the goalpost for a little bit. Cool. New act unlocked. I don't know why it took me all the way back out there. Oh, right, because it took me back to the act select screen. Makes sense. Let's do a little bit of Tails. For the most part, my hierarchy tends to be speed, power, flight. Like, once we get out of this level, I'll definitely use flight a little less unless it's required for certain collectibles, which you are required to change in the later levels, which is really cool. Because, like I said, on-fly switching, really nice feature. Oh, that was a bit silly. Can I make it back? No. Wow, so close though. Fine. We'll move on regardless. Okay, where are we going here? At least I can cut some corners with fly here and there as well. The one benefit to having picked them here. Or picked a character of the type here at least. Eventually, as you can see, that's clearly a climb wall. It doesn't look like a traditional one. I started work on the logo for the RFG replacement, by the way. Ooh, very nice. Is that still something in the pipeline for 2025? That'll be a lot of fun if so. You know, hopefully anyway. Nah, fair enough. At some point in the future then, I'm guessing. Sometime between now and never. 2026. Too late in 2025 already to consider it. Yeah, makes sense. Regroup and prep some of those ideas and all that. Give them more time in the oven. So you said key, but there clearly is no key here. So, care to explain? Yeah, daily uploads, definitely, I can see that. Obviously, yeah, taking a lot of your time, so makes sense. And it's a money thing, yeah. That too. I guess I hadn't considered that statistic of it, but of course it's a money thing, so yeah. That makes perfect sense. Good reasoning and all that, but, you know, never hurts to start early. That's work you don't have to do at a later date and all that. So I always see some of those things at least. It's like, well, I don't have to do that 3 months down the line when I actually am going to start planning it proper. Ooh, RFG VODs starting next week though. Very nice. I did see you uploaded the Lucky's Tale one the other day, which was really weird timing, as I was talking to someone about maybe that'll get re-uploaded soon the day that you did that. About an hour or two before you uploaded the VOD. That was super creepy coincidence timing, but I'm glad to see that one back. Yeah, off we go over there then. Thank you. Extra sensitive homing attack. I want to turn around. Good. Nope, forced to go this way, okay. Born to go backwards, forced to go forwards. Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore. Well, mission failed successfully, because I got to where I want to be. Yeah, it was a really fun one. I did go back and pick up the game on PS4 and then get the Platinum Trophy after we did that, which probably wouldn't have even got around to playing the game in the first place had we not raced it, so... It was a super fun experience. I'm glad I have the link to that on YouTube again at some point in the stuff I've appeared in, because that's one of my favourite like co-streams and stuff I've done. It was a great one. Right, sorry, just taking a quick swig. Let's see. Let's go cream again. I've mostly, despite complaining about cream, spent most of my time playing cream so far in these flight levels. Because I do like cream. Well, definitely a classic Towers fan, a bit more than a modern Towers fan personally, at least like design and playability wise, but that's just me. What Red Ring / Sonic Head / Music Notes unlock in each level? Music Notes gets you access to the jukebox outside of the game, so you can use that as like a sound test. Sonic Heads, honestly don't remember. That's something new since I played. Red Rings, I believe, unlock a final level, as if you get all of them. I think that's the way around it works. At least that I remember, and yeah, I don't quite remember what the Sonic Heads do. I'm guessing I want to go up here, and that's why it did all that. Yeah, okay. This might be a bit... See, you get a lot of hang time when you run out of flight meter, and yet I still feel really anxious about it every time. I'm gonna run out or whatever. Okay. One over here, and then one back there. Yeah, I did do, on my original file, all the red rings and all the music notes. Mainly because I wanted a sound test for the sake of RS when that came out. I was like... I didn't do the rip myself, but I organised the rip myself. So someone else pulled it from the game, and I like tagged it and everything. So this is a really cute little victory animation there. Yeah, I wanted to be sure that I'd got the right track names and everything. So I did that for the sake of that, so I could rename everything properly. So I ended up at least unlocking that much. And I think I did unlock the true final level, which was actually pretty fun, unlike the new world they added at some point, which is past the main game. I personally thought the level design was a bit weaker there than the base game. But that final level was really tricky, but a lot of fun to master. So that, I believe, is the red ring reward from memory. It's been like a year or so. A lot has eroded about this game. Why didn't you homing attack? Sometimes the game is way too happy to do it. Or 99% of the game, or 99% of the time the game is way too happy to do it. It's that other 10% you have to worry about. I am a little tight for time here, but maybe we'll be okay. Like, so far it's been a pretty brainless playthrough of most of these time attack ones, so at some point the wheels do have to come off, so to say. But I think we might be okay by the looks of it. We're nearly there. Well, we're nearly at the count, at least. Oh, you're kidding. Of course that would happen. It's okay. We somehow recovered it. Thank you, overpowered homing attack. I was just holding on to the button. I wasn't even trying to actively mash to get back. It just happened. Okay, so if I had got Shadow from the daily challenge missions, if I'd gone out my way to get him on this new file before starting it, seems like I would be able to play as him right now. Interesting. I don't like playing as him. I didn't enjoy playing as him when he came out, but I could do that if I really wanted to, apparently. So that's at least good to know, I think. Have a time attack. Here we go. I'm doing it as a speed character this time, which is my preference. So do it to it. Whoa! Avoid the gunk. I'm not about to get Nickelodeon slimed today. Seriously, why is it that colour though? Like, what part of Dreams is heavily associated with orange? Like, I get all the purples and everything like that, but like, who's dreaming in orange? That was weird, but sure. I'm guessing I want to climb here. The flag's not being very descriptive, unfortunately. So I'm just continuing on as if I were. Okay, it seems like I'm going the right way, so... Walks by me. Whoa. Yet again, Coyote Time coming in so clutch here. Hey, that was just lucky, quite frankly. There was no clutch and thanks game involved there. It was just raw skills. By raw skills, I mean complete luck. Wait, what? Oh, that's weird. Why is that still showing a portal behind me? Or is there a second portal I can go to? I have no idea. That was really odd. Okay. So, I've got another 2 that I need to go back and get, so let's see what options I have here. I presume I'm going to be in the first world, more than likely. Yep. I can do that, so it's fine by me. We've not really had many of these in the first world, so we get another chance at doing these collectathons here. So, I'm pretty sure from what Lime told me, apparently you can get all 6 of these, or at least 5 of the 6, quickly restart, and then grab another one, and then you can finish with like 2 seconds on the timer, which, if true, great game. Got food cooking, will also be in and out for the next 30 minutes. No worries, Pete. As I mentioned to King earlier, like, everyone's going to be just about getting food. I only just came back from mine like half an hour ago, so perfectly understandable. Enjoy. And, yeah, no obligations or anything either, so feel free to come and go as you please. Feel free to be collected as you please, collectible. That's more like it. I did the same series of inputs I did the other times. Only on some stages, the newer ones it works on. Oh, so not the previous ones. Interesting. That's not going to make it. I'll try this, though. Don't worry. There's still some cheese I'm willing to try. Cheddar, mainly. Beautiful. It's weird how they remembered to fix that for the early stages and not the later stages. Like, I don't quite get that, but sure thing, guys. More Sonic action, I guess. That'll do by me. Right, so just gotta do the gates again, so you can just run straight on ahead for these ones. They're not really hidden or out the way or anything crafty like some of the waypoints from Frontiers or anything. Like, you can just go straight ahead. So, nice chill way to end the evening effectively for me, I guess. Oh, and a really short stage by the looks of it as well then for my a good pick, I guess. I mean, this is the first stage of the game, just, you know, a mission within it that I unlock later, so it makes sense it's a pretty short one. Good. Nice, that felt really clean. I didn't do anything like super fancy, but didn't make any obvious mistakes either. That felt really satisfying. Okay, boss time. You could just hit the button multiple times, so I have no idea who I'm picking there. I think it picked Tails before I was even ready to choose a character. I'm picking Cream. Okay. So, if they're the factory foreman, why is there only 3 of them? Curious. So that's got one of them out of it? Yeah, I know. I'm a bundle of fun. Why did that not homing attack? I don't know. I got my rings. I'm on the road. I'm assuming there's more to this boss fight than this. Even though the crab was a pushover, like, come on, surely. That's not it, is it? Okay. I was gonna say. Oh, that's what I meant to be doing. Okay. I was homing attacking as you requested of me, but it seems it was not good enough. I see how it is. Welcome back, King. Oh, meanwhile I was just holding the A button there and it did that. I have returned fat. Fair enough. Understandable. Yeah, what'd you have? Anything nice? I think I mentioned earlier I had, oh, whoops. I had the amazing combo of some chicken burgers that were left in the fridge. I couldn't do much there. Chicken burgers that were left in the fridge, some buns that needed using, chips and beans. And honestly, when I was that hungry, it hit different. I mean, it's a good combo anyway. I'm not that fussy about that sort of thing. It's always a pretty good dinner, so. Turns out Pizza Express ones are terrible. Who would have thought? They were a bit too express, I'm guessing. A bit too cheap Asda Pizzeria. And Jamie said he was having some as well, so everyone's just trying to get me on it. They're not going to win. I was never going to break. The buns needed using. As a smart price with garlic dips, actually, okay, interesting combo. Fair enough. Now, how do I do this the real way this time? Oh, be on the platform as the cutscene happens. Got it. So I'm having burgers tonight, fresh burgers and buns that need using. Also, definitely not fresh. The cheaps as to smart price chicken patties that have probably been in there for like 3 months. We just went when we were accounting for dinners when we got back last week. We're like, oh yeah, they're in the fridge. Right, forgot about them. Speaking of too late, I was too late to skip that. Forgot all about it. I put the controller down for 2 seconds. I heard Eggman talking and I knew it all went wrong. Rev up those fryers. Already zone 3 of 5. Making good progress. Right, Nightmare Maze. We got Knuckles and Rouge. I'm going to switch back and forth between the two because I do enjoy both of them. So, going to be getting that variety in and all that. Oh, that's looking extra tasty, Pete. Not the burgers. He's not sent me a picture of the burgers, by the way. Can you tell it's a mobile game? It is, but it's a very solid mobile game. Rouge being power rather than flight is weird. It is, but I won't argue that her being flight was never weird either. She was always gliding. She only was flight to fulfill that purpose in Heroes. I kind of just sent her straight back to gliding once they were done with needing a Team Dark character who could fly. Oh, it's not even just enjoyable in its own way. I just flat out say this is a good 3D Sonic game. Like, full stop. It doesn't need a caveat added to it. It doesn't need a qualifier. It qualifies on its own. It is a genuinely decent game that if you've got access to an Apple device, I'd recommend. Can I have a hint on where the key is, game? Or the answer is no. What now? Start with the chainsaw noises. Cream carry big, willpower. What you don't see is she's actually hiding some hiding huge guns. And I don't mean the weapon type. What is... Oh, I still don't have all the keys again. Where's the... Hey, Lavish Key. Speaking of keys, welcome. I hope you're having a good one. Thanks for dropping by on a Sunday like today. Did you get any more views after I left yesterday? I think people came in and lurked, so thank you for spreading the word. It's, as I said, greatly appreciated no matter what. We got Frontiers finished after you left. We did the entire game, which was... Oh boy, that was a lot. There it is. Done Colors Ultimate yet? No, I won't be doing Colors Ultimate because this is a follow-on from another stream series I was already doing, in which I played the original Sonic Colors. So, as such, since there's like no new mode or anything in Colors Ultimate, I've not gone back to that. But hey, I enjoy Colors and Colors Ultimate, so I stream stuff like that. I go back and stream the same game loads. I'm a gremlin like that, so there's always the possibility I'll stream it sometime again in the future. Maybe when Re-Rainbow's a bit more stable, I'll get a Colours Ultimate stream in at some point. No kidding, it's all good. How many games have I got left? In terms of Sonic, just Shadow Generations tomorrow, after I finish Stream Team, that is. Then the stream will continue, the series will continue, we're just done with Sonic. I'm going to be catching up on the Kirby Marathon I did a couple years ago, so starting off with where I finished that one, which is Kirby 64. We'll start that on Tuesday. And yeah, thank you for the donation link as well, greatly appreciated, King. Indeed. For those of you who are new here or just getting back, do remember we are raising money for SpecialEffect, a charity helping the physically disabled to play video games through the creation and support of specialist technology that is catered to each individual user's need. If you'd like to find out more about them, !SpecialEffect, and that donation link's where you can drop them some money if you like what they do and you want to throw me a bone for 3 hours of Sonic Superstars. But thank you to everyone who donated the bid war for that, by the way, as well. We've got some bonus modes coming up in some of the other Kirby games already, but there's still more incentives to get donated towards, so soon as we meet those, we'll get them slotted into the marathon at some point. Yeah, indeed, you can choose them as you're donating. As you click that donate link, it will give you all the options of things you can donate towards, although all your money will still go straight to SpecialEffect. That doesn't change anything. Alright, another Dream Orb. Let's get it done. Looking like a bit of a dead end there. That's a bit more like it. However, I forgot. I don't think I have a homing attack. Do I? I do. It just didn't lock on. I can blame that on the game now instead of me forgetting something. Any tips for donation goals / incentives? By the way, here's the music player thing. What do you mean on that line? Like anything in particular you want? Like, what's the exact wording of that? Like anything I'd recommend donating towards, or what each thing does, or like? Sorry, you might have to just clarify for me. My brain's a bit frazzled. It's been a long couple of days. Looking for a vibe check. I want a vibe check right now. I can run through them real quick, if that's what people would want, just to explain what each one is for those who aren't. Because there's like still one Sonic one left, but if you're not familiar with Kirby... Oh, do you mean for your own stream? Yeah, that too. Take a death. As for me, as for what I've done, it's like, well, I'm playing a bunch of these... Oh, I can never think of good ones. That's what you mean. Okay, sorry. I got really confused. Take a Death's always a good one. I'll do something for something. Yeah, Lime has a camera on, Pete, so that's definitely a good option. Yeah, as you say, there's a bunch of stuff you can do when you have a camera on. More you can do with the camera on, like blindfolds, oven mitts, etc. They're classics on Race for Good, and I'm sure good work for Lime as well. I'll do you do dances anyway. I'll do a silly dance for £10 SpecialEffect. I don't know. Hopefully some of those got the juices flowing. In my case, what I'm doing this year is, because I'm playing all these games, some of these games have bonus modes I otherwise wouldn't get to. So in my case for these, a lot of them are like, oh, there's a side mode that takes an hour, but I'm not going to be playing it. But if you give me £10, I'll play it. Yeah, workout's a classic. Absolutely. 10 push-ups. Easy. I mean, probably easy for you, to be fair. A bit less easy for me. I paid you £10. You better hit that gritty. Alright, one sec. Let me get the camera. I paid you £20. You better sing I Am the Eggman. Oh, there you go. Singing would be perfect, Lion. Like, I'll sing a Sonic song you're choosing or something, maybe? Or, you know, at least a little bit of it, etc. Did I watch any of the gameplay for Crossworlds? I have not yet, sadly. I basically went straight to bed at the end of the Frontier stream yesterday, woke up, and within about 2 hours I was doing this stream. I will, however, have a bit more time come this evening, because this game, I'm not going to jinx it again, but this game is running really short so far. We're already basically halfway through, so with that in mind, I should have some time to actually stop and like watch some videos and stuff this evening. So I might take the time so we can talk about it tomorrow during Shadow Gens for anyone who's about. I'll stop and take some time to do that. Yeah, you did sing. You sung Eggman for free, which I still never got around to singing, considering I think you even donated for that a couple years ago. God, how many years ago would that have been? It would have been as part of a completely different marathon, wouldn't it? It would have been on J10's marathon ages and ages ago. Oh yeah, also, you can somewhat spam the glide button. I sing for money only. Yeah, I'm not singing any other time. I think I'm going to have to restart this, unfortunately. I'm not going to make that in time, yeah. I just think about thinking about it, but you can monetize it live. I'm pretty sure it was you, King. I think you donated like 20 quid a very long time ago for me to sing Eggman, and then you were the one who did it for free instead. Reminds me I need to check for something along those lines at some point. Sorry about that, just suddenly throat went a bit sore. I mean, to be fair, I have done over this weekend 12 plus hours of talking. It will probably do that. That's not what I wanted to do at all. That's way more like it. Yeah, it's great now that we'll get post-game spot for Crosswords. Indeed. Ironically, probably the best voice this evening was... Pete never got up, did he? You did the MCing, but you never actually got on stage for the karaoke stuff for the last FanFest, right? Yeah, exactly. If you're not on stream, you can easily take a drink. I've not got one to hand yet. I didn't need to. No, your aura just prevailed, so... Am I doing Sonic Forces Speed Battle? My rule generally is quote mainline games, or if it plays something like a mainline game, it's fine. So in the case of Sonic Forces Speed Battle, I was going to say mobile game, but that would disqualify this, but I wouldn't count it as part of that main series. Same reason I'm not doing Murder of Sonic, which would have come before this game, right? This would have come before this and Superstars, actually. I love Murder of Sonic, but this is not the type of game that I'm going to be attempting to run through. Yeah, but the thing is, Lime, coming to London is expensive. £500, you need to pocket that. You couldn't do that for charity. I'd be interested to see the Apple Arcade version of TSR will still be updated after the new game. I do have that installed. We could do a little bit of trolling and boot that up for like 5 seconds after I finish Dream Team. But yeah, no, I do enjoy Forces Speed Battle. Admittedly, I'm a bit more of a Dash gamer, but yeah, I'm trying to stick to mostly some mainline stuff here. That's kind of been the rules I've been going with. So yeah, in particular, in what on earth was that? In the case of Murder of Sonic, I love that game, but it would just either be me reading text boxes for 2 hours, which is fun, but that's more of a stream playthrough rather than me trying to speed through it as quick as possible. Or the alternative is I skip through all the text. Yeah, the alternative is I end up skipping through all the text and then not enjoying the game, so that's just like another prime example of... Oh, third reason as well. Confirmed not canon. Fourth reason, not made by Sonic Team, it was made by the social media team. So all of those reasons made that one not a candidate to play. Maybe I'll do a stream playthrough of it one day, because it's like a quick long play, or not long play, but you know what I mean, it's a quick one session game if I want to stream something. Yeah, there's like a couple instances like that. Like, for as fun as it would be to at some point, I've streamed Sonic Mobile stuff before. Quite recently I streamed, what's its name? Sonic Runners Revival, for example. And stuff like that can be really fun, those like grindy mobile games, but also, especially with no definitive end, in cases of that, it makes it a bit difficult to know like when to call it. Instead of if I'm just doing it on a standard stream, like, well, I can just do as much as I actually feel like, you know, and at that point I think that makes for more entertainment than probably putting it in something like this. So maybe one day I'll end up streaming it, but as of right now it's not really, you know, not really been like on my priority list to put in here. I actually haven't, Pete. I didn't find the time to play that yet. I've heard incredible things about it, so I really need to do it, but everyone seems to have been enjoying it, and that's the key. But I will do that at some point. I didn't want to play too much Sonic on the run up to this, as I didn't want to burn myself out too much. But I will be playing it at some point. You'd like it how I like it, other than one takeaway. That's really positive to hear, because I know you're a man with your opinion on Mania, and to a lesser extent Superstars. I assume so, as Crossworld's another mobile version. See, that makes sense, but at the same time, do they finally cut their losses? Because they still update that as we're, kind of getting at here, but it is an Apple Arcade exclusive, so do they cut their losses and just go, well, new game out, this isn't relevant anymore, we're gonna stop updating this now, basically. Sorry about that. So how far up am I going for this? Oh, I am quickly seeing the problem. I want to be a character who I'm not. Okay. Which amusingly, Lewis also shares. Yeah, Lewis is way more lenient on some of these things than you, so that's interesting to know. Hopefully Crossworld will not be Apple Arcade exclusive. What do you mean if it gets a mobile version? No way it's going to be an exclusive, I think, this time. I think they'd be silly to do so. It made sense at the time to make Crossworld's... Oh, sorry, the normal Sonic Racing a mobile exclusive on Apple, because they just had so many mobile game projects still on the go, and to a lesser extent they still do, but I think there is a bit... I don't know. I just think maybe there's a bit more of a market to them this time. That's just over here. That's surprisingly simple. There we go. I'd have Sega on my ass for spoilers. Sega on Atlas. I can stream... I can stream an inconsequential 2-hour Sonic gag novel. Ugh. It also backs Sega a good chunk of money for a game they might not have had in Hyper TSR. It's the sort of thing where I think they just wouldn't have made it had Apple not offered them the money. Like, I think it came into existence because of that, not the other way around. I'd be surprised if they were already developing it and Apple said, hey, we'll buy exclusivity, rather than Apple said, hey, can you make a game for us? And they went, sure. And yeah, no Mario Kart Tour content means that's an open market too now. Let's continue with Knuckles, I guess, until I'm forced to change again. Getting more pings, so just double checking that everything's okay. Okay, cool. Oh, it's a timed mission, so I should probably hit retry instead of having wasted all that time. Let's go. I wonder what Sega franchises are getting added. Right now, there's really no way to tell. I think what I worded it as yesterday was, I'm going to guess anything that thematically and stylistically fits. So stuff like Monkey Ball, Nights of the Dreams, etc. Nights definitely has been a mainstay as a DLC cameo for a long time. So I'd assume if they were to do that post-launch Sega support, I think they're both pretty likely candidates. I'd put them ahead of slightly more realistic games like Shenmue and Yakuza, although I do still think they have a chance. Jet Set Radio, we were saying as well, definitely beat from Jet Set Radio, and maybe one or two of the others, especially if it were to tie into the new game, would be perfect. Can't wait to get a cameo from one Mega Drive obscure Mega Drive title that has one game, Rent a Hero. It's not a Superstars game. I imagine the world might be as close to include, as in which case Streets of Rage is an easy tie. I think the easiest tie-ins that aren't the two that I listed, being Monkey Ball and Knights, are the ones that are about to have new games. Shinobi very easily could happen. Jet Set Radio very easily could happen. Crazy Taxi to a lesser extent as well. All of those pretty much just appeared in the Sega Pass in Super Monkey Ball, so they've already kind of made chibified versions of all of them, so all very likely. Anything with a road. Yeah. But I think they're probably the most realistic ones so far. Right, we've got to do some backtracking already. Let's see. Let's go here. I guess we'll go Rouge. I mean, to be fair, Rent Hero has 2 games, and one of them's upcoming. They're still making the NFT game for some reason. Supposedly it's going to be Hero's last soundtrack at Sega, because he's set to retire either this year or next year. So that's a real shame. He made the first Rent a Hero and the Dreamcast sequel soundtrack, so I guess it's a very shitty way to end off his career, but it's better than nothing. Crazy Taxi would be ironic since the Sonic movie was in San Francisco, wasn't it, at one point? Yes, although No, it is kind of like LA, isn't it? Kind of area for Crazy Taxi. I always think it's a bit more East Coast, but no, I think you're right. I think it's definitely like West Coast, isn't it? Wait, West Coast? I can't remember. Oi, no movie free spoiler. They're in San Francisco in 2, aren't they? Or am I getting confused? I don't think they go to America in 3. That's not a spoiler to say they don't go somewhere. Is it? San Francisco's 1. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's the building they go to the top of. They jump down where Eggman meets them at the top. Why in some frozen place in 2? Some frozen place. I'm sure it's meant to be like a specific region or something, but do they ever even clarify that? Scotland. Scotland forever. It was weird when the bagpipes started blasting, I gotta say. Yeah, Pete, get yourself on Sonic Movie 3. Although, to be fair, I've seen a lot of people saying it's out now, digital, so we can talk about it. All those people are pirating it because it's actually not out in the UK digital yet. No one noticed that. So if anyone tells you it's out digital and that there's plenty of time for spoilers, I will point to that. Yeah, there's still no confirmed release date for the UK release yet. Oh no, I'm aware you're aware. I'm just pointing this out to other people who've been telling people. Can't be bothered to pirate it. Valid. It's really weird they've not given us any proper date unless they did very recently. When I looked like a couple weeks ago, there's still nothing confirmed, even though it's been out in America for weeks. Because I've got an Android TV, and Android TV loves shoveling Google Play movies at you. And it was showing me a section of best kid movies, and I was like, that's weird, you know. I'm not one of those Sonic fans who goes, oh, they're showing me whatever instead of the Sonic movie. But I was like, it's a little weird that top-selling family films, or top-selling new family films doesn't have Sonic in it. And I looked and I was like, oh, it's because it's not out. Okay, right, that's really weird. I'm waiting for the Blu-ray myself to be able to rewatch it because I think it just on just last Sunday left the local cinema. They were showing it a bit longer than everyone else, so I think they were the last holdout. But I know the Blu-ray steelbook's popping up again. Sure, there will still be some small independents like this one that will still be showing it, but I think major chains are pretty much done now. It has been out for like nearly 2 months, so that is a pretty long theatrical run for 2024/2025. Considering most films make it like 2 weeks now before there's a version on Disney Plus in most countries or whatever. Say that, I don't actually know if the relevant example is on Disney Plus yet still. I didn't actually quite see evidence of if it was or not. Let's wait till the Blu-ray trilogy comes out. That too, yeah. Showcase still have viewings up here twice every day. Really? It's not technically an independent, like it's a franchise, but the Savoy here was one of the last places showing it that I know of, and that finished last Sunday, so... Still avoided spoilers so far. That's good, because I didn't even avoid spoilers for the second film 3 days before it came out, so managing to avoid it 2 months after release when everyone and their mother's talking about it is pretty good, all things considered. Why was Shadow in that cutscene? This is a mid-game cutscene. Why is he in there? He also just looked like he spawned in. Did anyone else see that? What is the audio doing? Okay. Whatever. Stop being on SSMP because fuck the mods. Really? I thought you were tight with the mods. Or at least some of them. I'm in the privileged position where I've never been a member on SSMB, so I can't complain about it like 99% of my peers do. Tight with Dread, fair enough. You know, there's more than Dread, I just seem to forget who even is on SSMB. I've never had a reason to have an account. It wasn't dead when I started getting into the... I've been into the fandom in, like... not publicly, but as a lurker since, like, 2008. I didn't make accounts till 2014, so by the time I was making accounts in 2014, there was still kind of a reason to have an account, but not enough of a one for me to ever have bothered making one. So I just never did. To this day, maybe I have one, but if I did, I don't remember the password or anything. It's not a banning thing, I just disagree with that stance and stuff. I think that's fair. I have no stakes invested, so I can't say whether you're right or wrong, so... I'm not even a neutral party, I'll probably presume you're in the right, to be honest, so... I'm not even going to Switzerland this, you're probably all good. Well, so yeah, the 4K Steelbook does look pretty good, at least the Shadow version, as I should. Can I collect my check yet? Yeah, the Shadow version looks really cool. It's a shame the movie one is just a minorly edited movie one render. I think that looks really odd, but whatever. Paid actor over here. Oh, you know it. Paid shill. Can I jump over here? Surely there's a way looking at this, right? Nah. For some reason, some really tense music started playing when I did that. I also had a Sonic 3 blanket, but I missed it. Really? They're not still in stock? Because I actually meant to get the Duvet set. I really want to get the Sonic one. Who is everyone's favourite post-credit character for 4's Mind Scream and setting up heroes in Sonic 5? I can't say a thing. I prefer to not talk. If I talk, I'm in big trouble. Let's say mine has already happened. Let's not say who the 3 characters are for the sake of Project Phoenix, who hasn't seen it yet. But mine happened. That's all I'll say. Aside from that, they're never going to do classic characters because it's definitely firmly into the modern era. I said anything. Silver blowing up. Oh, that was right of him. He was so true for that. Let's see, where am I going here? I've already been up here? It was one of the statements, yeah, I can agree with that. This is how the story goes? But yeah, no, the story's insane. I'm gonna guess going forward, because oh my goodness, like the leaked details and everything of it already just sound nuts. I have no idea how they're gonna handle some aspects of what's seemingly gonna happen. Right, I need to have a flight character, I think. I said I need to have a flight character. The reticle just stopped on me. I don't know why. But no, some interesting stuff looks to be going on with the Sonic films, so... I mean, there's so many post-credits characters they could choose from at this point. See, I'd say chaotic, so I realistically don't know what they do with them. Wish we got some of Japan's merch over here for the movie. Didn't the movie bomb, so it's going to be even more difficult to get a bunch of the merch? I'm pretty sure it did pretty badly in Japan, from what I know. Which doesn't surprise me, because Sonic's not really got that strong of a grip in Japan anymore. Hasn't had for a very long time. So, it doesn't shock me too much that that's the case. Oh, I guess, yeah. How do I actually get up there? I'm guessing I have to follow that. It evened out, I'm sure. I guess, yeah. Even having Sephiroth as the voice of Shadow couldn't couldn't save him. Okay, that's 5. How do I get 6? I got the Knuckles TV series was a thing. Don't worry, it's not relevant to the film. At all. I think there is one minor reference, but I also never finished watching the series, so yeah, they did a Knuckles physical for it. Do you want to know what, as I'm not like, I wouldn't consider myself a physical media collector as other people call them, but I like having like physical stuff of shows I like or whatever. They didn't release a 4K Blu-ray here for Knuckles. That was an America only thing. Yep, really dumb. We only got it as a standard Blu-ray, so I have to import it if I want it on 4K at some point. Which a friend told me if you don't like it, it is just like getting a polished turd, which is true, but... 4K Blu-ray is region-free, yes, so... It's not that big a deal, but it's enough to where it bugs me, personally. Oh, finally, this is where I go. The reticle takes so long. Yeah, fidelity never bothered me. Most people won't be in the same situation, but I don't know. I just like knowing that I own the best version of something that exists. And if it's something like Sonic, then I don't mind going out my way, especially since not only do they have a 4K, they also have a Steelbook, which we don't have, which would go nicely with the Sonic 1 and 2 Steelbook I already do have because they released it. It's just a really odd cost-cutting decision, but hey, it's going to just sell on DVD mostly anyway to kids, so don't really need a Steelbook and a 4K at that point, but it still bugs me a little. So at some point I will get around to importing that, but I didn't like that show and still never finished it, so it's not a priority compared to getting the 3. Like I said, I'm going to get the Shadow, not because I'm a huge Shadow fanboy, but just because at least it has mostly unique artwork. Speaking of the, did you see the chap who saw... No, but that doesn't surprise me. One bit. Still amused they have a Cinema Lightbox version of the movie 2 poster and the Shadow Akira poster for movie 3. They've always produced some really cool posters and standees and stuff for the Sonic films. Like, most places don't really bother near me with many standees anymore, but Sonic's always kind of been the exception. They seem to put out some really cool ones for it. Yeah, that's just nuts, King, but also completely expected. Like, of course, there's someone who does something similar-ish with every film, so it doesn't surprise me. What's the, wasn't that guy who saw Miss Marvel like 200 times? Some people have money. How do they do it? Like, it's cringe. I asked them. Yeah, you definitely have to go to the right cinema, Pete. Like, one opened, one opened near the Basildon gaming group that, Dave and Co run. That's like £6. The old one in the town centre was £20. So that actually made it affordable to watch films for the first time in a long time. That's not my local. My local's in a city, which is even worse. But when I'm here, up in Links, luckily we've got a, as I say, semi-independent. It is a chain, but it is independently owned as far as I know. Community run, so that's generally pretty good on pricing and pretty good at showing obscure stuff, so not to complain. Sold the Lightbox for £5? Oh, man. Cineworld is in Group 1, so £11 a month. That's pretty decent. Not too bad, all in all. Also, I do have to ask, Pete, did you actually go and get your food? You did say you were going to be off and on. You basically continued talking the same as normal. You did remember to eat, right? Or at least get it started. I'm eating. Okay, good. Just double checking. There are some people in here who completely forget. Our kitchen is next door. Or like next door house-wise, or next door as in you're right next to it. Odeon do, the closest one to me, auctions them and donate all for charity. My local Odeon has done stuff like that every now and then, but it's very rare, I think. I looked through their posters. Oh, room-wise, okay. Yeah. They've done a couple posters, but there was nothing interesting. I'll see when I come up eventually. By the sounds of it, possibly 2026 if the plan still happens. These tokens used to be completely pointless. You only got them for 100%ing the world, but this is what they're for. Apparently, you can select power. You can select powers here. Unlock all of these for like daily missions and stuff. Honestly, I don't care to mess with it. I've not messed with them at all. Not going to be the day that changes my mind. So we're just going to continue the game as if I'd not seen those. Right, let's get to the Dream Portal. Oh. I'm assuming I'm going in at least semi the right direction. Okay, good. Considering this is so twisty and turny, I wanted to be sure of that. Did you watch -1? I'm sure Callum mentioned it to you a million times. I did not. I've not seen any, like, let alone Godzilla, but like any kaiju stuff full stop, so not familiar. I don't know how good of a starting place it is on that basis. Do it. I've heard very good things. I don't watch many movies. That was kind of one of the big things, and especially not the cinema, so at some point you'll probably end up showing it to me, I'm sure. Top 3 Godzilla movie? Interesting. I'm sure at some point you'll probably end up showing it to me one of these days, whenever you're over as well, so I have to see what happens with that one. Okay, that was really odd. Top 1 is Godzilla 2000, right. I have no stake in this battle. Okay, we got the sarcastic emote reply, I'm guessing that's a bad thing. Oh, I knew that reference. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. Hopefully people are enjoying their time with it as well. At least watching it, that is. If you've not seen it before, if you have played it and are playing again for the first time in a while. I'm definitely really enjoying this playthrough, much more than even just normally playing through Superstars. It was definitely beginning to drag very quickly. My opinion still stands true of every time I play that game, my opinion of it massively degrades. So I'm glad at least that much rings true. Superstars is ass. I agree with you more by the day. Most other games I agree about the same amount as I did last week, but Superstars really tests every time. It's impressive. Can I just... I'm going to have to run up the middle here, aren't I? Yeah, no lies detected today. It's just too long. If the man who thinks Mania's too long gives that as his main criticism of Superstars, then it is fucked. Well, no, Mania's too vertical is part of the issue. Oh, God. Okay. Read that in 1 second when I finally get off this single platforming challenge. Also having a hit stun delay, and it's so long as well. The most interesting thing regarding the movie, Godzilla 2000, the fact that the director knew it was bad when he met the Japanese one at the premiere, but just said it's Hollywood, so money ain't it. Pretty much, that's what it comes down to. Let me murderize in the carp in a nutshell is basically what killed that game, full stop, I think. So how much have we got to go for the boss here? 6. Oh, that's easy. Okay, let's continue as we were. Then we're already on the 4th world. Yeah. I have to backtrack for more orbs. It takes like 2 seconds. It's not too bad. Yeah, we were saying earlier, like, definitely mobile game music in a sense, but I really like this. There's a lot of nice, just, like, chill, not necessarily calming, not necessarily lo-fi, but, you know, definitely some beats to study and relax to in here. It's very nice for just, like, well, I called it Sunday night noise, so it's perfect in that sense, isn't it? And it's working out quite nicely right now. Like, it's nothing mind-blowing, and it's not going to go down the Sonic soundtrack of the century or whatever, but my problem is it's very forgettable. It is, but at the same time, it all blends together, which for some people is a bad thing, but in my opinion it's kind of a good thing. It just all creates one big mix, so works for me. Oh, like, you could listen to this in isolation and go, that's a Dream Team Nightmare Maze. No, funnily enough, the only one you could do is the theme song, couldn't you, on the main menu theme? They're about the only two that stand out in that sense, but I don't know. Still like it, especially like the first world with some of the really quiet, down-to-earth stuff. Yeah, my main thing is it all comes together to like one big sound mix, so even if you're not paying that much attention to it, it's still pretty chill. Chill's the name of the game, because it is a game based around dreams after all, so can't get me off of it. Okay, well, in a way that worked. Excuse me, I can't help but notice you're jamming to Sonic Dream Team Nightmare Maze Zone 1. Is it safe to say you're something of a Sonic fan yourself? Leave my car. Alright. Reach the checkpoint yet again. I can do that. I was born ready for it. I'm going to do a Sonic Jeopardy for the new event and make a music round. That would be perfect. Don't invite me. If you invite me, I'm kidding. Just make it all Dream Team stuff and go, well, you said you liked this, so... You're cool, buddy. Oh, Whoops. Oh, I'm gonna fall very quickly. Yeah, okay, so no point. Sometimes these sliding controls are mostly fine. They're not Frontiers bad, but great. All the same, you know. And sometimes I get a bit too much height, so I don't try and do a twirl to get rid of some, and then and it all goes to pot. Okay, back to Sonic, I guess. Tails not getting much love, but everyone else has been, minus Sonic's been the most apparent, but everyone else has been pretty evenly cycled between, I hope. I'm gonna go this way. This was the right way last time, so I'm hoping it continues to be, and it does seem to be, so intuition strikes. Oh, okay. I love the homing attack. Why is it? It's a mobile game. It has to be strong to compensate for people on touch controls, but I'm just in love with it. That's it. I'm zipping halfway across the map because the game said so. Okay, sure enough. You do you. You go bestie, as the game says. It is a nice homing attack. It is just very strong. But as I said, and if it makes it fun, well, who doesn't love a bit of Sonic jank? I mean, come on. As long as it's the good jank and not the I'm falling through the floor jank, unless I'm falling through the floor jank is funny. In which case, you also do that if you like. Get back to this zone at least. I've actually got loads here. Yeah, I wonder who those numpties would be who smoke that adventure stick, huh? And yeah, I love the Sonic jank. It's the jank for me, so. Look, all I'm saying is, if this thing comes to be in 2026, at least you only have to see Adventure and Adventure 2 for like 2 hours. I'm semi-kidding. I'm doing my best to not play Adventure/Adventure 2 until I have to, and that's now going to be me with various classics after having finished this, such as Team Sonic Racing and Sonic Superstars. You know, we've all got games for us and games not for us. For example, 99% of people will say they're going to never touch Sonic Force with a 10-foot pole in their life, and then there's me. And you, so... Oh, I should have picked Amy, just because I've played way too much Sonic when I've been needing a speed character recently. Although I am going to have to keep changing character because it's one of these stages, so... Yeah, it's not too bad. Let's see. So there's a dream shot up there, but I don't know how I get up there. I'm gonna guess... Whoops. I tried to turn around. I'll play most Sonic games as long as I have fun. Black Knight. Oh, speaking of Black Knight then, any interest in secret rings with similar traditional control schemes for a future playthrough, or nah? Well, yeah, but were you enjoying Sonic Battle? Because by the sounds of everything you've told me, your rule still applies. The key detail is having fun. And at no point talking about Sonic Battle have you mentioned the word fun to me. And there we go, your point still stands. So there's a light here, but I still don't really quite get why. But, oh well. Garbage boss fights. As Sonic fans, we know a thing or two about them. Yeah, that makes sense. Couldn't some of these be a little bit more obvious? Also, how do I even get this? I'm guessing I need a flight character. I think a lot of these are going to be switching back and forth characters again, like the world after it. I just didn't know whether that would be the case or it'd be simple enough still because it's World 2. Yeah, I don't know what the non-racing game equivalent of rubber banding is, but I can imagine that game really suffers from that at the later levels. As I mentioned probably, like, when you originally talked to me about it on stream here, I played it a very long time ago, and I only did about 2 or 3. I don't think I got anywhere near as far as you. I think I only did 2 or 3 stories. Could not tell you which one it was. I don't even think I have the save file anymore, even though I have the cartridge. I think I might have accidentally wiped the save trying to mess about with the advanced save file at some point. I think I've done 4. Didn't you end on Gammas, or was it that you were fighting Gamma? There's one down here. And I still don't know how to get that one that I was messing about with over there for ages. This one, like, what does... I've done Sonic, Tails, Rouge, and Knuckles. I'm pretty sure there is a Gamma story. I know he definitely appears prominently, of course. Oh, it's under here. Okay. Right, that's a little weird, but whatever. Amy is next. Oh boy, Amy's story is the only one I know anything about, because you're going to have a great reaction to that when that happens once you get back into it. A certain plot point. Well, I kind of made my choice. What is up with the grunting? Just pressing the A button in this game is enough to, like, set off 5 different things. It's really impressive. No, there is chaos. Something in the games have a long rare chaos skill in the recording. I don't remember how that works. I mean, I'm guessing you've messed mostly with the general stuff. Is it general? It is general and... No, it's Emerald in that game, general and Advanced 3, isn't it? Advanced 3 is a game you've certainly messed with. Well, Advanced 3 is certainly a game that's messed with you. Let's rephrase that. They were tough times. Many Xbox controllers didn't make it that day. VOD will go up eventually. Good stuff. I mean, that was a really good one. I was a big fan of that one. Even if I missed quite a lot of the mainstream due to doing so much stuff on my own, I remember that being like a really solid year for it, so... Seems like you guys did all in a day's work and all that. Okay. Nope, not okay. I worked out I have enough VODs of... What happened there? Of Race for Good Let's Race Staff to have about a year of weekly uploads. Perfect. There you go, that's only 6 days a week you got to upload now. I mean, that's theoretically what you've already been doing anyway, so... Oops. I love the way the egg pawn just spins like that. Again. I just don't even know what to say anymore, like... What even is this game? Both in terms of the boss, like... Larry definitely would have made a comment about this by now, but I'm mainly referring to the glitches here. The boss design is also all kinds of fucked as well, but I assumed we weren't touching that elephant in the room. Or rather, spider in the bath, I guess. Right, can this be it, finally? Thank goodness. Oh yeah, you have a cutscene after every single phase. Nice clean hit this time. It didn't take me 3 goes to get the same one. And then, I believe this isn't a fake out, unlike the last boss. I think this should be the last set of hits here. I don't think it's just one. I think there are multiple I've got to do. Oh no, maybe just the one. Oh. Oh, right, okay. I thought it would, like, come towards me kind of thing. What? It's fine, it should repeat the same cycle, I'm guessing. Yep. Oh, so I probably want to stand right underneath it. No. What do I do? Well, unless I can just jump off it? Or that. Whatever that was. Wait, does he fly back towards me and I can volley him again? Is that what's going on? Am I meant to use him as a homing attack thing here? Or... I don't quite know. I don't know if he is meant to... Oh no, he's an indicator of hits? Can I just do this? I can't just do that. Okay. But I'm guessing at some point that will become some sort of homing attack chain. Ah, there we go. Goodbye, Infinite. I mean, goodbye, yeah. Whatever on earth that is, yeah. I mean, it probably said his name at the top, but I wasn't paying much attention. There we go. Second to last zone. Right, Amy this time. Dream Guardian from Frontiers. The famous Dream Guardians. Oh, one sec. Yeah. This feels like a very cool Eggman level to me. I really like the feel of this. My TV's gonna turn off, one sec. Is that Ego City Action 1? That snappily named piece of EGM? Yeah, this feels like a really cool continuation of at least the idea of Eggman Land. This is nowhere near an Eggman Land. This is a very normal level in length, but certainly like the ideology of the theming of the level and stuff like that. Because, well, Eggman quite literally has taken over because it's a Dream World, so it is the same thing, but I don't know, really like this take on that idea. It's a solid one for sure. We've had so many Eggman Lands now, but this is the one that like sticks the most to me personally, when it's in, once again, in the Apple exclusive mobile game. Whoops. What was that about? I don't quite know. Oh yeah, I was thinking Prime for some reason. I just couldn't quite think in my head why. Yes, of course, that has New York City. Makes sense. I don't remember all these big buttons. They must have existed, but I just have no memory of them. Yeah, definitely will probably be an easy... Even if it's not its own stage, it'd be an easy reskin in Crossworlds, wouldn't it? Just to get something like that up and running, I think, maybe. Like a simple enough racetrack. Half the stuff from previous Sonic races will come back. Asset reuse is an easy way to get things done, so... Or at least get a big amount of content with slightly less work, so... I think we already know that a version of Whale Lagoon's there, right? Pretty sure we already knew that. Seaside Hill, yep. Eh? I didn't touch anything, but okay. Oh, right, that was the remote. I'm guessing. I forgot that thing was even still alive. It's on charge on the floor somewhere. Nice thing about that is at least it's not battery powered, unlike every remote in the universe ever. It's actually not even Apple charged, it's USB-C charged. Thank goodness. So yeah, this is a huge level for Dream Team. They definitely put a lot of effort into this one. I mean, like, if we're picking candidates, then, was it the first one from the original Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, the first Eggman level, the one that's basically just the circle? That would be a pretty easy candidate to just reskin to New York while you're at it, and then leave the others as Final Fortress or whatever. Yeah, Final Fortress is what they're based on, I believe. You know, it'd be a pretty simple reskin to do, well, still, you know, being able to reuse an old track or whatever, maybe, if they were thinking about including something like that in the DLC, but just spitballing ideas at that point. No, that's the very last one. That's, I think, just called Final Fortress. I'm referring to the very first one that's just a loop, Turbine Loop, I think it's called. Which one has the Death Egg level in the original Racing Lane and Transformed? I can't remember explicitly what that's based on. I think it's based on like a combination of things. That's the DLC level. Yeah, that's Egg Hanger. I don't think that's based on a Heroes level. That's the only Sonic game, well, Sonic one that isn't, and then it reappears as a free track in Transform, or a base game track in Transformed. I can't remember it. What version of, you know, like the Eggman, the generic Death Egg space theming it's based on, but I don't think it's based on Heroes. But it's also not quite Final Fortress either. It's a unique theme. I'm sure like the Sonic Wiki or something will have it written, but oh, I missed a load of them, I just realised. Yeah. Too busy talking. I kind of forgot the goal of this level for a second because we've had a load of just get to the finish levels back to back. Yeah, the monster truck stuff is most realistically what the All-Star replacement is, which, at least there is All-Star. I forgot TSR didn't even have any. I'm so used to there not being any because of online and things like that, that I just kind of completely forgot while I was playing that the TSR just got rid of that as a whole. Really silly decision on their part, I don't quite get it, but gotta cut any corners you can in the case of TSR to make that oh so great team mechanic and flesh that out. That was worth it, right? There you guys. Right, that's a bit more like it. Yeah, Cross Worlds has been a topic of conversation for a lot of these streams. People come in and talk a lot about Cross Worlds, so I've had a lot on the brain. I can't remember what I've said, what I've not said, what I've just thought to myself, what I've actually said out loud, etc. But as a whole, definitely just seems like even the little tiny little crumbs we've seen just seem way better already than TSR. If All-Stars Racing came out these days, the All-Stars would easily be in, to be fair, I reckon. They could make it work if they had more dev time. Yeah, I don't know, there's just like a lot of factors as to why TSR in particular went the way it did, I think. We've definitely discussed that in depth, so anyone who's been here for most of the streams, I'll save explaining that again, but it doesn't seem to have been the easiest dev cycle for anyone involved at any company or any end of the the team spectrum, you know. So it's understandable, but it still doesn't make me like it or enjoy playing it anymore. But by all accounts, hopefully things go much smoother this time. Yeah, definitely the netcode was also a big issue in the case of All-Stars Racing as to why that was the case, but definitely with the time and resources now, they could have got it working. I mean, case in point, even though the All-Stars were massively simplified in the case of Transformed did at least have All-Stars online, so clearly they could get it to work. That wasn't the issue. It was having them all together wasn't the issue, it was having them work in the way they wanted, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, definitely Transformed had a bit more time to get things working, so probably why we saw them there versus the original. Right, how many we got? 3, okay. Let's go Amy again. I've been playing with Sonic a bit. Yeah, for sure, definitely depends. I have to have Mobo Bomb online races from the Blimp. Oh, one of the great All-Stars. That and the fact we were talking about Fantasy Zone earlier, obviously because of Superstars, but the Sega shop from being Opa Opa's All-Star is great. Just getting to choose from the 3 items and just going ham on people. So many creative All-Star ideas in that game, but just got scrapped the second Transform came around because they rightfully spent the time on other things, and also, making them work online was probably a big part of that. Let's go over here. Oh, IO's one what with the actual ball. That was great as well, yeah. There we go. That was a very quick one for a change. Not that they've all been slow, but certainly the last couple have been a bit more in depth. So, let's go Sonic again. I've done a couple of Amy's now. Oh, you do also get the rest of IO's family with you, don't you? Choo Choo Rocket one's pretty decent with the Kapu Kapu. I mean, they were all very good in the first game. There's like very few that missed. The Virtua Fighter 1, don't you just basically boost? I think they kind of did what they could there. I'm not sure what much more you could do with Virtua Fighter in a racing environment particularly. A couple of them kind of were like that, where it's just like, what do you do? But a bunch of them had like really creative, solid ideas for, you know, their all-star moves. Instead of, I am in a plane, I'm gonna fly around the map. The VF one is like, I shoulder charge the car and send it miles, which I still think, given the circumstances, is an incredibly funny idea. I still think that's a lot of fun. That was way better than what they could have done and just made it like a boost or whatever. But I appreciate the hustle. Well, I thought I wasn't going to make that. I got way too greedy with some of these jumps, but it has been satisfying to hit them all the same. We seem to be good for time, so... Oh no! Okay. Thank you, extra long homing attack. My beloved once again. Small thing too, I like how the All-Stars icons were different. It wasn't just a star like it was in Transformed, and the announcer saying it. Yeah, that really made it feel like a special feature, for sure. In comparison to others anyway. Right, let's go back to the easy zones. Let's go and hoover up some bits here real quick. Yeah, and the announcer actually announcing the specific name and what they were doing as well really helped, not just saying that someone had an All-Star. Which, you know, still helps on its own. Right, retry, because I wasn't paying attention. So one of the cosplay costumes I have is someone coming up for minimal effort. Mobo and Robo, just stick the sunnies on and you're done. Easy peasy. Surely one of you is going to paint your face orange though, right? Nope. Cream flying a little bit too long there. You can tell that these were added at a later date, some of these. They're a bit more challenging for the first zone of the game than you'd expect. Okay, nearly there. Rock the Bold too. Oh, true. Wait, no. Not the red head. It's not coming off, is it? Just for the Bonanza Bros cosplay. Not the locks. Cream's victory animation, so funny. Huh? Eggman's junk's getting overwhelming. Pause. As I say, whenever I get the option, I don't have to switch. I just pick speed. Just had it re-dyed too, and you're already getting rid of it. For now, for the moment. Oh, okay. Well, you say our world, but we are stuck in a dream. Oh no, it'll be for months. Fair enough. At least I think that's still the plot. I believe we're mostly still stuck in the dream world. So, is it my world? That's my subconscious. Was it? It's the collective subconscious, I guess. Now we're getting into deep shit. At least having the short hair, you can shave it off and start again. I need to Change the colour with effort. That is very true. The benefit of once you go bold, you never go back. I mean, you quite literally do go back. That's the whole point of what you're saying, but the phrase worked for me for like 2 seconds though. There it is. Oh, sometimes I can boost directly into enemies and have it work. Yeah, I'm just not touching that with a 10-foot pole, to be honest, Pete. It's been an ongoing problem for years. It's going to continue. I don't know how much attention Sega are going to pay. I don't see what the difference now is versus the past couple of years this has been going on, but that's all I'm really going to say on the subject, to be completely honest right now. So it's a situation that other people can get into the nitty-gritty of, not me. So, yeah. Right, what way? Let's see. There we go. Nyom. Off you go, Sonic. Oh my god, there's even more. Okay, I'm so glad I'm not on my website. I've never been more glad. Great. See, you can't really homing attack into those tubes. The game is meant to magnetize you to them, but the closer you get, the more likely it is that you'll get in. So I automatically like homing attack into them. Just, I assume I'm gonna get. Okay. Like I assume I'm gonna get the suck in or whatever. Oh, I need to come up here anyway, so the game was actually throwing me a bone there. You crafty devil, Eggman. Unfortunately, I saw that coming from a mile away. Oh my goodness. Of course, we're getting towards the end of the game, so we gotta have these big jumps here. Do the back and forth again, so let's go back to Amy. Death Pits in 2025? Dimps never left. You just weren't looking hard enough. Dimp special. There you go. Sonic fans only have one joke, and the joke will never die old. Or never grow old even. Will never die or grow old. Both apply. Yes, sometimes you also can just homing attack them like that. It's really deterministic, it feels like. Alright. Some of Amy's voice clips here are great too. I mean, yeah, for the most part, as I say, minus, I nearly said sticks, minus cream, they're all pretty solid. Did I play more DKC? Not yet. I spent most of my free time in the last week sorting out layouts and things for this event, so what little free time I had, I mostly spent grinding Pokemon or watching streams or doing a combination of those two things. Dave would be sad. Does Dave even like Donkey Kong Country HD? If I'd abandoned one or two, I think he'd be a bit more sad. What else we got here? You know, I do intend to get back to it. Once tomorrow's stream ends, I start to get my life back a bit, which sounds incredibly sad, but I've lost 2 or 3 days, have been like full force getting ready for this. Not had much time to do an awful lot else, so once we get to the end of tomorrow, I actually get a bit more time to start doing stuff like that again, both actually having time to sink into casual games more than like an hour, and most importantly being able to get out and about again, because definitely going to be needing that after the end of tomorrow's not just stream, but I'm also doing a recording session straight after the stream, so once that's all done, a sense of normality kind of comes back again. Yeah, very much yesterday and today, woken up, immediately streamed. Thankfully, because I put Shadow Gens to tomorrow instead, I do get a bit of time just to myself after this, because I assume this is going to end at like 10:30, 11, when we've not got that much longer left, so at least have a few hours to wind down and watch some stuff, maybe play something if I'm lucky. So once that's all chilled down, as I say, come Tuesday, I'll definitely have some time to actually get back into Donkey Kong, because I finished my Pokemon grinding, so my playthrough of that's now finished. I'm doing my Miku Retro Achievements grind here and there very slowly, so I need something to break that up as well, so that'll be the perfect solution, I think. Rouge, I think I used Knuckles last, although I could be wrong. Yeah, just never run to the end, okay. Normally when I see the treasure hunter characters I go, right, what are you going to make me collect? Now, to be fair, I'm allowed to use anyone in the treasure collecting levels now, so guess that doesn't really apply as much anymore. Oh, right, I can't go around that, I really need to take it. Collect this L? Okay. You spoke too soon on your end, but just in the right time on my end. Why is that fireworks sound effect so loud? There's been a couple of instances of that where I'm like, oh, that's coming from my PC rather than from the game, because the game is otherwise quite quiet in my ears right now. Nope, it's coming from, it's not that quiet, but you know, it's way quieter than my PC sounds are on my end. So I'm like, oh, that must be my PC making a drum noise. No, it's fireworks in game. The intro sequence earlier was like about a good 10 decibels louder for some reason than the actual main menu, and I couldn't figure out why, but it completely ruined the audio balance. Right, back to the song. Fireworks sounds. Must be the game still on your PC and it's like Disneyland. See, to be honest, with where I am, there's normally quite a lot of fireworks noises. We've not really had many since we went back, but fireworks are pretty popular around here all the time. So if it weren't directly in my ear hole, I would have just assumed it was outside. If it was from the other side of the room or whatever, if I was listening to the TV audio instead, I would have been like, oh right, it's that time of the night, is it? No. It's in fact the game making what sounds like a drum thud. I'm assuming that works. Nice. That felt pretty fun to pull off. Cool. Is this at least semi the right way? Once again, sometimes you do at least get flags to tell you where checkpoints or what the right direction is, and they disappear, and I go, but no, I definitely remember this, so pretty good. Never mind. It's alright, we're fine, I think. That's the same pit that got me the other time we were here, though. I mean, 90% of the game is replaying content. Technically true. Pretty true, actually. Wait, is this the last world? I thought there was one more world than this. Oh, maybe we are right at the end of the game. Okay. I saw there was 5 worlds. Right, in that case, where do I want to go and get 3 orbs from? Let's go back to the first world. Nuclears. In you come. Rougher than the rest of them, etc., etc. Ad nauseum until we die. Here's how you glide as Knuckles. Yes, but I wouldn't be able to play this level had I not unlocked him. Because I'm pretty sure this only unlocks after World 3, by what it seemed like. That's when a lot of the new content starts unlocking. That's presumably why we got that Shadow cutscene as well. My Shadow started appearing in my list of playable characters, even though I have to play like 3 days worth of daily events to unlock. Anyway. That's enough about mobile game moment. How do we slot in this content into the stuff we've already made? Somehow. Jarringly. Right, Act 2, you shall do nicely. They played Sonic last, didn't they? I think? I will say though, there is way more, there was only 5 missions per zone I believe when the game launched, so there's an extra 3 per zone now, so considering they've not upgraded the orb requirements by the look of it, it makes it so much easier to come back to short early stages like this and grind compared to having to grind out the late game stages like you used to, so definitely even makes it even quicker. Back to Sonic. So yeah, that's definitely a good thing, at least, I think, in terms of, it cuts down on the grinding part of it, and well, you are still replaying old content, but, you know, you're playing less old content than if you were to play a longer piece of old content, almost, you know, as weird as that sounds. Which, it does sound very weird, I am fully prepared to admit that there's a sentence, unless you're familiar with this game, that's nonsensical. It's word salad to anyone who isn't a Sonic fan who's played this Apple Arcade exclusive or seen it. Word salad's what the fans do best, so it don't surprise me either way. Alright, Kush tea. Oh, I can just boost straight over here and that's the end already, okay. Neat. There we go. Just gonna have 1 round of grinding left, I presume, and then that's gonna be it. So, see to it. I remember this one being a pretty good level though, although this is way more mask off, just Eggman Land based on the even just like the colour scheme and, you know, how out there they are with all the Eggman symbols versus the first zone, in which they're a little bit more relaxed with it. No, still pretty big on, I nearly called it Ego City. It's not Ego, whatever it's called. Whichever one it is. No, it might be Ego City, and I'm thinking of New York as the one from... I've done this too much. Again. That was most likely on me, but it still felt a little silly given the usual magnetism. Oh, the red ring is so large that even on a different rail I can hit it. Sure thing. Oh man, just with all like the dream imagery and stuff, this level's this version of... I think this is just a really cool last zone since... Well, I now know it is the last zone because I completely miscounted how long this game is again. Yeah, the 5th zone's the DLC... the free update zone, effectively the DLC zone. And that's why there's 5 in the menu when I checked earlier. I thought that was in its own separate, like, bit of the main menu, but nope. Here we are. Home, sweet home, or rather, pondering the orb. Ugh. Oh, dear. Sorry, just stretching for a second there. Recommend anyone else who's been sat for a while does much the same. Okay. On we go. Completely missed. That got it. Yeah, okay, it did. That was dubious. It was fine. Don't know what you mean. I sit forever in a chair and just... I stop paying attention now. And just make, edit and render videos. You told me... Okay, so how did you get to the kitchen, which you told me you were in earlier? How did that work without moving, huh? Yes, smart guy. Butler. I thought you said you had no money and you... Something's not adding up here. Money is a luxury afforded by some. A butler I don't pay for. What secrets did you have about various people in the Sonic community to get such a steal? Oh, you don't want to know. That's an easy get out of jail free card if you don't want to answer that. I know some dark things. The end. I don't want to burden them with you yet. I don't want to burden you with them, you know. Six streets. Yeah, it works. I'm going to be made to switch to a flight character anyway, so might as well do it early, I guess. Oh, right. I always forget I can skip these sequences and save like 2 seconds. Right, the drum shards, let's go. Over there, okay. It's very close. I really appreciate the game deciding to eat my input there and allowing me another chance at life. Oh, this seems like it's actually going to be a quick one as well. So what was that one? Oh, it's on one of those platforms. Okay. 3, 5... And then, sploinky over there to the 6th. Not a word. Cool. Easy peasy. Go with Tails. Tails really hasn't got much love this playthrough. So, to be clear, they make me pick a flying character for the area where I'm automatically flying. I know it's floating, they're different. Technicality and all that. Ooh. Wow. Semi-serious mode for a second there. I really had to concentrate on some of those bits because I'm still not 100% on board with how this flying system works at all. It feels like you run out of gauge really quickly, but then you actually get given a lot of like hang time or whatever you would call it, where you have no meter but you still don't really lose much air anyway, and then you just hugely lose air all in one big go. So sometimes that still gets me even at the end of the playthrough here, and after having already played the game before. See, it's those big bombs always confuse me. What is going on to cause such a noise, I think? It's like, oh yeah, this game's weird sense of sound balancing. And again, and again. That really flung me, even in comparison to like the normal flings we've been seeing all playthrough. That was a really big launch from that boost. Normally it's from like the jump dash rather than the boost, so it always surprised me when I go bling straight off the end of a ramp or something. Okay. Cool. Okay. Nice. Cool little camera angle there. I think I might have accidentally jumped around it or something last time. Or maybe I did and I just was reading chat during... Or didn't and was just reading chat during it. See, the thing that also gets me about that fireworks sound is there's a drum beat identical to that at the beginning of the donation sound. Speaking of which, !donate, as we are here raising money for SpecialEffect, as you can see at the top, a charity helping the physically disabled to play video games and interact with technology through the creation and maintenance of specialist equipment, whether that be off-the-shelf parts, custom-made kit, or a combination of the two of them, all tailored to each individual user's needs and regularly maintained. If you'd like to find out more about them, !SpecialEffect down in the chat room, and !donate to chuck some money their way, as well as donate towards some incentives and get that underway for keeping me sane here. Anyways, for some reason I can't press LB. I don't know what's going on, but it's just taken ages to respond to it. Back to the easy stages. More tails, I guess. I got 5 to get. So a lot of grinding to do. Well, not that much if we stay on these easy stages here, but still quite a bit, I guess. Compared to, you know, the past couple of level gates here. Yeah. Cool. Sure. Didn't touch that one, but if you insist I did, then it's fine. Okay. Sure. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, just go. Dear God, just leave. So generous. Low climbing. Okay, I think. Oh, I missed it. So I can't run where the texture clearly extends to, but I can fall outside of that area. I honestly don't know, but I almost kind of get what you mean. Voice direction really was definitely better than a crack spooky. Yeah, it's a different take on the character, I'll give you that. Maybe they just go full in with the crack smoking. Maybe that's maybe that's what Shadow Gens 2 has in store for us, who knows? We've seen his past and now witness his future. Sure. Not sure. Unfortunately, that might be game over on that one. How far over it? Oh, up here. Right? Yeah? Yes. Okay. That time I actually made that one because I knew to... Apparently you can't run on top of it, you have to jump through it. Or, you know, run on top of the texture, that is. Okay. A bit better than last time, I'm guessing. I don't think we're quite at the bit that I struggled with yet. So how can I say for sure? This game never ceases to amaze me at times. Like I said previously, you kind of have to be generous because of the touch controls. Like, you need to give a lot of leniency. But when you remove it from that kind of environment, it's just very amusing to compare it to other games. I got loads to do here, so let's do it. Oh man. Oh, tiredness starting to set in now. Just as well we're right at the finish line. You can tell because I've run out of conversational topics as well. I've streamed like 7 hours a day for 3 days. Yeah, I hope everyone's still doing well. I assume the Mixer Drive lot will probably end up showing back up just as I finish the game, so we'll probably see some fresh faces in here possibly again in a minute. Depending on how long that episode runs, because dear God, we know that episode is going to run a long time. Let's see. See how that's getting on. Sorry, you might be able to hear the TV. It's not the TV, the table shuffling a bit because I need to. Words are hard. I need to get a new table here at some point. Basically, I need to maybe after the stream actually sit and measure it out and get one at some point during the week once I get paid. That would probably be hugely beneficial for not repeatedly knocking the microphone. What? That sounds way too easy. This one's a great table, just not very stable, unfortunately. But done a very good job. Feels a bit of a shame, but same time, it'd be nice to have something with 4 legs as opposed to 1. Okay, pretty uneventful. I mean, it's an early game mission, so all of the ones that I've been coming back here and doing are relatively uneventful, just as a rule of thumb. So, not had an awful lot extra I could say about them. But I'd much rather do this than go and grind the longer final world levels, if any of those have even unlocked at this point, which I'm not even confident they will have necessarily. more gates, because we love the gates so much, clearly. Not one of my favourite mission types. There's definitely ones I like a little bit more than this, but still not bad, depending on if they actually send you a meaningfully different route through the level and breaks it up that way, because the game does have a whole lot of additional routes, especially if you are playing as the other characters who... Like, in this world, I don't even have these guys unlocked yet, so it's an excuse to come back and replay it and go a completely different way, so... Yeah, it's not all horrid as such in that sense. Okay. Nice. Oh, there we go. Final boss time. Yeah, this one is Ego City. The more I see of the different missions with this pass, I'm just convinced it's a theme park game. Advertise it as such, and it'd be perfect. Make Sonic Hawk. Sorry, make Jet the Hawk Pro Skater. Make it happen. With this engine, it would honestly work, even though this isn't a racing game engine, just as like a physics sandbox thing. Like the half pipes work quite well for that sort of thing already. Oh yeah, so Eggman goes absolutely ham like we see in the opening, by the way, as well. So if you wanted to live out that reality, then now's the perfect time for you. There is a speedrun time thing you have to do for this as well, I believe, to unlock the final level on one of the red rings, and I've played this boss so many times because of that. Oh yeah, it's pretty eggs and ham, you know. Also, if that's not a colours looking camera angle, then you tell me what is. I think you have to do this in like a minute and a half or 2 minutes or something like that, so I got very accustomed to this. And yeah, this is a very memorable song, along with the opening theme as well, for me at least. I do enjoy this final boss theme. Pretty smooth for Rouge here. Uh-oh. POV, you're the last Dorito. The flame's gone. Oh, only me and you will find that funny, but... Got me. Also, yeah, I am gonna skip cutscenes, even though that's honestly like half the boss. What are you doing, Knuckles? Bro, what are you doing? I still don't quite understand. I think you can climb back up there, but I don't know what he was up to. So I'm going to keep climbing in that sense, so... Not a whole lot to this, it's just like a test your platforming skills from before, and I quite like that as a final boss concept, full stop. Like, hey, this is all the stuff you learned, here's how you use all these characters, so go ahead and do it. Put it all to the test. It's not too difficult, but it effectively does serve as a final knowledge check of the game, so... All in all, pretty solid final level. To be fair, I'm sure this game hasn't got leaderboard to mobile. I'm pretty sure it does. I don't think Lime's here still, but if Lime was top of quite a few of them for a point, I recall, when grinding out all the daily missions for this. When going for that 100%. Oh, sorry about knocking the mic again. Sorry, Cream. Your turn. Eggman Sky, but as I said, this is just like a really interesting concept for a final boss that if it weren't for the theme, you couldn't really do. Like, how on earth do you justify this in any Sonic game that isn't about dreams, you know? Maybe this game was all an elaborate excuse to create an Eggman fight. This weird and trippy. Hey, also, anyone enjoy Sonic Lost World? This is what the Infinite fight should have been. You're actually right. I want to fight the weird elongated one from Central City, or whatever the name of that stage is. Welcome back, Larry. I'm assuming Mixer Drive is all done and dusted. Hope you guys had fun. As you can see, final boss. joined at a bad time, so to say, but don't worry, not going anywhere just yet. I am at least... Said I wasn't, but since this is the last game of the day, I will roll the credits, and someone requested I look at Sonic Racing. It's like, screw it, I'll literally do like a race, because when am I ever going to have an Apple Arcade subscription again unless they announce Choo Choo Rocket's coming back, so... I'll use this as the one opportunity I can to show people what Sonic Racing is all about, so I'll do that, and then we'll call it good for tonight. So, we've got like another 10-15 minutes if people are going to be showing back up, so... Welcome back anyway. Okay, nearly there as well.
Rest in peace, you worms.
Real Gamers wear the Choo Choo Rocket shirt. If it fits, we've already discussed. It does not fit. I cry every time. Oh, here it goes. Here, but that's when it kicks in. I can't remember how long it took. Oh, okay. I don't know why he didn't rail switch properly there, but sure. Live and Learn meets Sonic Lost World vibes. Oh, I already made the Lost joke, yeah. But the song is as well, so it works. What? Huh? I know this game's prone to crashing, but good lord. Oh, that's the wrong layout. Oh, spoilers. Yeah, game just crashed. Didn't give me any warning. It just crashed. As I say, I know this game is definitely prone to it, but like we were right there. Doesn't want stream to end. Okay. Will you let me press the button? Thank you. Well, at least it's soft locked. Yeah. The nightmares were just too much to handle. Right, one more go, clearly. Yeah, I did hear from people who regularly play this game, that does happen quite a bit, so as long as it doesn't happen again, I'm lucky it didn't happen to begin with. So that's 2 unexpected crashes now. That's something I've never had to deal with on any of these marathon one-man streams before. Yeah, this is the final boss, Jamie. So you guys have joined just barely in time. They never released the OST. No, the closest we got was we at least got track names and artist names thanks to... If I pause here, there's an in-game jukebox, as you can see. You can unlock all the songs and everything if you get all the red rings, I believe. So, that's what I did. In order to get the names for the RS versions of the tracks, that is, and then it was Enya who actually updated them. Yeah, we had a crash at the beginning of Frontiers just for no reason as well, so... We don't really have to deal with that typically of like the both the older Sonic games and the retro games we tend to do on the one-man stuff. I'm not familiar with this concept. And I know Mania was prone to a bit of a crash day one, but I somehow avoided like all of the big soft locks and stuff when we played that back when that was new. I've already made the POV or the last Dorito joke, so that doesn't get much better than that. I'm channeling Master Hand. I hadn't thought about it like that. Like I said, I was more thinking of the weird gangly infinite thing from the City stage. I can't remember what it's called. I always want to call it Central City, the Avatar version. Yeah, especially this bit makes me think of that. When you're just climbing up his arm. Hopefully this is actually the one this time. I'd like to finish one game today, if nothing else. He just wants to Ratatouille Eggman. I mean, technically, oh no. See, I then reread that message and thought someone replied to it saying he wants to ratio Eggman, which would be even better. Eggman's been getting ratioed a lot this weekend. Can you imagine? See, I can make a light-hearted joke about it. Alright, anyone in chat love Sonic Lost World? Okay, wrong bit. Wrong part of the stage. Sorry, anyone in chat loves Sonic Forces? It's pretty much just the Metal Sonic fight. As is documented, as you should, Pete. I'm actually with you on that one. My laser blaster. Alright, now the gag. Anyone in chat love Lost World? My Lost World comment was about the music. Mine was about the gameplay. Some of these hands feel like they get really close, and then I lose track of them because they go through the stage, so I'm just hoping and praying at this point. So I wish there was a way to extend your boost meter. I'm guessing there probably is with the upgrade system I've completely ignored for the entire game. But it'd be nice. That's the first mission I always go out my way to do in Generations, the second you get access to missions. Green Hill, 300% boost meter, put it on for the rest of the game. I just keep that button held. First time Cream has been playable in 3D solo. I mean, technically, if you're being really pedantic, you can separate the team in Heroes and use her that way. Also, yeah, Rivals is technically 3D, just not in perspective.
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Tails, give me a boost.
3D
I'll
movement.
make sure he's got his hands full.
Technically Heroes. If that's way too pedantic for you, then this game, yeah, I think. Which, I could not blame you for thinking that was too pedantic. Sonic Speed Simulator. Chat, he's right. They rejected Jesus because he told the truth. When you're getting back to Speed Simulator content, Pete, no one else is making videos on the game. We've not played for months. I was actually considering after this stream playing it to chill for a bit, just on my own time. But I need the content back. It's true, I've not jumped on in a bit. I think at one point, I do have you added now, don't I? I added the wrong Titan's Creed, I'm pretty sure at one point. Yeah, I know a couple of friends who still continue to grind it. Last event I played was the autumn event. Also, it hasn't crashed, so I'm going to consider that a win.
The nightmare's over.
The nightmare's over for Eggman. Can I have the credits at least, though, if I skip all of this, please? Unlike TSR. Yes, okay. I don't think these should be very long credits, all things considered, you know, knowing it's a mobile game. But hey, if you like what they did here, then probably, potentially going to be some hard light support stuff, I'm guessing, by the sounds of it, on Crossroads maybe. So, imagine how peak Lost World would have been if Sonoy was on the soundtrack of Otani. Lost World's already my favourite Sonic soundtrack. It already is peak Hilary. It could have been better, I'm aware, but there's not really many places for there to be guitar stuff, really, is there? Also, thank you for the GGs, appreciate it. Music by the audio guys. Well, so yes, this animation was actually done by Tyson Hess. That's presumably why Origins and Superstars maybe weren't done by Hess, I'm guessing, is busy working on this. We do, absolutely, I agree, Hilary. Don't tend to cross paths very much, but when they do, it's pretty good. There you go. I did say it was a short credit sequence. I didn't think that short. Okay. Oh, I forgot there's a post-credit sequence, of all things.
That should do it. Cream.
I've at least watched it, even though we skipped everything else.
Okay, thank you. Here goes.
My. Tails really is clever. Hello, Cream.
Okay, never mind. Didn't make any sense without context. Oh, there we go. That is Dream Team. If I go to Tails' challenges here, I'm sure I can see Shadow, possibly. Let's have a quick look. Oh, look, there he is. Edgy Boy. Oh. Speaking of which, here he is. So his big thing, I think, is he can teleport. Although, I remember too much about that. I'm just going to mess with this for a second. I'm not actually going to play this. I just thought I'd show him off, considering he's been shown as locked the entire way through this playthrough. Yeah, at least someone will want to see him and know what he's all about, so here we go. He can skate, otherwise he's a speed character. Yeah, he should have the ability to teleport on things, which makes him honestly a pig to play. Yeah, here we go. Like, this is a cool feature, but I don't really get why you need to slow time down. It's not like enemies are difficult that much anyway. Oh yeah, and if you hold the button, you get this weird first-person camera that you trigger on accident all the time. Yeah. Anyway, that was Shadow in Sonic Dream Team. Right, someone quickly asked me at some point earlier, would I play Sonic Racing? Fully, no. For 5 minutes while I still have an active Apple Arcade subscription for a week, sure. I'll do a race. Just to show it off while I actually still can. Since you guys just rejoined us and I don't want to immediately cut things off also, when she says you can copy the homework. Sonic Racing is more fun with a controller. Well, guess what? I think it's one button and a stick. That's all you do in this, so it's not that much more fun. What's the FPS is better than on console? No way. Hey, did you know certain characters prefer racing together? You can see exactly who... You see exactly who racers want to race with here. Okay. Only some of your team work well together, they'll get a small stat bonus, but when you race with the perfect team... Yeah, sorry, Team Sonic Racing minus the team part. Anyway, here's how teams work. So can I swap characters? I want to be classic first. There we go. Sounds like a decent version of Greenlight Ride. I think this is just the one from the base game, from console. Only T you should drop. Can I don't want a time trial. Is there any... Can I not just play a single race? What a novel concept, I'm aware. Oh yeah, you can. It's right there. It's called time trial. Oh, it's what, like Rockstar Rouge or something. I just want to play a single track. Orange Roofs? Hang on a minute. It's not called Orange Roofs in the console version, is it? Huh. If I was not in the know, that's the Japanese name of Rooftop Run. That's actually a really cool little reference. I don't actually think it is a reference. I think that's accidental and no one noticed. I think it probably is a different track. That's still really interesting to me that they called it that instead of just calling it Rooftop Run, like everywhere else seems to call it. Oh, because the track itself is called Rooftop, but then the area is called Orange Route. Yeah, that's really strange. Huh, anyway, I want to play Green Hill. That's the whole reason I came in here, because this is flat out not in Team Sonic Racing. Oh, 3 laps. Yes. How do I do literally anything else now? Oh, there's 2 Green Hill tracks? Huh. Sure, whatever. Race. So can I just play CPUs? Maybe. Happy Emu. Yes, I can. Here we go. We'll enjoy our Beyond the Speed of remix. And yeah, also Classic Sonic, although I'm not playing as Classic Sonic, even though I wanted to play as Classic Sonic. Okay, whatever. We'll just stay behind him the whole time so you can see him in his really cool Sonic Drift car. which should have been in the base game. Also, for some reason, the game is lagging every now and then while it loads assets. So yeah, you pretty much just drift left and right with the control stick. I don't think there's too much more to it. You do items with A. Played this like 2 times, so I'm really unfamiliar. I apologize. He does have the drift car. No more having to recreate the drift car with your custom paint jobs or whatever. We need Little Sonic and Crosswords. Yeah, I much prefer that name for him, Little Sonic. Absolutely. Also, I forgot to say hi, but hey Jason, Awesome Gaming. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, no, this is like an interesting little mini racer. It doesn't hold up much as an Apple TV game, but as a mobile game, if I had a Italian Sonic. As like a little mobile game, if I had like I have one of those, no, it is a Razer. One of those snap-on Razer controllers. If you have something like that, or a controller grip where you can like stick your phone in it and easily play with that. This is like a perfect little mobile game, I think, all things considered. Like, yeah, like a backbone. I have the Razer Kishi, I think it's called. Randomly saw one in, well, a cash gen for £30. Once again, I'm already missing out on these bargains by never going to these places. Heard the checkpoint sound, I thought I got a text for a moment. One of us. So one of us has a rocket, or that's what Wisp we're choosing to use. I don't quite understand how that works. Also, did they pitch that voice clip up, or am I mad? I don't quite know. I'm also trying to spend my entire time skin boosting, and I just don't know how to stay in line long enough to activate it. Whatever this other team are doing, it's not very much, I can tell you that for free. So, as much as I can't drive Classic, Classic drives like it's on ice most of the time. Sonic MVP in this race. Yeah, little Sonic MVP in this race. But dare I say it's Sonic MVP in this race. Controversially there. The Sonics won. There you go. Team Sonic. I'm sorry, Sonic Racing. Interesting little game. Nothing I'd spend any more than like 5-10 minutes on personally, unless I had a reason to play it on mobile. You can do that, and the character unlocks are actually pretty reasonable because it's an Apple Arcade game. To my knowledge, they can't have in-app purchases. So I believe I got Classic for waiting an hour and another character for waiting a day. I want to say it was the Chow for waiting a day, but you get Classic really quickly. Gamba, checkpoint for notifications, gumball for calls, slot machine for alarm. Very nice. Gamba. This isn't Gamba, what is this? I have literally no idea what I'm doing, by the way, and what this does. Oh, I did it. I always knew I could, apparently. Oh, I can't afford my lost whatever it is. Boo. So yeah, it is very mobile gamey, even though there's no microtransactions. It still desperately tries to keep you in the game through some of these tactics. So yeah, it doesn't quite work on me, as you can see. I played it once. But they got some new characters in there somewhere. I know there's like Rockstar, Shadow, and a couple other things I have no idea how you unlock. Something in the race mode did say play this to get Rouge or something, didn't it? But I'm not bothered enough to find out. So. Anyways, we'll call it there. Thank you ever so much for watching if you have been. I will leave you for the evening now. Yeah, it's been a good one. Sorry we didn't get Shadow Gems today, but we will get to that tomorrow instead. So get rested. I'm definitely going to go and do that. And I'm going to enjoy my Shadow tomorrow. So thank you all for watching. This has been One Man Replay, raising money for SpecialEffect. We'll be back tomorrow doing exactly the same as that, with a bit of a shorter stream from 5 to 8 PM UK time. That is 12 to 3 PM. I know it's a bit awkward for the Americans in particular, since it's a weekday, but unfortunately that's all I can do tomorrow. UK time be like that. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good one, and thanks for watching. Take care.